Chapter 1031. Zhang Shougui felt a buzz in his head. He raised his hands and pressed them against his temples. He felt that the more he feared something, the more likely it was to happen. Carefully investigate the enemy's forces. Zhang Shougui had a strange feeling. His opponent was not some logistical unit, but the enemy's main force. What he felt was a very familiar fighting style. It was the style of strategizing and never giving in to others. I'm sure that it's definitely not Zhang Xiaobao. He can't possibly use this style. Zhang Xiaobao's style is soft yet tough. First, it's the spring breeze, and then you can feel the biting cold wind. Right now, it's like the waves crashing against the shore, stacking endlessly. I was wondering why it felt so familiar. I felt it when I was in class. This is the style of Wang Wan's whirlwind thousand snow. This is what she meant when she said that the dense clouds piled up, the wind couldn't blow back, and the rain fell like rain. Zhang Shougui instantly recalled a certain lesson, where a certain person had talked about the psychological pressure of attacking and seizing the advantage. That person was Wang Wan. She had used the advantage in numbers to proactively penetrate the enemy, and then formed layers of encirclement to disrupt the enemy's advance. Someone, go and investigate the enemy's attack. Zhang Shougui was truly afraid now. When he knew that Zhang Xiaobao was organizing a logistical attack, he had still underestimated the enemy. He acknowledged Zhang Xiaobao's economic leadership, but he was not convinced by Zhang Xiaobao's ability to command, even though Zhang Xiaobao's individual fighting prowess was extraordinary. Report. The enemy has revealed their flags and numbers. Logistical Division 1, 3rd Brigade, and 4th Brigade. Our army is unable to break through, so they are using their battalions to attack. Our guns are unable to penetrate the enemy's human wall. They are throwing grenades at close range. The first wave of enemy troops is lying down, and the second wave is following. This is repeated endlessly. Our army's first line of defense has fallen. The messenger's words were extremely urgent. Reporting, our army's right flank is in an emergency. The enemy is using their bodies to fill the trench. After 3 layers, the trench has been leveled. The enemy has stepped on our friends. Another messenger also came over to report. Zhang Shougui was dumbfounded by these 2 pieces of news. He knew of the trench. Wooden spears had been thrust into the ground, 10 feet deep and 2 feet long. How could they so easily pass through with 3 layers of corpses? You could either carry sand to fill up the path or use dozens of corpses to pave the way. But from the messenger's urgent report, it was obvious that they were not coming here one by one, but as a whole. Deploy the cannons and attack them. Our army is preparing to retreat. Pack up. Quick, tell the generals that we are facing Wang Wan's main forces. Zhang Xiaobao's logistics army is at the front line. They are using their lives to buy time. Retreat quickly. Zhang Shougui finally understood what was going on. It was no wonder the enemy's attacks were so confusing. It was a 2-man army using 2 different styles of fighting. Yes, Zhang Xiaobao liked to be soft first and then fierce later. Wang Wan was definitely using the stacking tactic. She was the main force and she had the advantage in numbers. Even so, she was unwilling to immediately sacrifice herself and had let Zhang Xiaobao take the lead in the attack. Now, Zhang Xiaobao was no longer soft. He was soft because he was waiting for his vanguard, Zhao Hanzhang, to arrive. How could the husband and wife not cooperate? This was not the time to investigate how the enemy had gotten here or why they could not retreat, but how they could escape. Reporting, our army's artillery is currently focused on Plateau 113. The enemy's flag is still fluttering under the artillery fire, the messenger reported. I know you're a member of the Zhang family. You don't have to praise them like this, right? Zhang Shougui said in a fit of pique. As soon as he said this, he regretted it. If these words reached the ears of others, how would they look at him? Could it be that they couldn't even tolerate a messenger? Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan were fighting a war while also handling domestic affairs. Had they ever complained? Without waiting for him to apologize, the messenger changed his tone. Reporting, our army's artillery is currently fiercely attacking Plateau 113. The enemy is already unable to raise their heads. The plateau is about to fall, but the tattered flag is still there. Judging from this, the plateau is still in the hands of the enemy. I was wrong. Don't say any more. It's not even as good as the previous report. At the very least, the previous report said that the enemy was tenacious. Now, aren't you saying that our army is incompetent? Zhang Shogui was even afraid of the messenger. He concluded that this was all because of his anger. Order the artillery to change directions and face our army. Wait a moment. Order the artillery to continue attacking Plateau 113 to create a false impression for the enemy. Our offensive personnel are to circle around and retreat. Attack the enemy's retreat path to the left. Understood. The messenger did not show any other expression. After receiving the order, he hurriedly ran out. At this moment, the situation in every aspect of the battle could be seen. In truth, there was no longer any plateau on Plateau 113. The hill was not large, and after being continuously bombarded, the entire hill had been shaved off by 2 meters. To be more precise, it had now become Plateau 113. Fan Zhu and the others were still holding on. A total of 3 regiments had come in, including Su Gu's personal guards. They had about a battalion's strength, but only 2 battalions were left. However, the fortifications continued to dig down without stopping. This was the most helpless and most shameless method that Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan had come up with. Not to mention Wang Wan, who had been trained in military studies, even Zhang Xiaobao knew how tenacious the People's Liberation Army was. Let alone a small hill that had been blown off by 2 meters, even an entire mountain had been blown off by 3 meters. When the enemy attacked, did they see if anyone had formed a defensive position? When there was a limit to manpower, there was also a limit to ammunition. According to Zhang Xiaobao's words, do you think that I'm a small country that will retreat after a few people die? I'll let you pick any high ground, throw down 10,000 earth penetrators, and then organize infantry to attack. See if you can easily charge up. Wang Wan admired Zhang Xiaobao's attitude the most. Thus, when she trained the people in her family, she taught them to compete in physical strength, will, courage, and life. Fan Zhu and the others thoroughly carried out this teaching. Everything began with suffering. The cannons were still roaring, but Fan Zhu, Lu Dong, and Su Gu felt that the situation was different. Su Gu spoke first. I say, aren't the cannons being too fierce? Zhang Shogui doesn't want to play anymore. The ammunition isn't infinite. If it were you or me, would we do this? Was he trying to make a feint so that he could turn his horse and retreat? Su Gu's words were a joke to adjust the atmosphere, but Fan Zhu and Lu Dong were stunned. Then, the two of them said at the same time, it's possible. Possible? What do you mean? Su Gu already had an idea in his mind, so he asked for confirmation. Is there even a need to think? Something must have happened to Zhang Shogui. Our troops have already moved. If it's not Xiaobao, then it's Cuckoo. Otherwise, is Zhang Shogui an idiot? Would he just fire the cannons and not organize a large-scale attack? Fan Zhu asked. Then should we launch a counterattack? That won't do. If we charge down, won't we fall under their artillery? And they still have people pretending to attack. They'll definitely try to intercept us, Su Gu said with a shake of his head. Lu Dong patted Su Gu and said, are you an idiot? 1,000 people went past Highland 113. What's going on? It's been almost 5 days, right? According to the time on the sand table, they should have met up with Zhao Hanzhong and then surrounded us, coordinating with Zhang Shougui's attack from the other side. Why hasn't there been any movement? I know. They've run into trouble. Fuck, then what are we waiting for? Let's retreat and reinforce them. Give Highland 113 to Zhang Shougui. Let's see if he dares to take it. Su Gu finally reacted. The enemy had 1,000 people. Whether or not they had met up with Zhao Hanzhong's troops, they had inevitably run into trouble. Perhaps their own troops were bitterly holding on, while their own side could still scrape together 2 battalions. If they didn't fight now, then when? Thus, the 3 of them reached an agreement. With a clap of their hands, they took the remaining people and fled as fast as they could. Fuck Highland 113. They didn't even want the flag. The 3 of them took their 800-some men down the mountain and then turned around to meet up with their own troops. 3 regiments, including Su Gu's personal guards, had been reduced to 800 people. But even so, the 3 of them did not give up. They continued to actively train according to their own analysis and habits from their previous training. In the center of the sand table, Li Longji was also not resting well. The battle had truly been too intense. All sorts of things could happen at any time, and he couldn't bear to miss out on any of the exciting moments. The others naturally had to accompany him, but when they were alone, they were able to take a nap and were in much better condition than him. Seeing Fan Zhu's group of 3 leading their troops back, Li Longji sighed and said, "This is the outer courtyard of the Zhang clan and Wang clan. Look at the coordination between them. They don't even need to use telegrams to communicate. Just by relying on their usual tacit understanding, they can produce such results. And look at their willpower. They're never afraid of being alone and without help. Look at Kai Kai. Even after breaking apart an entire regiment, she still managed to organize a counterattack. Who wouldn't be afraid of such a force? After the commander gives out his mission, how many people can still judge the situation in an unexpected situation and coordinate with the main force to use the proper tactics? Zhao Hanzhong and Zhang Shougui didn't lose unjustly. Empress Wang was born into a family of generals, and she had been groomed like this since she was young. However, she knew that she had to admit that she had never seen such subordinates before, and they were only in the outer courtyard. She had seen it on the sand table of the inner courtyard. Wang Yi's group, any random small group, was able to deal significant damage to the enemy. When they fought, they gave off a sense of complete unity. Don't just talk about luck and coincidence. If that was really the case, Cuckoo's group was simply too lucky. But every opportunity was grasped by people. Everyone had a chance, so why did they grasp it so well? How many times was it still a coincidence? The more she thought about it, the more excited Empress Wang became. Your Majesty, after the martial examination, let's recruit the people from the Zhang clan and Wang clan who can't enter the inner courtyard. We also want to, but we reckon that they would rather stay in the outer courtyard than enter the court. Let's not talk about others, just Fan Zhu, Su Gu, Lu Dong, Wang Nan, and Sun Quan. Would they agree? Just how far did they push Zhao Hanzhong and Zhang Shougui? In their eyes, Zhao Hanzhong and Zhang Shougui are defeated generals, and they don't want to be in the same team. With just a glance, they can tell that you, the generals of the court, and the main forces of the Zhang clan and Wang clan, are only at this level. Why would they leave the outer courtyard? Li Longji said with jealousy. On the battlefield, the 2 regiments of the 1st Logistics Division's 3rd Brigade and the 3 regiments of the 4th Brigade were still madly attacking Zhang Shougui's flanks without regard for casualties. The bulletproof vests made of bamboo were a little heavy, but the effects were pretty good. If someone in the front was killed, the people at the back would carry the corpse and continue pushing it forward. The enemy would drop to the ground after throwing a grenade, so the losses weren't too great. The people filling the trenches didn't use their own bodies to block the spears. Instead, they put on the bulletproof vests and found a good spot. Then, they carried the wooden poles up and filled the trenches with 3 layers of people. Those who filled the trenches were unlucky enough to be declared dead by the referees. Once the last wave of people had passed, they would have to pull out those who had filled the trenches so that they could still fight. When Zhang Shogui gave the order to retreat, the entire camp immediately fell into chaos. Fighting at night greatly affected one's field of vision, and with the order to retreat, the 2 flanks were pinned down. Of the 8,000-some soldiers, at least 3,000 were used to defend the 2 flanks. Originally, Zhang Xiaobao had 10,000 soldiers. After sending out 1,000 reinforcements and attacking heights 113 and 113, he left behind another 1,000 soldiers. Against Zhang Xiaobao's 5 logistics regiments, nearly 8,000 soldiers, the 3,000 soldiers on the 2 flanks were having a very hard time. Moreover, under the influence of the soldiers who had retreated from heights 113, the 4,000-some soldiers in the center began to move back in batches. The referees immediately judged that their morale had plummeted. The attacking logistics troops didn't light their torches for fear of being used as practice, but when Zhang Shogui's troops retreated, they lit their torches. When their torches were lit, a messenger immediately placed a model of a torch on the sand table in front of the generals. "What's this?" Zhang Shogui asked as he looked at the model. Reporting. "These are the torches in the direction of our retreat and in the distance of our right flank. Based on the number of torches, we estimate that 20,000 enemy soldiers have suddenly appeared." The messenger pointed at the model and replied. "How many?" Zhang Shogui bellowed. In an instant, his heart chilled as he numbly nodded. "I know. This is Wang Wan's main force. Pass on my order. Withdraw the order to retreat. Gather all the troops and advance toward heights 113 and then take heights 225. Quickly. General, why aren't we retreating? If we continue to charge forward, our army will be surrounded and eaten," a deputy general asked. Zhang Shogui shook his head and sighed. "I also want to run, but Wang Wan won't let me. She's even more familiar than I am with constantly wiping out the enemy while running, so she won't give me a chance. If we run, our morale will plummet, our heavy weapons will be thrown away, and our provisions will also be gone. We will scatter and then be surrounded by her men. Rather than that, I might as well concentrate my forces and fight for a chance of survival." With Zhang Shogui's order, the retreating soldiers turned around, abandoning the 3,000 soldiers on the left and right wings. They arrived at the base of heights 113 and gathered a portion of the soldiers there. With less than 5,000 soldiers, they captured heights 113. Reporting. "We haven't encountered any enemy defending heights 113, the messenger reported. "I already know. I also know that they turned around to work with their own forces to wipe out the 1,000 reinforcements that Zhao Hanzhang and I sent over. Other than the fact that I didn't scheme against Wang Wan and Zhang Xiaobao, do you know where we lost?" Zhang Shogui first nodded to the messenger, then he asked the generals in the room. One of the generals whispered, "Is it because our army is advancing too quickly? Shouldn't we have come to Mount Huangshan? That was my mistake. Is there anything else?" Zhang Shogui asked with a heavier tone. Another general thought for a moment, then said, "Could it be that by the time we sent our commanders to the regiments, there was already no one available?" Someone finally noticed. The several hundred commanders from the Zhang family and the Wang family's inner and outer courtyards formed the most luxurious command formation. Every regiment, every battalion, and even every squad had their own commander, let alone the brigade level. Moreover, because there were so many people, those who normally commanded regiments could only be sent to command battalions. But what about us? How many generals do we have that have properly studied? Our regiments were larger than the brigades, and each regiment was divided into 2 brigades. The number of people in 2 brigades is still less than the number of people in 1 battalion. We have only temporarily transferred the brigade commanders and regimental generals who haven't studied for long. The brigade commanders are directly in charge of the current regiments, while the regimental generals are in charge of brigades. They didn't have enough people, so they pushed them down. We didn't have enough people, so we raised them at the last moment. The brigade commanders who normally commanded 2,000 people were sent to command 500 battalions, while we normally commanded 200 generals were sent to command 1,500 regiments. Our battalion is currently the commander of a squad, and the captain is just someone who has performed well in the army. If not for the advantage in weapons, if the 2 sides met, our troops would have been instantly crushed. At this moment, Zhang Shogui was keenly aware of the weakness of not having enough people. In war, not only did the generals need to make decisions, they also needed the commanders under them to take charge of the situation. The generals thought about Zhang Shogui's words and nodded. This was true. The strength of the generals was only a part of the equation. The rest depended on how the commanders at each level performed. Zhang Shogui clenched his teeth and said, "Don't think about it anymore. Attack. Even if I die, I'll pull a few down with me." Chapter 1032. Zhang Shogui continued to lead his soldiers forward, an indescribable feeling in his heart. There was regret, annoyance, unwillingness, and helplessness. He finally understood why Wang Wan had emphasized that the soldiers should learn. At present, the soldiers of the Great Tang were basically literate, but when it came to calculations, they could only do simple addition and subtraction. When it came to spending money, they could understand how to spend it. But this clearly did not meet Wang Wan's requirements. At the very least, Zhang Shogui was not satisfied that his soldiers only had this little bit of education. From this battle, he could see that the more soldiers that could fight on their own, the greater the number of units at the bottom, the higher the fighting power of the army. Zhang Shogui, who had not encountered any resistance for the time being, looked at the model and thought to himself, just what level do I have to reach to meet Wang Wan's requirements? Li Longji was also asking Zhang Xiaobao. He was in Zhang Xiaobao's room. Zhang Xiaobao had withdrawn back to Highland 737, so he didn't have many soldiers left. In total, he had just over 4,000 soldiers, including his personal guards. But he felt that it was worth it. If he added in the 2 brigades that had attacked, how many soldiers would he have left? 8,000 was already enough. Using around 17,000 soldiers, he had managed to destroy more than 10,000 of the enemy's soldiers. The enemy was the vanguard, so they had a large supply of provisions and ammunition. Moreover, the price his side had to pay was the logistics, not the main force. It wasn't that the logistics weren't formidable, but that the military selection was based on the number of soldiers on each side's main force and the position they occupied. Thus, Zhang Xiaobao was very happy, and so was Li Longji. Wang Wan's good performance showed that he had a good eye for people, but he also wanted to know how far Wang Wan wanted the soldiers to learn. Thus, he went to Zhang Xiaobao to ask. "Tell me, what kind of soldiers does Cuckoo want? How long do they need to learn to pass? That'll be difficult. It'll take some time, and it'll probably take several decades to realize." Zhang Xiaobao did not give a specific answer, as there were some things that could not be said. He knew what kind of soldiers Wang Wan wanted. It was a real individual combat system, not like the current special forces in front, where a few people were in a group, with a radio, and within the range of the artillery. Instead, with individual mechanical assistance equipment, one person could connect with the satellite in the sky. Under the situation of interference, they could launch a strong electron beam and call for the launch of their own missiles. When they were within the range of their own electron control, they could manually guide the landing point of the missile. There were a lot of things to learn. Other than shooting, there was also the simple maintenance of one's own auxiliary machinery, electronic equipment malfunction detection, data encryption, concealment, and concealment. One also had to strengthen the psychological training. No matter how good the equipment was, there would be times when there would be problems. For example, if an electromagnetic bomb exploded in the sky, all the electronic equipment in the area would be burned out. Then, as a qualified warrior, he had to determine his own position without any assistance and stay there for a long time. At critical moments, everyone was the commander on the battlefield. With the current education system and technology, even if something was suddenly made, how many people would be able to use it? Li Longji didn't understand, so he asked again, why is it difficult? Because what Cuckoo wants is to be able to complete the tactical plan as soon as the map is brought over. When the three of them randomly meet, they can immediately launch a 3-point cross attack. When they encounter turbulence, they can make their own swimming tools and give them a glider, and they can immediately find a place to take off. With a hot air balloon, they won't make any mistakes while flying. They can adapt to any terrain, be familiar with all weather conditions, be proficient in at least 4 languages, be able to calculate the basic elements of the ballistic trajectory, use the radio to send out messages, and at the same time, intercept the enemy's information, and so on. Zhang Xiaobao gave some examples. Li Longji and Weiwei opened their mouths and waited for Zhang Xiaobao to finish. They looked at Zhang Xiaobao and asked, "Xiaobao, are you talking about people? Cuckoo can do it. I'm a little worse than her. After all, there are specializations in each field. If I were to team up with her, the effect would be better." Zhang Xiaobao spoke the truth. If he didn't have this ability, he would have been captured long ago. Li Longji couldn't say anything now. He looked at the sand table and muttered to himself, "Zhang Shogui, it's not easy." After scheming and scheming, in the end, he still fell for it because of his personality. "If I were him, I would fight it out with all of you. I definitely wouldn't have charged into Mount Huangshan. Not only is that a death trap for him, it's also an ambush for the Central Army. A large amount of supplies have been lost, including what the soldiers carried. The cannons have also been lost. This is all thanks to the fact that we were fighting the natives and determined that they wouldn't be able to use cannons. If only Cuckoo and Xiaobao didn't insist on using cold weapons. Your Majesty, please stop muttering. If we had the same equipment, would we have lost so many people? My logistics association is in charge of logistics, not piling up lives. These cannoneers are for them to use. Not only is it a waste, but it's also useless." Zhang Xiaobao admitted that a good weapon could obtain a certain advantage, but he didn't believe that a good weapon would guarantee victory, unless it was a nuclear weapon. "Then, if it were you, how would you fight?" Li Longji asked. He knew that Cuckoo still hadn't taught them much about cannons. One reason was that most of the cannons made of good steel were used on the ships. Another reason was that she was worried that if she taught too many cannons, some people would have ill intentions. This was especially the case for the cannons in the capital and the palace. They were monitored layer by layer. The generals and civil officials were all present, and the Zhang family and Wang family had also arranged for people to monitor them. He himself had also sent out eunuchs to monitor them. Those things were truly deadly. Li Longji wanted to ask how the cannoneers were arranged when attacking. Zhang Xiaobao thought for a moment, then said, "Cannoneers are used to attack the enemy's command center and the stubborn counterattack. In other words, they are used to attack the enemy's firing points. They are also used to cut off the enemy's defensive line from the front and back. Covering fire is actually used to suppress the enemy, to provide a short gap for the enemy to counterattack. If it were me, after I finished covering fire, I would focus on a certain line and repeatedly attack until all the enemies in that line are wiped out. Then, our army would charge through that line. Once we're there, it's simple. The cannons have to be used flexibly. Don't treat them like a massive object. Xiaobao, you also understand economics. Didn't you specialize in economics?" Li Longji was very curious. Am I stupid? No matter how stupid I am, after spending every day with Cuckoo, I've learned pretty much everything I need to learn. Zhang Xiaobao turned his head away. Oh, right. You can learn from each other. I didn't say that you couldn't pass it on. Li Longji gave his own understanding. Zhang Xiaobao didn't say anything, which could be considered a tacit agreement. Turning his head back to the sand table, he said, "Tell the people below not to do too well in their defense. The enemy doesn't have any more cannons. On the 737 high ground, if Zhang Shogui wants to fight, we'll just roll down boulders. When the boulders are gone, we'll roll down logs. When the logs are gone, we'll retreat and give him the high ground. Yes, rolling down boulders and logs. Little young master, where will we retreat to when the time comes?" The messenger was also in a very good mood, so he asked another question. "Retreat to the side and conserve our energy. If he chases, we'll just run for our lives. You messenger, what are you blindly asking for? Hurry up and go." Zhang Xiaobao waved his hand. The messenger shook his head and ran off. Li Longji also stood up and patted his butt. "We are going back to rest." The moment Li Longji arrived at the entrance of the central sand table, he heard the warm applause. Raising his head, he saw Fan Zhu and the others bowing to express their gratitude. They had risked their lives to come to the central sand table and take a look at it before going back to rest. Zhao Hanzhong lowered his head and found a corner to sit down. He placed his hands between his legs and remained silent. Li Longji patted Fan Zhu and the others on the shoulders and said, "Not bad. This was originally a high ground that could have been handed over at any time, but you actually made it the center of the battle. Continue to work hard." Fan Zhu and the others nodded. They circled around the sand table, greeted the crowd, and then jogged out one by one. It seemed like they were looking for a place to eat and then go to sleep. Li Longji slowly walked over to Zhao Hanzhong's side and asked, "What are your thoughts?" Zhao Hanzhong lowered his head and said nothing. Li Longji wasn't in a rush either. After a while, Zhao Hanzhong raised his head and said, "With advanced weapons, what one should learn is control, not risk it. A lone army penetrating deep into enemy territory is a great taboo for a strategist. One must be extremely cautious." Li Longji replied. "The current Great Tang is different from the past. In the past, in order to achieve victory and achieve one's goal, one didn't care about the deaths of a few people. They even had the common people prepare their own weapons and armor. But now, the people of Great Tang are worth money. Cannonballs and bullets are just money. Money can be earned, but where can one find lives?" Even though Cuckoo and Xiao Bao were willing to pay any price when they gave their orders, the last thing they wanted was for the people of Great Tang to be sacrificed. Think more about it in the future. Even if you're fighting against the natives, there's no need to be too hasty. If you need ammunition, send it over later. If you need provisions, send it over as well. Remember. Zhao Hanzhong quietly listened. When Li Longji was done, he said, "Cuckoo and Xiao Bao are going to fight against Duoshi. I want to be the vanguard once more. I guarantee that I'll be steady. Let's talk about it later. Let's see if they agree." Li Longji couldn't make a decision, so he patted Zhao Hanzhong's shoulder and said, "Go eat something first and have a good night's sleep. When you wake up, come here and take a look." While others were summarizing their experiences, Zhang Shogui was doing the same. 4 hours later, he led his exhausted 4,500 men to the base of Highland 737. Looking at the model of Highland 737 on the sand table and the flag fluttering in the wind, he asked the messenger, "How many days of food do we have left?" Reporting, "According to the previous ration, we still have 2 days. If we cut it in half, we still have 4 days. Go around it and don't attack. We'll cut food in half. Go 20 li and find a slope to set up camp. Zhang Shougui hesitated for a moment, but in the end, he didn't dare attack Highland 737. Even though he could tell from the flag that Zhang Xiaobao was on the mountain, there was a high chance that Zhang Xiaobao would be declared dead if he attacked. Reporting, we've discovered that Zhang Shougui's forces have taken a detour around the base of the mountain. Please make your decision, the messenger reported. They ran? They probably don't have enough provisions, the soldiers are tired, and they don't have any cannons. They want to rest, but how can that be? Pass on my order. 1,000 men go down and chase after them. Don't really catch up. Send another 1,000 men to coordinate with them. If the enemy leaves behind some troops to cover their retreat, then surround them. Small victories can lead to great victories. After giving out his order, Zhang Xiaobao happily smiled and said to the other members of the inner courtyard, "Did you see that? This is the first chapter of the harassment strategy, the initiative to attack. There's also the second chapter, the initiative to attack, and the third chapter." "Little young master, what's the difference between the two?" someone from the inner courtyard asked. "One emphasizes attacking, while the other emphasizes taking the initiative." "I'm just messing with you. What's the point of being so serious? The real strategy is to not let the enemy have an easy time, depending on the situation. When the enemy wants to rest, we have to keep them busy. When the enemy wants to find wild vegetables to eat, we have to let them smell the aroma of meat and smack their lips. When the enemy doesn't have any clothes to wear, we have to change out of them in an hour. In any case, we have to do whatever we can to disgust them." Zhang Xiaobao cheerfully explained. The people from the inner courtyard nodded, believing that the little young master was right. They had to attack both physically and mentally. Even if the enemy managed to escape in the end, they had to leave behind some residual effects. While they were rejoicing, Zhang Shougui was cursing, "Slut, Zhang Xiaobao, you slut, I'm already like this, and you're still like this. Just what do you want to force me into? Leave 500 people to cover the retreat and increase the speed of the march." 15 minutes later, a messenger ran back. Reporting, "We've successfully surrounded the enemy's rear guard. The pursuing troops have not engaged in battle." "Then that's right. Send another 1,000 people to circle around and continue the pursuit. Send 500 people to the troops responsible for surrounding the enemy's rear guard. If the enemy leaves behind any rear guard, continue the encirclement." Zhang Xiaobao knew that his wife's 20,000 main force was still in Mount Huangshan, responsible for building the fortifications and restricting Zhang Shougui's movements. Even if he didn't pursue, it didn't matter. But if he could do something, then he could. Disgust others was also good. "Little young master, why are we surrounding them and not destroying them? Are you afraid of increasing casualties?" an inner courtyard member asked. Before Zhang Xiaobao could answer, another inner courtyard member spoke first. "I say you're Urbio, and you really are one. What's the point of killing 500 people? The troops left behind to cover the retreat are only for the sake of dying. All the food on them has definitely been given to others. Little young master wants to keep them and let them starve. Starvation is boring, so they'll naturally find a chance to fight for their lives. If we open the path and let them join up with the main force, will Zhang Shougui give them food to eat? If we give them too little, they won't be able to recover. If we give them too much, they'll have even less food left. You're the one who's Urbio. If you keep talking about me, I'll get angry with you. Do you think the little young master's schemes are as simple as you think? In truth, the little young master has another plan. It's to confuse Zhang Shougui. The weather is getting colder, the autumn leaves are yellow, and the autumn rain is continuous. We'll use the environment to deal with Zhang Shougui. When he hunts, he consumes bullets and only eats wild vegetables, making it difficult to replenish his strength. Isn't that right, little young master? The inner courtyard member called Urbio turned his head and asked Zhang Xiaobao. The two of you are too formidable. Even I didn't think of it. In truth, my plan is very simple. I just want a few of them to run out and send a message to their main force. Cuckoo and I have always hoped that their radios would be unblocked, but we don't think that's possible. Wang Yi's sniper battalion is still working. If they don't send a message, they still have 80,000 main force. How much strength do we have to use to fight them? We'll draw the enemy's main force over, and then we'll think of a way to delay the rest of the army in Hangzhou. Once we finish off their main force, what will they fight for? Zhang Xiaobao smiled as he spoke to the two, and then he gave a long sigh. War was far too difficult to fight. Strategically, one could look down on the enemy, and tactically, one could consider and scheme against the enemy, but how could the gap in weapons be so easily made up for? God damn it, no matter what, I can't let others learn my weapon techniques. Although in the end, the ones fighting in war are people, the quality of weapons can't be denied. Once I make the tractors, I'll have them research the tanks. It doesn't need to be able to withstand a lot of armor-piercing bullets, as long as it can withstand bows and large sabers. The tanks also don't need to be equipped with long-range cannons. I just need to leave some firing ports and place a few machine guns. Right, that's actually called an armored vehicle. Zhang Xiaobao mumbled, but his voice wasn't soft. Everyone in the inner courtyard heard him, and they were all very excited, anticipating the birth of a good weapon. Zhang Shogui was also excited. To be more precise, he was excited. When a person was forced to a certain extent, they would often become even more spirited. He was currently in such a situation. After dispatching 1,500 people to cover the rear 3 times, he finally led the exhausted troops to a hillside where water flowed through. For the time being, they could be considered to have settled down. Zhang Xiaobao, I'll remember you. In the future, even if you invite me to a meal, I won't go. We're comrades, so why are you forcing me? Unless you're cooking your own seafood, the abalones have to be 4 heads long, the sea jellyfish have to be next year, and the oysters have to be wild. I really won't eat. I won't give you face, but I'll do as I say. Zhang Shogui was also given a piece of corn. It was roasted, and he plucked the kernels one by one, tossed them into his mouth, and chewed with all his might, not even stopping him from speaking. The other generals in the room also became dissatisfied with Zhang Xiaobao. Look at you, Zhang Xiaobao, you're tormenting our General Zhang to the point of insanity. In the end, the great Tang General Yang Xishuan was able to determine the situation of the vanguard. When a portion of the Central Army was still in Hangzhou and had not come ashore, they received a report. The contents of the report showed that a radio relay station had lost contact with all the other troops. The main vanguard force had rushed to the front line of Mount Huangshan. The last news the other portion received was that a brigade had been crippled by the enemy and was surrounded. Emergency, outside my relay station, more than 100 enemy troops have appeared and are searching for us. My station will fight with our lives on the line. This was the last news they received. When they sent a message to the relay station, there was no reply. After Yang Xishuan received this news, he closed his eyes and thought for a full hour. Just when everyone thought he had fallen asleep, he opened his eyes and sent a report to the other generals, calling for an impromptu meeting. All the generals, except for the vanguard general, left the room together after half a day of meeting and gathered outside the door of the central sand table. Li Longji had just woken up, taken a bath, and gotten a massage. He was in the middle of burning incense in a corner of the central sand table when he saw a group of people appear at the door. He stood up in surprise and asked, "Esteemed guests, this is..." Yang Xishuan took a step forward and said, "Your Majesty, we were not prepared enough and hastily accepted the challenge. We request a ceasefire and seal the sand table. Once we have thought things through, we will begin again. I hope that Xiaobao and Cuckoo will agree." Seal the sand table? Then Cuckoo's military examination. This was the first question that came to Li Longji's mind. Just like Vanguard Zhang Shogui admits that he is in a difficult situation, we also admit that Cuckoo is fully deserving of being the champion of the military examination. Yang Xixuan did not ask for the specifics, but the meaning of his words was clear. Even if the sand table was sealed, his group of generals would not discuss the battle on the sand table. Oh. That's fine too. Call Zhang Shogui over and ask him, haha. When Li Longji thought of Zhang Shogui's current situation, he couldn't help but laugh. Zhang Shogui was called over. After hearing the words of the generals, he lightly nodded his head with an extremely unsightly expression. His voice trembling, he said, I am the vanguard, the vanguard. I am currently, fine, I agree that Cuckoo is the champion, and Xiao Bao is the champion. Whoever disagrees can take my position and continue the battle. Chapter 1033. There was no need to mention just how sullen Zhang Shogui was. He had a belly full of words, but he couldn't say them. These generals were being too tactful. What certain difficulty? Couldn't they just drop the certain? It was a certain difficulty. Anyone who went up would know that those who entered the Yellow Mountain region were almost tormented to death by Zhang Xiaobao. When they hunted or got food to eat, he would launch sneak attacks. Most hateful of all was that when Zhang Xiaobao caught prey, he would not immediately snatch it away. Instead, he would feed the prey poison, and in the end, the prey caught by his own side would die in droves after eating it. Difficult, truly difficult. Even surviving was difficult. Lisher, you come, ha ha ha. Seeing Zhang Shogui's expression, Li Longji clutched his stomach and hid to the side. Gao Lisher also knew how the battle was going. He wanted to find a place to laugh, but he had no choice but to accompany Li Longji. When he was called over, he used his hand to twist his leg and limped over. The expression on his face was as rich as one could imagine. Gentlemen, generals, it has been many days since we last met. It seems that all of you are still as cheerful as ever. Let's cut to the chase. Since all of you want to seal the deal, we should first ask Xiao Bao and Cuckoo if we agree. None of them spoke, not because they didn't want to give Gao Lisher face, but because they didn't know what to say. Since all my colleagues have tacitly agreed, come. Call over Xiao Bao and Cuckoo. Zhang Xiaobao was happily playing around in his room. When it came to setting up formations in battle, he wasn't too bad. After spending so many years with Wang Wan, even a fool would have learned a few things by now. But he loved to use them in this situation. Be it the battle of Sparrow harassment, the battle of underground tunnels, the battle of throwing poison, the classic battle of using numbers to win, or the battle of bullying the weak, he used them all. He used them all in a nimble and versatile manner, reaching perfection in his execution. Look, the two sides clearly have about the same number of people, but Zhang Shogui doesn't dare to fight a fair battle with me. He always likes to play dirty. Is there anyone who does this? Is there? Zhang Xiaobao personally went to the front line and ordered his men to place the wild animals on a tree. They picked up the dry branches and skewered the wild animals for barbecue. The smoke and smell obviously drifted downwards, but the other party did not react at all. The several inner court students in the room were speechless. Did you see it this morning? I had 200 men annihilate 10 of their men who went to fetch water from the river. This is called a textbook battle of using superior numbers to attack the enemy's weak point. In the future, we will have to vigorously publicize this. Everyone should learn from this. Zhang Xiaobao continued to speak. In the inner courtyard, his face was already red. This was because 200 people had fought against 10 people, and 15 people had died. Furthermore, it was a sneak attack. When the last 2 people died, they had pressed the grenades under their bodies. That was how the referees judged. If one were to really talk about being in a textbook, it would be the 10 of them. Seeing that no one had any reaction, Zhang Xiaobao blushed and said, "Well, the annihilation battle in the morning wasn't good enough. Can you blame me? Give me a set of hunting tools and enough throwing knives, and I alone can take care of 10 of them. I can't personally command 200 people. If I were to be stunned by a single shot, your logistics commander would be gone. The referees will judge, and we have to hold on. We can't even protest. If we argue with the referees during a competition, wouldn't that be courting death? Little young master, I don't think you're to blame. That person was hit by 4 arrows, so why didn't he die? He could even pull the grenades, right?" A person supported Zhang Xiaobao. Zhang Xiaobao didn't appreciate this at all. "What, right? What do you know? If a team holds up the death flag and needs to blow up the enemy's trench, there will be a situation where a person's lower body is blown up, but he can still climb over and throw the grenade into the trench." Zhang Xiaobao remembered that Wang Wan had told him some things that she didn't want to disclose to the public. Many years ago, there was a death troop in the Chuan division of the National Army. The people in that troop were like their own men of sacrifice. They would twist their weapons to their necks and stick their spears to their chests. Just like the judgment of the military sand table, they wouldn't retreat even if they knew death. That was why he didn't say anything when he killed 15 people with a sneak attack. "Little young master, I can also climb over." The person who spoke earlier said loudly, and the others echoed in succession. I know. You're all from the inner courtyard. Now I'm not asking you to climb. Think of a way. How to scheme against people. We can't let them have an easy time." Zhang Xiaobao didn't want to talk about this topic. He waved his hand and signaled the people in the room to play along with him. "Report, little young master, the emperor wants you to go to the central sand table." A messenger ran in. "What's wrong?" "I'm going over. You guys continue to think. If you come up with a good idea, I'll treat him to a big meal later." Zhang Xiaobao dropped this sentence and left gloomily. He was having a good time. When he came to the entrance of the central sand table, he met Wang Wan. The two looked at each other and saw the confusion in each other's eyes. When they reached the entrance and saw a group of generals, the two were shocked. Looking at the expressions of the generals, Zhang Xiaobao stepped over the door and asked carefully, "What's wrong? Foreign enemies invade? Which side? I lend them 100 guts. The birthday girl hangs herself. Are they tired of living?" Wang Wan was also very surprised. She thought that the great Tang had encountered a military problem. Otherwise, why would all the generals gather here and call her and Xiao Bao to the central sand table? Gao Lisher coughed softly and said to Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan, don't worry. It's not a big deal. The situation is like this. The generals feel that you guys have too many trivial things to do. The military election has been going on for too long, and you guys are too tired. Therefore, they allow you to close the sand table. Oh. Zhang Xiaobao responded softly. He looked at his godfather, Li Longji, and the others, and then at the generals and smiled. He asked Wang Wan, "Cuckoo, are you tired?" "I'm not tired. It's quite relaxing. I'll treat it as a holiday. It's not easy to find such an opportunity normally." Wang Wan understood Zhang Xiaobao's meaning. "General Gao, look, Cuckoo and I aren't tired. It's fine. Let's continue. The other things are simple. Why waste the general's time? The two of us can't bear it." Zhang Xiaobao puffed out his chest, showing his determination to persevere to the end. Yang Xishuan couldn't help but say to Zhang Xiaobao, "But we're tired. From the start of the military election until now, we haven't had a good night's sleep. If we continue, we'll probably die from exhaustion before we die. Let's close the sand table. After we rest, we'll think about it carefully before continuing. Without waiting for Zhang Xiaobao to reply, Pei Guangting added, there's no need to worry about the military election. We all agree that Cuckoo can be the leader, and you'll be the second and third. What do you think? We won't discuss the results of the military election in private. The other generals stared at Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan, waiting for them to nod. They realized that they had underestimated their opponents. If they continued, their losses would be even greater, and the loss of face would not be small. It was better to stop and give themselves some time to think. Zhang Xiaobao's lips twitched, and he hesitantly said, "This isn't good, right? If we directly give the champion to the top scorer, we'll feel ashamed. Since everyone is tired, why don't we rest for a few days and then continue? It's not bad. We've already agreed." Moreover, Vanguard Zhang also said that he had a certain amount of difficulty. You used cold weapons, which means that you're very capable, making Vanguard Zhang feel some difficulty. Isn't that right, General Zhang? Yang Xishuan asked Zhang Shougue for confirmation. Zhang Shougue just stared at the ground, probably looking for a crack, a bigger one. He didn't say anything, only nodded. Zhang Xiaobao held back his laughter, looked at Zhang Shougue, and asked Wang Wan, "Madam, is General Zhang having trouble?" "I think he's pretty tenacious." Zhang Shougue lowered his head even more, his face flushed red. Wang Wan could not bear to watch this any longer. She rolled her eyes at Zhang Xiaobao and said, "I guess so. Since the generals have brought it up, then." "Your Majesty," Li Longji hastily said, "I agree. It's spring, and summer will be coming soon. I'd like to check on the progress of the railroad at Lu Zhou's place. Everyone is busy, so let's seal it first. Cuckoo is the top scorer in the military election." "Your Majesty, isn't that a little inappropriate?" Zhang Xiaobao still insisted. "The people are waiting for spring to come to the hibiscus garden to see the flowers. Xiaobao, you can't be too selfish and make the people sad just for your own enjoyment, understand?" Li Longji said with a hidden meaning. Zhang Xiaobao understood. Li Longji was telling him that he could not go on and on just because he was having fun bullying Zhang Shougue. He glanced at Zhang Shougue and nodded. "All right, the flowers in the hibiscus garden are blooming. If you don't mind the cold, we can hold a feast. Cuckoo and I aren't bullying anyone, right, General Zhang?" Zhang Shougue grunted and said, "That's right. Don't treat me to a meal in the future unless you cook it yourself." "No problem. I know you like to eat things from the sea. Four-headed abalone, seasoned sea cucumber, cold cucumber, wild oysters, steamed hairtail. I'll cook it myself." Zhang Xiaobao agreed with a smile. "How did you know?" Zhang Shougue was taken aback. "If I didn't have this ability, would Cuckoo and I have the confidence to stand in the military election? As the saying goes, know yourself and know your enemy, and you'll never be defeated. Gathering information before a battle is very important. You ate so much seafood from my Blue Sea Silver Sand restaurant." "What did I say?" Zhang Xiaobao finally spoke the truth. Zhang Shougue and the other generals were stunned. They were not fools. They began to recall how much they had eaten for free. So, this was the cause and effect of everything. You. Zhang Xiaobao, you're not being honest," Zhang Shougue managed to squeeze out a sentence. "It's fine as long as the food and wine are authentic. Later, I'll treat you to Savant's restaurant. Congratulations to my wife for being the top scorer. It's not easy. We'll open the restaurant when you're ready." Zhang Xiaobao and Wei Wei smiled. They did not argue. After all, the winner had to be magnanimous. Li Longji seized the opportunity. "So, Xiaobao, you've agreed?" I've agreed, Zhang Xiaobao replied happily. Good. Make the arrangements. I'll personally go to Luzhou to eat seafood. I heard it's warm there, Li Longji said. Zhang Xiaobao turned to look at Li Longji. Agreed, to what? You agreed to let me go to Luzhou to check on the progress of the railroad. I'll have to trouble you along the way, Li Longji said. Zhang Xiaobao seemed troubled. He looked at Wang Wan. Wang Wan shrugged. Zhang Xiaobao had no choice but to settle this himself. Your Majesty, most people are gathering in Jiang province now. The gunships. Your Majesty, that's fine. I agree to let you go to Luzhou. If the others agree, we'll go. We'll take the water route first before we switch to the land route. What do you think? As Zhang Xiaobao spoke, he hesitated for a moment before agreeing to Li Longji's request. The generals, as well as the civil officials, looked at each other, but no one made a sound. The general supported the idea of the emperor going out for a walk. They were also in charge of protecting him, so they were not opposed to it. Moreover, with Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan around, if something really happened, then it would be unsafe no matter where he was. For example, the hibiscus garden, there were 3 layers of protective intelligence. The court had 1, the emperor had 1, and the Zhang family and the Wang family had 1. The civil officials had no reason to object. In the past, they were worried that the emperor would spend too much money on traveling and that the national treasury would be tight. Now, the emperor had his own money and the funds provided by Zhang Xiaobao. When Li Longji saw Zhang Xiaobao agreeing, he was delighted. He said, "Let me think about it." You want to follow Xiaobei and the others to Jiang province? Zhang Xiaobao nodded. Yes. I'll make a stop in Hangzhou and visit my mother, Cuckoo's mother, and my relatives. Relatives? That's good as well. I'll go and visit them as well. Some of them I haven't seen in a long time. Back then, they helped me a lot. Otherwise, how could your father have a chance? He's been tossing and turning for a few years now. Time has never stopped. He's always thinking about his mother and putting in a lot of effort. Sometimes, he doesn't even care about his family. Li Longji looked up at the ceiling and reminisced. His words were filled with emotions. Then, he changed the topic and laughed. If it weren't for him, how could there be the Tang Empire that I have now? Not to mention the cute Xiaobei and the others. Just like the story that Cuckoo told Xiaobei and the others, everything is predetermined. Okay, go. I'll also prepare a gift. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan didn't know how to respond. They could only smile at each other. Li Longji's words had also evoked memories of the two of them. Along the way, they still looked back. Seal the sand table. Li Longji gave the order. The sand table used for the competition was sealed and specially assigned people to guard it. Tourists were not allowed to go near it. The hibiscus garden was so big that it didn't lack this place to play. When the order to seal the sand table was given, the more than 3,000 people in the competition, the people in charge of logistics, and the people in the judging panel relaxed. Of course, from today until the sand table was reopened, they were not allowed to talk about the situation of the sand table. Otherwise, if they were found out, they would be severely punished. In reality, even if the participants were asked, they wouldn't say anything. Those who were chosen all had their own dignity. Many of the people of the Great Tang now had this spirit. They disdained to play tricks in a fair competition in the country. Everyone left one after another. Some went home to meet with their families and then sleep. Some went to find food, some went to bathe, and some went on dates. More and more people were leaving. The commoners who occasionally passed by outside saw this. When they saw a large group of people leaving, the first thing they thought was that the martial arts examination had ended. Immediately, the commoners were divided into two groups, those who reported and those who waited. Those who waited immediately ran over and asked those who came out, "How was it? How was it? Who won?" That was the case. Those who were asked didn't dare to put on airs and deliberately kept it a mystery. This was because they understood that even if the emperor was asked, he would also tell the commoners. Thus, they all smiled and nodded, giving the commoners the most satisfactory answer. The generals proposed to seal the sand table and admit that Wang Wan won first place in the martial arts examination and Zhang Xiaobao won second. The people who asked were indeed satisfied. They cheered and squeezed out, as if they wanted to tell this news to the entire world. "Xiaobao, look, the commoners support you," Li Longji said to Zhang Xiaobao as he listened to the sound of firecrackers. "They don't just support Cuckoo. They want to further solidify the image of the war god in their hearts. As long as the image of the war god Cuckoo doesn't collapse and they don't lose, the commoners of the great Tang will feel that their lives are very stable. Today, when they hear that Wang Wan has failed and can't become the top scorer, their first thought is that the person who answered is lying. They don't want to admit that the protector in their hearts has disappeared. Thus, Cuckoo is under a lot of pressure. After defeating Duosher, she shouldn't personally lead the army. Defeating Duosher is to solidify her image. In the future, even if the other generals of the Great Tang are at a disadvantage, the commoners of the Great Tang won't worry. If Cuckoo doesn't lose, the Great Tang won't lose. Zhang Xiaobao analyzed the thoughts of the commoners. Li Longji understood immediately. The symbolic meaning is greater than the actual meaning. According to this, you have to make perfect preparations before going to war. You can't lose. If you really can't, you have to first gain a little advantage and then stop to defend. In the Great Tang, you have to announce that you won and Cuckoo's image must be maintained. Zhang Xiaobao chuckled. Li Longji knew quite a lot and knew how to lie. However, Wang Wan frowned and said, "Don't build me up. What should be built is the army of the Great Tang. After a few victories, we have to give the commoners the impression that as long as the Great Tang army is mobilized, there will be no defeat and no defeat." The crowd walked out. Those who wanted to enter the hibiscus garden after the military selection were not in a hurry. They all stood by the roadside and watched. There were also those who had just received the news and rushed over. There were even some who ran over to send the news. Most of them were businessmen. They had business partners in various places and were promptly notified. The news was spread to all parts of the Great Tang at the fastest speed. It was much more important than Zhang Xiaobao being the top scorer. Survival instincts and safety were the first priority. After that, it was the pursuit of other aspects, such as prices, product types, and so on. There were many people, but they were orderly. They all stood by the sides of the road and no one stepped forward. If anyone wanted to, the people beside them would not allow it. They were afraid that there would be spies who would harm Zhang Xiaobao and Cuckoo. Thus, other than trusting themselves, they even looked at their neighbors with suspicion. The weather today was not bad. There was no wind and there was plenty of sunlight. After the spring rain, it was getting warmer day by day. Wearing 2 layers of clothes, it was not cold to stand outside. Seeing that the road was narrow, Li Longji did not take a carriage. Instead, he called Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan and slowly walked in the direction of the royal palace. At this speed, it would take at least 2 hours. As they walked, they could hear the sounds of firecrackers and cheers. Occasionally, they could hear the shop assistants shouting, "What's free today?" This can be considered a kind of glory, right? It feels like there are singers, movie stars, and even sports stars. It's very lively. Cuckoo, don't you feel proud to be able to stand shoulder to shoulder with those stars? Zhang Xiaobao looked at the lively scene and said. You can't speak blindly. How can I compare to them? Others have fainted while surrounding them, but I'm far from it. Everyone is standing properly, and no one is trying to get close to them. That's not enthusiastic enough. Wang Wan was in a good mood, so she also teased along with Zhang Xiaobao. Li Longji did not care about this. He nudged Zhang Xiaobao and asked, "Xiaobao, when are we leaving? The construction of the railway can't be delayed. How about tomorrow?" "Let me prepare for a day," Zhang Xiaobao said. Chapter 1034. Li Longji hurried back to the palace to prepare for the trip under the pretext of going on an inspection trip. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan also returned home and began to work on the trip, such as safety, intelligence, supplies, the route, where to stop, whether to speak in the local area, and so on. Li Longji is lucky to have met us. He decided to stay today and leave tomorrow. He wants to test our efficiency. He just came back from Jili province and has to leave again before he even warms his seat. Zhang Xiaobao pulled over the map and looked at it while complaining to Wang Wan. He seemed very dissatisfied. Wang Wan sat beside him and looked at the intelligence sent today. She skimmed through it one by one. Occasionally, she would stop and carefully think about the things mentioned in the intelligence reports to decide if she should respond. Hearing Zhang Xiaobao's muttering, she tilted her head and looked at him. "Xiaobao, why do I feel like you're praising yourself? You're so capable that you can prepare for the emperor's trip in less than a day. You even let the emperor travel. You should leave a deep mark in history, right? It doesn't need to be deep. It just needs to be carved on a stone. Then, it will be passed down from generation to generation. It will be passed down from generation to generation. It will leave my mark in the blue sky, my voice in the tide, my whisper in the valley, my legend in the wind, the mountains, the trees, the rolling yellow sand, the snowfield, and in the textbooks of the medical school. If anyone has a similar illness in the future, they will all be classified as Zhang Xiaobao's symptoms. It will be passed down to every family. What's there to say? Later, I'll get someone to spread the news. Xiao Bei and the others can stay in Hangzhou for a few more days. When we arrive, we'll go to Jiangzhou together. Do you think we should let your father go?" Wang Wan listened to Zhang Xiaobao daydream. When it was about time, she took over and talked about serious matters. "Logically speaking, my father should go and visit his father-in-law. However, he didn't invite him. If he goes there alone, it will seem like he's lowering his status. It's better to wait a little longer. I think the other party is also worried that my father won't go. It was said that one shouldn't bully a young man for being poor. Everyone knew this principle. The problem was that there were many young men, but there weren't many who were successful. If one didn't bully them, one should just let the young men bully them. Only successful people were qualified to turn around and say this. As a young person, you shouldn't always mention it. For example, I've never mentioned it since I was young. Your family didn't bully me either. It must be my handsome appearance, pure eyes, and kind heart that moved your family." Zhang Xiaobao was happy again. Anyway, there was no one else in the house. Wang Wan gently bit her lips as she listened to Zhang Xiaobao. She couldn't help but laugh out loud. He reached out and pushed Zhang Xiaobao away. "Get away from me. Disgusting. If your family didn't have the same zhuangzi as mine, if your mother didn't have a different background, and if your father didn't study hard for the imperial examinations, why would my family like you? I'm the only one who can treat you better. Seeing that you're pitiful, I'll give you a bowl of porridge and a piece of candy. I'll also give you a set of clothes that my family has worn before. You can go back and change them. It'll be enough for you to be happy for a year. I don't need a set of clothes. If that's the case, even if you give me a few bundles of straw, I'll be grateful to your family for the rest of my life. If there's a chance to make a fortune in the future, I'll take the initiative to bring you to your family. I'm a person who knows how to repay kindness. Unfortunately, I thought you would run away with Liang Shanbua like the Zhu Yingtai in the story. While Zhang Xiaobao was talking, he picked up the pen and drew the route on the map. It was done. Wang Wan closed the letter, blinked her eyes, and smiled. She said, I believe you. Oh right, you're different from others. You're not afraid of being an orphan. It seems that my choice was right. I didn't agree to be with you at that time. If I didn't watch you, who knows what would happen to the Tang Empire when you went crazy. Well, I'll allow you to shout, don't bully a poor young man. Even if you're Liang Shanbua, you're much better than the one in the story. Well, look at this Ilua. Rest early today. After giving the information on Ilua to Zhang Xiaobao, Wang Wan took a spool beside her and began to embroider. Zhang Xiaobao saw that Wang Wan began to embroider. He opened the letter helplessly. What do you think is there to see? Our intelligence personnel have already dealt with it. Just turn a page and we don't need to do anything. For example, on this page, it says, Allah? What a familiar name. Who is he? Do you have any impression of him? Allah, the Allah of the sect of Islam. Wang Wan said without raising her head. Yes, he's the leader of the sect of Islam. But why is he in Jiangzhou? Cuckoo, stop embroidering. They are preaching there. We haven't fought yet. They came here first. I was wondering why there was something strange there. Zhang Xiaobao shook the information in his hand. His eyes were wide open, and he couldn't believe it. Wang Wan was also stunned. She stopped what she was doing and thought carefully. Then she said, in fact, it has been there for a long time. I've read the introduction before. Didn't they start preaching in Guangzhou? Did they enter the Yangtze River along the sea? You mean, they want to do something bad? Take the initiative to attack? Zhang Xiaobao held his chin in his hand and frowned. He thought hard and muttered, is there a direct connection? I hate religion the most. Many wars have the shadow of religion behind them. Did the officials of the Jiangnan West Road believe in religion? And then they want the Tang Empire to play around? In theory, it's impossible. What can the sect of Islam provide to the local officials? Faith? The Tang Empire has its own faith. We don't believe in Taoism, we don't believe in the suppressed Buddhism. Why do we have to believe in the sect of Islam? I'm not used to the sudden change. Zhang Xiaobao fell into deep thought and didn't say anything. He was thinking about how to connect the sect of Islam with the unusual things that happened in the Jiangnan West Road, but he couldn't find the link. Wang Wan stopped embroidering. She took the information and read it carefully. The information was very simple. Recently, there has been a word of Allah quietly spreading in the market. It hasn't become a big harm. Many people don't believe it. Occasionally, there will be officials. Ask them to do idle things. Give them as gifts. Increase money. Don't wait. It didn't seem to be a big deal. The propagation of the doctrine was not so smooth. It was too high to attribute the abnormal development of the Jiangnan West Road to the sect of Islam. Turning another page, Wang Wan continued to read. This page wrote the situation of the goods. Along the south bank of the river, after the spring, there are more cheap seafood, or dried sea shrimps, or salted fish, which has a slight impact on the local river's aquatic products. Zhang Wang's trading group has already taken action to balance the situation. They are buying at a fair price down to the Wanshui River and stored in Shuzhou. They are collecting the aquatic products of Lake Tai in Shuzhou and sending them to the Dabi Mountains in the northwest of Shuzhou. In addition, the cheap seafood sold by the Jiangnan West Road has been investigated. They are from Japanese cargo ships. My Japanese branch has sent the news that there are many fish in the Japanese archipelago and the price is cheap. They also learn the method of drying salt. Therefore, they made dry products and didn't hesitate to waste people's strength on long-distance transportation. They sold them to the Jiangnan West Road to obtain the Tang Empire's money. They bought the Tang Empire's local goods and returned to Japan. Each trip, the profit is 10 times. Seeing this, Wang Wan laughed. The Japanese are really smart. They know the trade gap. The Tang Empire doesn't impose tariffs on seafood and knows how to make long-distance transportation. Xiao Bao, it seems that your strategy needs to be improved. There are loopholes in your trade offensive. What loopholes? Zhang Xiaobao put down his arms and asked. It can actually let the Japanese come over to make a lot of money. If it's not a loophole, what is it? It has a big impact on the Jiangzhou fishery industry. The information is simple, but if the impact is not big, why did my trading group take action to balance the situation? Wang Wan handed the information over. Zhang Xiaobao picked it up and looked at it. He smacked his lips and said, "It's very normal. Why should I limit the price of seafood? Seafood is rich in nutrients. The people in the interior of the Tang Empire can't eat it. Since the Tang Empire needs it, we don't impose additional tariffs. Yes, the real mistake is the people in the Jiangzhou fishery industry. They are waiting for my family to take action to balance the situation. Can't they think of a way to further improve the situation? Don't they know how to build a brand? Don't they organize the sales department to open new markets? Oh, according to you, pitiful people must have something hateful? Do you think it's all because of you? They have just been hit and haven't had time to react. What I'm asking is why you don't collect export taxes from the Japanese." Wang Wan was not in the mood to embroider anymore. She put the brackets back. Zhang Xiaobao understood what Wang Wan meant. If the Tang Empire's merchants did not collect export taxes from the Japanese, they would have to sell their products at a lower price than the Japanese. Otherwise, it would encourage more Japanese to buy their products and sell them back. At that time, they would still have to collect export taxes. Although it would affect a large number of Japanese merchants, it would also form the psychological habit of the Japanese of fixing the price of certain products. It would be difficult for the Tang Empire's merchants to sell their products at a higher price. The main reason was that they could not afford to wait so long to slowly wear down the Japanese. But Zhang Xiaobao felt wronged. How can I not collect them? I have collected all the key products. In order to show fairness, I even collected export taxes from the Tang Empire's merchants. But I have an export tax rebate for the Tang Empire's merchants. Of course, the Japanese need our products urgently. If they can buy it with their money, they will be very happy. It's impossible for them to collect tariffs from us. Otherwise, I would have to consider whether to give them subsidies. So, I feel that the products that the Japanese bought are not within the scope of the products that I set. In that case, the Japanese are very smart. They can find new things and make money. As he spoke, Zhang Xiaobao patted his forehead. It was really impossible to guard against. Wang Wan laughed again. The Japanese are smart to begin with, and they're extraordinarily smart. It's impossible for the intelligence agency at home to report in too much detail. Why didn't they say what the Japanese bought and let someone investigate it alone? After the investigation, you can think of a way to deal with it. Investigate. Zhang Xiaobao spat out a word. The information was quickly reported back. There was no need to report to the Jiangnan West Road. The information that was handed to Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan had been screened by the intelligence personnel in Beijing and could be sent back immediately. Wow, this works. Zhang Xiaobao saw the information about the products that the Japanese bought and gave a thumbs up. Awesome. We have to deal with the Japanese as soon as possible. If we let them slow down, they might not be easy to deal with. Let me see. What did they buy? Wang Wan snatched the information. When she saw it, she was stunned at first, and then nodded in admiration. They are so smart. They bought chicken chicks and cheap feed. They are 1-month-old chicks. Then they put them in bamboo cages and take the boat back. They are raised on the way back. When they arrive in Japan, they are more than 2 months old, 3 months old. If the weather is bad, they will be 4 months old. They are sold as soon as they get off the boat. This is a new breed of chicken promoted in the Tang Empire. The meat is tender and the price in the Tang Empire is average. Some businessmen send them to other countries to sell them at a very high price. Why didn't they think of raising them on the way back? Yes, yes. I hope that all the chickens on their boat will die of the chicken plague in the future. Otherwise, they will fall into the sea. It is not good to be too smart. Oh, no. We have to tell the customs not to let the Japanese ship carrying chickens into the Yangtze River. What if they come back with some sick chickens? What if they pass the disease to our chickens? We have to strictly control the hygiene of livestock, poultry, and fresh goods. Zhang Xiaobao suddenly thought of this very important matter. Which family raised these things? If they all died one day, the whole family would feel like hanging themselves. Wang Wan also reacted. Just like the locust trap you used on Tubo. Xiaobao, you said that even if the Japanese did not deliberately spread the disease, our Tang Empire would not have diseases of its own. The medical school can't keep up with the speed. You have to think of a solution. Me? What solution do I have? I don't know how to treat diseases. I can only advocate the general idea of raising animals. For example, disinfection. If they really fall ill, they can only bear with it. If they can't even treat humans, how can they spare the effort to treat animals? It can't be that the Tang Empire's imperial court or Li Longji's money is used to see whose livestock and poultry die and then compensate them, right? If it is a natural disaster, it can be done. If the disease is found in a certain area, it can be compensated by killing all the livestock and poultry in the area. Zhang Xiaobao started to have a headache. This development was too fast, and the various industries couldn't keep up. If a single industry stood out, it would be like the wooden bucket principle, leaking everywhere. But if he waited for the other industries to develop together, how long would he have to wait? 10,000 years was too long, and he could only seize every moment. Wang Wan also temporarily put aside the various problems of the Jiangnan West Circuit. She picked up a piece of beef jerky and put it in her mouth. She also worried about it. After a while, Wang Wan swallowed the last bit of beef jerky and nudged Zhang Xiaobao. Xiaobao, let's set up an insurance company. You're in charge of the Great Tang Bank, so it's more convenient for you to compensate. We can't always rely on the imperial court's finances, your family's money, and Li Longji's money. Zhang Xiaobao shook his head vigorously. Don't you know how many insurance scams there are? If the mechanism is not perfect, or the technology is not up to par. If a family raised 100 chickens and found that they couldn't sell them, they would all die. They would say that the chickens died of illness, and they would have to compensate. Would you pay? Do you know whether the chickens died of illness or not? You have to know how simple the people of Great Tang are, and there's also your economic appeal. Insurance is actually a profitable industry. Who would cause problems for no reason? Gather the wealth of the masses to save the masses from their troubles. Give it a try. Try it among the merchants first, and if it's successful, we can promote it to the common people. Wang Wan continued to urge Zhang Xiaobao. She considered that there would be insurance scammers, but there wouldn't be many of them. Furthermore, one couldn't always scam others. As the people in charge of verification grew more and more experienced, this industry would become more and more perfect. No one could say that once a system appeared, there wouldn't be any loopholes. It could be gradually improved. If one didn't do it, it would forever be a dream. Zhang Xiaobao looked at Wang Wan, then stood up and walked to the door. He pushed open the door and looked at the sky. The sky was clear, and there weren't many clouds. Only a few cotton-like white clouds floated in the windless sky, looking very leisurely. Occasionally, a bird would fly by, and the sunlight would shine down, adding a hint of warmth to it. Sometimes, I don't even want to think about the purpose of life. I'm afraid that if I think about the development and ending of everything, I won't even be able to find the meaning of life. That's why I walk with my head down. With every step I take, I can feel the strength returning to me. That's why I have a sense of existence. Since you said that you want to set up an insurance company, then we'll set up one. It's not for the sake of the common people, nor is it for vanity. It's just because you said that we should find more things that can make us more fulfilled. Without goals and challenges, that's the tragedy of life. I like peace and calmness, but it's not the calmness at the beginning. It's the calmness of Dugu Qiubai holding a hoe and listening to a group of people who can't even hold a sword properly discussed sword techniques. When he looks back, there's a trace of a peaceful smile on his face. Tomorrow, we'll set off with Li Longji. When we're on the boat, we'll have a good talk with him. Ask him if he wants a share. Just one share, no more than that. Absolutely not. After looking at the sky for a while, Zhang Xiaobao said these words. He turned around and sat down, looking very energetic. Wang Wan looked at Zhang Xiaobao and revealed a sweet smile. Hurry up and finish what you're doing. Sleep early tonight. I haven't been able to sleep well recently. You have to eat a tortoise pot for dinner, the kind with ginseng. The next day, Li Longji woke up with dark circles under his eyes. He had been dreaming the previous night and couldn't sleep well at all. He tossed and turned, and occasionally felt thirsty. When he woke up, he even wanted to drink tea. In the end, he couldn't sleep at all. Since he was young, he had never been to the sea in the south. He had only heard about it from others, looked at the models in the palace, and ate the local specialties there. He had always yearned for the sun, the beach, and the coconut forest. Now, he finally had the chance to experience it for himself. It wasn't easy. In his dream, he even grew wings and flew with the seagulls. With a flap of his wings, he flew a few li away. With another flap of his wings, he woke up. The thin blanket covering him had fallen to the ground. It was cold. Xiao Bao is such a scammer. When he went to Jilin province, he had to choose winter. I didn't even get to bathe in the sea once. It's on purpose. I guarantee it's on purpose. I'll get to bathe in this time, right? Didn't they say that it's always warm there? Take it away, I don't eat breakfast. When we get to the boat, I'll have Xiao Bao make it. I'll eat more on an empty stomach. Li Longji was helped by a palace maid to put a hot towel on his eyes. While he was trying to get rid of the dark circles under his eyes, he didn't stop talking. As he spoke, he waved his hand and had someone take the porridge away. When the sun rose high in the sky, Li Longji saw Zhang Xiaobao. When Zhang Xiaobao saw that he hadn't slept well, he said, "Your Majesty, in the future, when you have insomnia at night, when you wake up early in the morning and don't eat anything, you can drink some warm wine to help your complexion become more rosy." What did you dream about? I dreamed that you made 200 different dishes for me. We'll eat at noon. Why aren't you going to prepare them? Li Longji said angrily. Oh, I thought you were dreaming about the important matter I wanted to discuss with you today. The important matter of making money. Since that's the case, I'll go prepare the dishes. Zhang Xiaobao turned around and left. Chapter 1035. Xiaobao, hold on. There's no hurry to cook. It's good for the body to be hungry once in a while. Come closer to me. Xiaobao, I'm not praising you on purpose, but you're really efficient. I thought it would be good enough if we could get on the boat in the afternoon, but who would have thought that you were already prepared? When Li Longji heard Zhang Xiaobao say that there was money to be made, his interest was piqued. He called out to Zhang Xiaobao and waved his hand. Money was a good thing, but it could not be casually printed and distributed. He could only follow the rules of the game to earn money. What do you mean I'm ready? We'll make do and gather in Luoyang. You should get on the boat first and take a nap to recover your energy. When you wake up, we can talk about making money while having lunch. Zhang Xiaobao turned around and said before he continued to lead the way. Li Longji waved his hand, indicating that there was no need to lift the carriage. He walked to the carriage by himself. The distance of more than 1,000 steps was considered as a workout. When he got on the carriage, Wang Wan was already waiting. She brewed a pot of tea, some melon seeds, and grapes. She held a cup of coffee and took small sips. When he saw the coffee, Li Longji could not help but shudder. He hated the taste. He thought that only Wang Wan would treat this black stuff as a treasure. She had the merchants from the west find it and plant it in Luzhou, waiting for it to grow. Every time a merchant brought it to trade, she was reluctant to sell it. He could not see how it was precious. There was a musty smell. When he drank it, it tasted like coptis. It was far better than tea leaves. When Wang Wan saw Li Longji looking at her, she quickly protected the cup of coffee as though she was afraid that someone would snatch it away. In her opinion, coffee and tea were no different. They were both bitter and aftertaste. Your Majesty, why don't you take a nap? Zhang Xiaobao picked up a boiled broad bean and suggested to Li Longji. When he saw his godfather looking over, he pushed the plate of broad beans to him. His godfather liked to eat broad beans. Let's talk about something else. Otherwise, I won't be able to sleep well. Li Longji yawned. He picked up the teacup and smelled the tea. He felt much more energetic. Wu Huifei, who was sitting on the side, stopped talking to Empress Wang in a low voice and began to listen attentively. Zhang Xiaobao didn't touch the teacup. He reached out and opened the small cabinet next to him. He took out a thermos bottle and a bowl and poured himself a bowl of warm yellow wine. He pulled out the drawer on the side of the small table and took out a plate. There were also broad beans inside, but they had been boiled with fennel. She picked one up and ate it. She took a sip of wine and enjoyed it with her eyes closed for a moment. Then, she said, it's actually very simple. For example, Xiaobei's baby candy house pays money to a new company according to different agreements. One day, when the road is difficult to travel and the weather is hot, the candy they were transporting melted. They tell the new company and the new company compensates them according to the agreement. Cuckoo, do you want to try it too? Zhang Xiaobao gestured for Wang Wan to eat the beans in front of him. Xiaobao, what's wrong with you? You want to eat fennel beans when drinking yellow wine? You look so poor. Do you eat fennel beans when drinking coffee? Wang Wan opened the small sunroof of the car. The smell of yellow wine was much stronger than coffee and tea. I want to drink red wine and smoke cigars. Wouldn't the smell in the car be even stronger? Why open the sunroof and turn on the fan? Being poor is also a kind of personality. Zhang Xiaobao ate another broad bean and stopped. He opened another drawer and took out a small plate of fried potato sticks. He put it in front of Wang Wan and said, make do with it. I don't have time to make dessert. Do you want jam? I want honey. I'm sick of it. Seeing the two of you together every day, my teeth are about to fall down. I really admire the two of you. Aren't you sick of it? Xiaobao, talk about business. Cuckoo can find something to eat by herself. Li Longji couldn't stand it anymore. He heard that the two of them were together every day when they were less than a month old. In another 2 or 3 years, it would be 20 years. Weren't they sick of it? They could still stick together. He admired them. If he didn't say this, Wang Wan really didn't want to eat. As soon as he said this, Wang Wan smiled sweetly at Zhang Xiaobao and said, "Husband, I want to eat with salt. You see, there's nothing in the coffee. Then eat with salt." Zhang Xiaobao took out another plate and brought it over. Then he said to Li Longji, "This is called different professions, different personalities, complementary thinking, unified ideals, yin and yang in harmony, rootless and limitless. It's called Tai Chi. I know. Don't tell me things from stories. I want to hear about the compensation and profitability of the new company after the signing of the agreement with Baby Candy House." Li Longji drank all the tea in the teacup in one gulp and sat on the small table. He looked very anxious. Zhang Xiaobao refilled Li Longji's tea. It was 70% full. He said, "In fact, it's very simple. Set up a new company and let others pay a small part of the money. When others suffer a disaster or have problems, they can get a part of the compensation from the company, or even all of the compensation. Collecting the wealth of the world and soothing the pain of the people is similar to taxation. It's taken from the people and used by the people. It's a supplement and perfection to taxation. For example, the Tang Empire's tax provides medical treatment. If an artisan accidentally broke his arm, he has to go to the medical center to reattach it and recover. With the support of the Tang Empire's tax and your money, it's free. The artisan doesn't have to pay a single cent. But if the artisan can't work, he has to make a living even if he doesn't work. He has two ways. One is to apply for unemployment benefits. You should also urge the matter we talked about last time to be carried out quickly. But this unemployment benefit can only ensure that he and his family can live and not die of hunger or cold. It's far from making up for the loss caused by him not being able to work. If he pays the money to the new company and signs an agreement, the company will compensate him. If he earns the same amount of money in the past day, according to the agreement, the company will compensate him with 600 copper coins or the same amount of money. Every day, there's a time limit. It's also included in the agreement. After explaining, Zhang Xiaobao continued to eat the fennel beans and drink the yellow wine. The only thing missing was the coins. Li Longji and the other three were digesting Zhang Xiaobao's words. The carriage was quiet for a moment. After a while, Empress Wang spoke first. "Soldiers who go to war can also apply. Soldiers have the country's pension. It's not that they can't, but they can't apply for it themselves. Wouldn't that make the soldiers feel bitterly disappointed?" Wang Wan answered this question. "What if someone cheats the company?" Wu Huifei asked. "This is a small problem in the implementation of the agreement. It can't be stopped and can only be improved gradually," Zhang Xiaobao answered. Li Longji also asked, "For example, Tubo suffered a disaster in the spring and signed an agreement with the company. Does it conflict with the imperial court's tax reduction? Or like your example just now, an artisan injured his arm. After the company pays, he can still apply for unemployment compensation? The two are not related. The imperial court treats everyone equally. The company's compensation will be treated according to the agreement. It's like one is commercial and the other is non-commercial. The company collects money and uses it to invest. Although it can indirectly accelerate the depreciation of the country's currency, it will inevitably increase the imperial court's tax revenue. The imperial court's tax revenue increases and can be used to subsidize the people. In theory, the purchasing power of the currency unit will decrease. In reality, the people's wealth will not evaporate," Zhang Xiaobao explained, separating the public and private matters. Li Longji narrowed his eyes and thought for a while, then said, "I understand. After you and Cuckoo told me that time, I thought about it carefully. Indeed, Whether the currency depreciates or not mainly depends on the amount of currency issued and the country's productivity. It's the way to balance. When the amount of currency issued decreases and the productivity increases, the depreciation will be the direct product of the increase in productivity and the indirect product that uses the product as raw material. On the other hand, the depreciation will be the currency. The depreciation of the product will be the improvement of the people's living standards. The depreciation of the currency will be a disaster for the country. Li Longji seemed to have thought about it a lot. He spoke of his own theory, but that was all he knew. He knew that the knowledge behind it was very profound. It was so profound that Xiao Bao could use it as a weapon sharper than a cannon to attack other countries. Moreover, it was the kind that was impossible to guard against. Every step was a trap. When it was gentle, it was like a trickling stream. When it was strong, it was like a surging tide. Very good, very good. Li Longji, who knew that Xiao Bao had many tricks up his sleeve, was very satisfied. Then, he looked at Gao Lishur. Gao Lishur hastily said, "It's another kind of bank, right? It's just that the operation is not managed by the great Tang's imperial court. What if it goes bankrupt? Other people's money will be gone, right?" Wang Wan finally finished her coffee. She rubbed her stomach and said, "It's delicious. Whether it's hot or cold, the taste is the same. When Lu Zhou's coffee tree grows and bears fruit, it'll be considered cheap if it's 50 copper coins a cup. When the time comes, we can cooperate with Little Bei's precious candy house. The adults can drink coffee and eat snacks while the children can continue to drink milk and juice. We'll definitely make a lot of money." After praising Lu Zhou, Wang Wan continued Gao Lishur's words, "It can also be managed by the imperial court. It depends on how it's defined. In theory, there's a possibility of bankruptcy. After all, the money raised has to be used for other investments. If the currency doesn't circulate, it'll depreciate. However, the losses and profits of investments are purely cash operations that don't involve the industry. That's a zero-sum game. There's a balance of probability and a limit of loss. This new industry that's about to appear can't be completely out of the imperial court's control. Xiao Bao and I will add on the content. As for the system, I'll leave it to Xiao Bao to manage. I believe there won't be a problem. There's no need to worry about bankruptcy. In that case, I agree. I'm willing to fully invest." Li Longji nodded. "I'll follow and assist." Wu Huifei wanted to participate. "I don't agree. Your Majesty, you can only take 10%. Otherwise, it'll be easy for you to transfer a large amount of money when you need to do other things." "I won't do it. Concubine Hui can participate." Zhang Xiaobao objected. Li Longji was stunned for a moment. After pondering for a while, he said, "Let's discuss it again. Let's keep it open first. We can discuss the investment later. Aya, we're at the river." "Xiao Bao, why do you think there are fewer boats?" Zhang Xiaobao turned his head and looked out of the window. There were still 2 miles to go. Now, he could only see the boats in the river. Seeing that Li Longji changed the topic and used a delaying tactic, he didn't pursue the matter just now. He said, because a part of it went to help transport supplies and cooperate with the disaster relief in Tibet. The other part was given to Little Bei and the rest. Only when we reach Luoyang can we gather a large enough team. I wonder if Little Bei and the rest had a good time along the way. Let's send a report. I say 1, and you say 1. What's a flower blooming in the water? Little Yuan, it's your turn. What are you looking at? It's just a city wall. What's there to look at? It's only Shuzhou. It's a place that military strategists will fight for. Little Bei and company's boat went with the flow. They opened the sails and sped all the way. They had already reached Shuzhou. If they continued south, they would reach Chuzhou, which was also the area around Suzhou. Little Bei was singing a duet with Little Yuan. When he saw Little Yuan looking elsewhere with his binoculars, he was very displeased. However, Xiao Yuan did not put down his binoculars and continued to watch. He looked at the washing stones that were used to wash clothes and fetch water. When Xiao Bei touched him, he said, "Xiao Bei, which place's custom do you think it is? They like to put children in a wooden basin and then let them float down the river to play by themselves." Xiao Yuan did not put down his binoculars and continued to watch. As Little Bei took Little Yuan's binoculars, he said, "In a story." Then, a monk scooped it up. "Let me see. Where is it? That woman really put it in the river? Quick, save the child. Those on the shore, capture that woman. She dares to harm people." Little Bei immediately turned nervous. At the washing stones downstream, there really was a woman who had placed the wooden basin containing the child into the water. In such a large river, the wooden basin was like a leaf that could be overturned at any time. As he shouted, Little Bei took off his outer clothes and drew an arc. With a plop, he jumped down. Despite knowing that it was very far away, he still swam over with all his might. Little Yuan paused for a moment before shouting, "What are you waiting for? Get the people there to save and capture her. My brother and sister, I hope the water isn't cold." After shouting, he jumped down as well. He didn't dare to jump into the Yellow River back then because the water was cold. The guards on the boat didn't dare delay. Like dumplings, they jumped down one after another. Similarly, there were people on the shore who ran over to capture the child. Those who were watching the commotion also gathered. When Little Bei swam to the washing stones, the wooden basin had already overturned. However, the child inside had magically floated down the river for a distance and was scooped up by a small fishing boat. "Bring the child over to me. Let me take a look. I've got her. Little Yuan, hurry up. I'm waiting for you." Little Bei stopped on the water and pointed at the fisherman to get him to bring the child over. He then turned his head to call Little Yuan. Little Yuan's performance today was pretty good. He flopped to Little Bei's position and wiped the water off his face. When he looked at the shore, he saw that the woman had already been restrained. Her eyes were swollen from crying like peaches. There were also tear stains on her face. The fisherman didn't know Little Bei's identity, but seeing his ostentation, he didn't dare delay. He rowed the boat and came over. He reached out to grab Little Bei and said, "How pitiful. The girl doesn't have ears. No wonder she was thrown into the river. Sigh, this is a heaven-sent disaster." Little Bei didn't reach out. When he heard the fisherman's words, he thought for a moment before saying angrily, "What heaven-sent disaster? Give me the child. Can't you let me live without ears? I want to ask, what's going on?" The fisherman hesitated for a moment. When he saw that Little Bei's chest was sticking out of the water, he handed the child over. Little Bei stretched out his hands. Little Yuan also came over to help. The two of them carried the child and steadily stepped on the water toward the washing stones. When they stepped on the stones, before Little Bei could ask, the woman wailed, "My child, it's not that I'm heartless. You were born in the wrong place. My child, why are you crying? You know how to feel heartache, but you still threw him into the water? Shut up. Tell me, how is he born in the wrong place? How can he be born in the wrong place in my Tang Dynasty? I want to see who doesn't want their child to live. Where's the doctor? Come here." Little Bei shouted angrily with his eyes wide open. Chapter 1036. Xiao Bei had no intention of returning the child to the woman at all. Soon, a group of doctors and maids came over and carried the child over. They used a stethoscope to listen to the child's cries while taking his pulse. They were also in charge of changing the child's package. Xiao Bei and Xiao Yuan were also surrounded by curtains and waited for the curtains to be removed. Other than the fact that their hair was still a little wet, the rest of their bodies had already become dry. Xiao Bei glared at the woman who had stopped crying but was still sobbing and did not dare to resist. He turned his head and remembered the fisherman who had helped to save the child. He looked very old and had always made a living in the river. The wind was strong and his skin was not good, so he looked older than he was. Besides this person, there were 4 more people on the boat. To be precise, there were 5 people. There was a woman who also looked old, a young man, a young woman, and a little boy who looked similar to Xiao Bei. The young woman had a baby in her arms and was breastfeeding the child. She turned her body slightly and did not avoid others. I haven't thanked this old man for his help. Someone, give 100 strings of money to this old man. When Xiao Bei spoke, he tiptoed and wanted to see what the child looked like. However, he could not see because the child was breastfeeding. The fisherman who saved the child was very nervous at first, but when he heard Xiao Bei's words, his expression suddenly changed and sank. He turned his face and spat out 2 words, "No." The other 3 adults also looked unhappy. Even the boy who was about the same age as Xiao Bei snorted, indicating that he was angry. "Don't. You saved my child, so I will help your child. The money is not much, so give the child some clothes to wear." Xiao Bei was very good at talking and pointed at the child who was being breastfed. Immediately, a maid and a male servant from the inner courtyard went to do the public relations so that the fisherman could accept the money. The woman who had put the child in the water could not accept it. "My child. Not now, it's mine. Your child has drowned. From now on, her surname is Zhang. She is my sister, Zhang Xiao Bei. The patrol inspector of Tang Dynasty will become 10 people and patrol the Tang Dynasty together." Xiao Bei did not have a good attitude towards this woman and pointed at the child who was being saved. "That's right. In the future, there will be 10 people. Heaven's destruction will shake the evil spirits, and they will have no ears to listen to all directions." Xiao Yuan also supported. The fisherman who saved the child was in the middle of refusing to accept the money when he heard Xiao Bei and Xiao Yuan's words. He grabbed the 100 strings of cash and was about to put it into his pocket when he thought about it, but he was still worried. He turned his head and handed it to the woman, whose face was also full of hardships, and said, "Keep it well. Don't lose it. Xiao Bei gave it to you. Make it into a pouch and wear it close to the child." The woman nodded repeatedly. She carefully took it and put it in her bosom. She covered it with her hands and stopped moving. Xiao Bei was stunned. "The money is for buying clothes for the child. I have clothes at home." The fisherman did not change his mind. Xiao Bei looked at Xiao Yuan helplessly. Xiao Yuan felt around his body. His clothes were changed, but he had no money. He tiptoed and reached for it. He took out a handful of coins from the manservant's pocket and handed them over. "Here, put the coins in the pouch. The function of the coins I gave you is the same as Xiao Bei's. Paper money can only be stored for a short time. It's a pity if it spoils. Spend it. Use the money Xiao Bei gave you to buy things. It's comfortable to wear, healthy to eat, and convenient to use." The fisherman did not stand on ceremony and really took the coins from Xiao Yuan's hand. It looked like he did not intend to return the 100 strings of cash. The woman who put the child into the water also became obedient when she heard Xiao Bei and Xiao Yuan's words. She stared blankly at her daughter, who was wrapped in a velvet cloth again. A smile suddenly appeared on her face. Xiao Bei jumped in fright. "Are you crazy? Don't scare me. I won't take the blame even if you are crazy. You were the one who threw the child away first, and then I came. Su, let me tell you, even if you take the case to Hanyuan Palace Hall, I'm not afraid of you. From the Supreme Court to the Censorate, no one will speak up for you. Xiao Yuan nudged Xiao Bei. Why are you telling her this? Doctor, go take a look. Can it be treated? I'm not crazy, the woman quickly said. I know. You're a normal person. Don't move. Doctor, go quickly, Xiao Yuan said. I'm really not crazy. I'm happy. I can live again. My child can live too. They said that I gave birth to an evil ghost reincarnated. They said that I couldn't pass the water tribulation. They said that I'm a witch. I originally thought that if my child couldn't pass the water tribulation, she would die. When I go back, I'll jump into the well and become a ghost. I'll be haunted by them. The woman seemed to be muttering to herself, but she also seemed to be explaining to Xiao Bei and Xiao Yuan. With just a few words, everyone understood. The woman laughed out loud again. Ha, ha ha ha, but my child has passed this tribulation. Yes, she has passed this tribulation. In the future, she will be a patrol inspector of the Tang Empire. That's right. From the Supreme Court to the Censorate, no one will dare to touch her. Ha, they will come and go in groups. Xiao Bei, I can work. I was originally a maidservant in their family. I can do any kind of work. Let me be your maidservant. I can sleep for 4 hours a day. I can eat all the leftovers. I can wear rough hemp clothes and sleep in the woodshed. I can do anything. As she spoke, the woman wanted to kneel down and kowtow. However, she was held back by someone and could not move. Xiao Bei and Xiao Yuan did not say anything. A servant girl was unwilling and said to the woman, "How can the master treat her like this? If you don't curse people, who knows if you're speaking the truth?" Xiao Bei nodded. He did not believe what the woman said. At the same time, he thought that this woman was stupid. If she slept for 4 hours, would she still have the energy to work when she was not sleeping? My father is here. Just as the situation was in a deadlock, a man rushed over from outside the crowd. He shouted as he ran, hot tears streaming down his face. Before he could get close, he was stopped by someone. "Stop, who are you?" My is inside. The one with no ears. I'm her father. My poor child, let me see if you're hurt. The man was still going to enter. She's not your child. She's the reincarnation of an evil spirit. Xiao Bei, it's him. His family said that my daughter and I are inauspicious, the woman shouted at the man. I didn't say that. It's you, you crazy woman. I didn't keep an eye on you today. You actually wanted to drown my You have such a vicious heart, the man retorted. You're the crazy one. As the registrar of the Shuzhou provincial government, you bought me as a servant girl. Then, you took my body. You didn't even give me a status. When the child was born, you wanted to kill her. You still dare to make up stories. The woman shouted at the top of her voice, causing the people around her to frown. Xiao Bei looked at this and then looked at that. He couldn't tell who was telling the truth and who was lying. Seeing that the two of them were still arguing, he stopped them. Stop. Su. Zhou. Registrar. 6th. Rank. Official? Official. What the official says should be true, right? Come, registrar official, come closer. Yes, come closer. Brother, you ask. Xiao Bei was naturally calling his brother Xiao Hai. Xiao Hai and the other 7 people didn't jump down. Instead, Li Jun and Pan walked over. Xiao Hai appeared to be a steady person. Usually, when he had time, he would do calculations. However, among the 9 children, his words would always be supported. Therefore, whenever he encountered trouble, Xiao Bei would always think of his brother. Xiao Hai looked at the registrar official who was being stared at. He didn't say anything and just sized him up, from top to bottom, from bottom to top. Only when the registrar official's legs were trembling did he ask, "For your daughter, Hong, you hurriedly came from your home, right?" "Yes. When I returned home, I suddenly found that Hong was gone. I heard from the servants that the crazy woman carried Hong to the river. I ran without a care for my life. Unfortunately, I still came too late. Thank you for your help. This official is very grateful." "This official, what time is it now?" Xiao Hai didn't wait for the registrar official to continue and asked again. "It's 9:15. "About time," the registrar official replied. Xiao Hai nodded and asked again, "Running all the way here must be very tiring, right?" "Tiring? No. Actually, this official is only thinking about Hong. I forgot whether I was tired or not. Why would I care about these things? Only now do I feel tired and weak." The registrar official panted. "Do you know why we came here so coincidentally today?" Xiao Hai asked again. The registrar official shook his head and then nodded. "It must be because my Hong is very lucky and has met a benefactor." "Wrong. It's the 9 of us. Last night, we suddenly had the same dream. Guess who we dreamed of? Yan Zheng. When Hong Nong was sick, he was caught and placed in the Vermilion Bird Street. Yan Zheng, the county magistrate who is still alive, dreamt of him lying." Why is it so familiar? Do you know?" Xiao Hai said to the registrar official. His tone was very calm. "This official is not lying. Every word is true." The registrar official obviously couldn't stand it anymore. "No one is saying that you are lying. There is something I don't understand. It's 9:15. Why didn't you stay in the yamen? Why did you come home?" Xiao Hai's voice was very soft at the beginning, but he suddenly raised his voice towards the end. The registrar official was so scared that he fell to the ground and stammered, I was in the yamen, dealing with the books, went back home, to get the materials, yes, the materials, at home." "You put the materials from the yamen in your home? You went back to get them? Then you found out about it and came here? Is your home near the yamen?" Xiao Hai continued to ask. Yes, near, ran. The registrar official replied. Xiao Hai no longer spoke to the registrar official. He turned around and said to his sister, "Xiao Bei, let's go back, this is too bloody. We can use torture." "Why?" Xiao Bei looked at the registrar official whose face had suddenly turned pale. "Because he lied. There is still a lot of vegetable juice on his boots. There is also a green mark on the corner of his mouth. What is the purpose of us stopping the ship this time?" Xiao Hai pointed out the problem with the registrar and then asked. "Purpose? The purpose is to take the cherries ointment distributed by the capital to Shuzhou to deal with it. Here in Shuzhou, we can replenish the vegetables, especially the cabbages stored in the winter, and make them into pickles. When we reach Hangzhou, we can sell them. Mother wants to eat cucumbers. The cucumbers on the boat have been left out for a long time, so they are not fresh enough. Here, because the winter is not too cold, we can make a simple shed to produce cucumbers. Also, let the kitchen cook the pork and chicken on the boat. Our family's craftsmanship is good, so we can sell them in Shuzhou and buy fresh ones to store on the boat." Xiao Bei counted with his fingers to calculate the purpose of stopping. After this trade, not only would he not lose money, but he would also make up for all the expenses on the way. At first, he had planned to do business along the way. When the onlookers heard the conversation between Xiao Bei and the registrar official, many of them sighed. They were indeed Zhang Xiaobao's younger brother and sister. Even when they went out, they still had to make money along the way. Even if they left the family in the future, they would not have to worry about starving to death. The registrar official was dumbfounded. He looked at his boots and wiped his mouth. His hands began to tremble. Xiaohai took over the conversation and said, "Yes, so he, the registrar official, did not stay in the yamen at all. He ran to the dock and hid there. He did not forget to eat the cucumbers that were sent by the people. Either he wanted to spy on us, or he was worried about our purpose. Or he wanted to find a chance to meet us. But no matter what, it proved that he was lying. Also, when he was talking, he and the woman were not looking at the same place. He was looking at us, but the woman was looking at the child. Are we that attractive? That scary? If you don't do anything wrong, you won't be afraid of ghosts knocking on your door. Why is General Hu not afraid of us? If something happens to us, when our father looks at us, Uncle Emperor stops him. How will our father react? He will be very anxious. Even if he can't come over, he will keep looking around. If it were brother or sister, he would kill someone who dared to stop him. Ah, I know. There is going to be another person on the Vermilion Bird Street. Do it. Let's leave. Xiao Bei pointed at the registrar official and said angrily. I'm guilty. I'm guilty. I plead guilty. I just want to find a chance to get close to you and get some benefits. The child's matter is my family matter. You can't treat me like this. The registrar official had completely given up on the idea of leaving things to chance. He did not expect that Xiaohai could be so powerful. He did not need to use any extra means. He just looked at the person and asked a few questions. Xiao Bei sneered and waved his hand. The people who were about to execute him stopped. Xiao Bei circled the registrar official twice and said, I'm not interested in knowing your surname. I don't care whether it's your family matter or not. We are inspectors of the Tang Empire. We patrol the place on behalf of His Majesty. You lied, which is the crime of deceiving His Majesty. If we catch you, your crime will be increased by 5 levels. I don't care whether you live or die. I won't convict you here. You go back and let the officers of the state escort you to the capital. You can deal with the Ministry of Personnel, Supreme Court, and censorate yourself. After saying this, Xiao Bei turned and walked back to the boat. Xiao Yuan signaled the maid to take the woman and followed him back. No one dared to touch the registrar official again. He was free for the time being. Xiao Bei did not care whether he ran or not. What he meant was to let him go to the government office to accept his crime and then be escorted away. If he had the guts, he could run away. After that, he would be issued an arrest warrant. After a moment of silence, there were continuous cheers. The people really felt the power of Xiao Bei and the others. They also sighed that the girl who was born without ears had a good life. He's the head of the family. This money. The old woman on the fishing boat still had her hand on her chest. She held the 100 strings of coins and asked the old man. The old man thought for a while and said, Spend, we have to spend the money. We have to buy a big boat, make some clothes, and prepare the furniture. When the time comes, we have to give the money together. The 100 strings of coins can't be divided. If it is divided, the money we get back will not be from Xiao Bei. It won't work. The coin will be passed down in the family. His son and daughter-in-law who were nursing the child nodded at the same time. After returning to the boat, Xiao Bei drank a bowl of ginger sugar water and ran to see the earless child. The child was lying in his mother's arms and drinking milk. The woman's mood was much more stable and her eyes were bright. While feeding the child, she asked the maid to help her put a hot towel on her face. She also told the maid that she wanted to eat boiled eggs and pig's knuckle soup. The maid agreed. The kitchen made 4 dishes and a soup. The soup was black chicken soup. The vegetables were grilled mutton, sweet and sour cabbage, cucumber golden mushroom, tomato scrambled eggs, and a plate of seasonal fruit. However, the amount was not much. I want to drink pig's knuckle soup without salt. The woman looked at the child in her arms and mustered up her courage. She stubbornly suggested what she wanted to eat. Drinking pig's knuckle soup is not popular now. What you are eating now is the same as what my mother and the little girl eat. They are pregnant now. When the news spread, my brother and sister specially asked the medical school to have a meeting with my family's chefs to discuss the food ration. Let me see my sister, okay? Xiaobei's voice appeared at the door. He also walked in, wanting to see the child who had been rescued. When the woman heard that it was something specially made for first-rank noble madams, she was relieved. She turned sideways and said, "Let's see." Xiaobei saw that the woman did not hold the child to show him, but he continued to feed her. He did not force her. The baby was eating. Later, I will ask my brother and sister if it will affect the baby without 2 ears. I will ask them to think of a way. You can live in my house. When the time comes, I will arrange things for you. We will take care of the baby. You can find another person. Don't think about him. I have already shown mercy. He won't die. What crime of deceiving the emperor? Uncle Emperor doesn't care. But he can forget about continuing to be an official. An official who dislikes his own child, how can he be good to the people? Seeing that the child only had a hole in her ear, Xiaobei's heart ached. Hearing Xiaobei's words, the woman could only nod. She stared at Xiaobei. After a while, she lowered her head to look at her daughter. She felt that the child was also cute. At this time, her daughter had already fallen asleep. She did not even burp. When the maid took the child, the woman realized that she was hungry. She looked at Xiaobei and said, "I want to eat. I can't help you do things now. I didn't ask you to do things now. What you need to do now is to take care of yourself and feed my sister. Eat. There will be fish, beef bones, yak bones, and mine. Tomorrow, there will be venison. Anyway, we will eat for a month. Every day is different." Xiaobei also sat at the table and asked someone to bring a cup of fruit juice. He sucked with a bamboo straw and watched the woman eat. The woman knew that although her heartless husband was a registrar and had a good family life, he could not compare with Xiaobei and the others. She had never seen 2 kinds of dishes in front of her before. After taking a bite of each dish, the woman asked Xiaobei, "What is this? And this?" "This is a tomato. My brother likes to call it tomato, and my sister likes to call it tomato. The agriculture temple is making use of the time to cultivate seeds. In a few years, all the people in the Tang Empire will be able to plant them. They can be used to cook and eat as fruits. That is a golden needle mushroom. The production is very small. Usually, only officials above the 5th rank in the capital can eat it. My brother and sister said that in terms of nutrition, it is similar to other mushrooms and can be replaced. But the taste is different. Mother must like to eat it first. There is also chili. It is very spicy. My brother actually asked the people in the agriculture temple to mix chili and tomatoes together. He said that chili will grow. Don't you think it is fun?" Xiaobei introduced the dishes as if he was familiar with them. He gestured the shape of a persimmon with his small hand. The woman nodded. "It is fun and delicious, but many people can't eat it. Sigh, the rich have their rich lives, and the poor have their poor lives." "That's not true. My brother said that if you feel that your life is not easy to change, then let's change the world. In the past, in the north, it was cold and we couldn't eat cucumbers. Now, we can eat cucumbers. Those who believe in fate are vermin. They enjoy the food made by those who don't believe in fate. The education that Xiaobei received made it impossible for him to accept his fate. He said that he would fight against the heavens. After hearing Xiaobei's words, the woman could not say anything else. She lowered her head and ate fiercely. Xiaobei held the cup and thought about something. Perhaps the woman was really hungry, or perhaps she was afraid that her child would be hungry. Or perhaps the dishes were really delicious. She swept up all the dishes like a whirlwind. There were also 2 bowls of rice. When it was time to eat the fruits, Xiaobei's eyes widened in shock. You didn't make it? Eat some Yamcha pills and slowly walk around the deck. Then take a bath and rest. My sister has someone to take care of her. I suddenly thought of something very important. I will discuss it with them. Xiaobei looked at the woman worriedly, shook his head, got up, and left. The woman watched Xiaobei leave and touched her stomach. It's really delicious. The chef on the ship should be better than between the clouds and the water and blue sea silver sand, right? When Xiaobei came to another room, Xiaoyuan and the other 10 children were all studying. To be precise, Xiaoyuan was revising. He was telling Li Jun and Pan Er a story. Let's stop for a moment. I want to discuss something with everyone. I was thinking, is it because there are many children in Tang who are born with poor health and are abandoned? There are also girls. We should stop this, right? Xiaoyuan. Yes, stop. Where should we start? Tell the people that what they are doing is wrong? I'm afraid that they won't listen. Should we use our family's intelligence organization to investigate door to door? Xiaoyuan stopped talking first. He had no choice but to stop. When Li Jun and Pan Er saw Xiaobei, they left Xiaoyuan and ran to Xiaobei's side. They looked up and listened to Xiaobei. The others also stopped what they were doing. Let's discuss it together. We will come up with a solution. I'll talk first. Let's make up ghost stories to scare them and say that we should abandon the children. Xiaobei started the conversation and came up with a solution. The others began to think of ideas. When it was time for dinner, the 9 older children and 2 younger children finally came up with a plan and arranged for people to implement it. It's another sunny day. The birds are chirping, the swallows are flying low, the water is flowing to the east. When will you return? Come, cheers. In the morning, Zhang Xiaobao stood outside the cabin and brushed his teeth. He spat out the water in his cup into the river. It mixed with the river water and flowed to the east. Wang Wan had already packed up and looked around for Zhang Xiaobao to eat. When she turned to the left side of the deck, she saw him. She was listening to his poetic speech. She looked up at the sky. It was dark clouds. No wonder the swallows were flying low. Xiaobao, hurry up. We are waiting for you to eat. Sunny day, is this the legendary infinite stretching of imagery? It has the effect of changing space. Which part of the sky did you change? Don't dawdle. Look at the sky. It's probably going to rain heavily for a few days. Who knows if there will be a disaster somewhere? We will be busy. It will come, it will come. It's normal for there to be a disaster. As long as the area is small, it will be fine. I will be surprised if there is a year when the weather is good everywhere in Great Tang. Zhang Xiaobao spat out the last mouthful of water and followed Wang Wan into the cabin. The sails of the ship were lowered, ready to welcome the storm. When they arrived at the dining hall, Li Longji and the others were also there. They had not touched their chopsticks. It seemed that they were waiting for Zhang Xiaobao. Good morning. Zhang Xiaobao greeted and sat down at his seat. Li Longji picked up his chopsticks. Xiaobao, you made me wait for you to eat. Tell me, how should you thank me? I'll wait for you during lunch. If worse comes to worst, I'll prepare the dishes. Zhang Xiaobao regretted composing a poem while brushing his teeth. There's no need for that. Help me think of a good idea. I'll be waiting for you tomorrow. Li Longji chatted as he ate. Zhang Xiaobao took a bite of the fried egg and asked, "Which industry's idea is it?" "Think about it yourself," Li Longji said. "All right, industry. How about it?" Zhang Xiaobao suggested. Li Longji nodded his head as he ate. There are many technologies in the industry. Considering the confidentiality of the raw materials and technologies, there aren't many that can be used in the industry. How about this? I'll get them to design a few skinning machines that can be powered by human power, animal power, water, or wind. The technical requirements are low. In terms of materials, we can use wood for the frames and steel for the crucial parts. At worst, we can just replace the parts and increase production efficiency. The time saved can be used to do other things, even learning how to read and write would be good. What do you think? Zhang Xiaobao put down his chopsticks and thought of an idea. While Li Longji was thinking, he quickly ate again. He didn't want to wait for others to finish eating while he was still hungry. Li Longji thought about what Zhang Xiaobao said, but his mouth didn't stop eating. After a while, he nodded his head in agreement. If that's the case, it's settled. Zhang Xiaobao heaved a sigh of relief. Xiaobao, don't eat too much. There's still something to eat later, Li Longji said to Zhang Xiaobao. All right, I'll just drink a bowl of soy milk and eat 2 fried eggs. Zhang Xiaobao reluctantly agreed and finally finished his meal. Just as he was about to drink some tea and take a break, the heavy rain outside fell and hit the deck loudly. Li Longji called Zhang Xiaobao out again. A large umbrella was set up on the deck. Under the umbrella was a barbecue rack, and beside it was a water basin filled with prawns. There were also 2 bottles of wine. When Zhang Xiaobao sat opposite him, Li Longji poured wine for Zhang Xiaobao and said with emotion, "The rain is misty, and the waves are surging. It's a good time to chat and drink. However, I have many worries in my heart. How many people are dripping water? Which bridge is difficult to cross? Xiaobao, what do you think we should do?" Zhang Xiaobao slapped his forehead in distress. If he knew this would happen, he would have let Li Longji go out to play by himself. The house leaks, the road is muddy, so he can just fix it. Does he have to take care of everything? Just as he was thinking about how to answer, someone came from the inner courtyard and said to Zhang Xiaobao, "Little Gongzi, there's news from the great Tang Bank." Xiaobei and the others used their precious candy house, their toy house, and other jewelry as collateral to get a loan from the great Tang Bank. The great Tang Bank returned the loan and said that they were too young to go through the formalities. What do you think? Chapter 1037. The words of the inner courtyard made Li Longji temporarily give up on asking Zhang Xiaobao to come up with ideas to help others repair houses and roads. He stopped the inner courtyard, who was about to return. "How much money do they need?" "Your Majesty, we don't know how much money they need. The young master and his wife want to borrow 3 million strings of coins. All of their things together are normally valued at 6 million strings of coins. Due to the added value of the jewelry processing and the uncertainty of the brand of baby candy house, they can only borrow half of the total value, 3 million strings of coins." The inner courtyard replied. When mentioning Xiaobei and the others, a doting smile appeared on the inner courtyard's face. Li Longji waved his hand, and the inner courtyard retreated. "Xiaobao, send a report to Xiaobei and see what they want to do." Li Longji's interest was piqued and he urged. Zhang Xiaobao shook his head. "Don't ask. Since they don't want money from their families, it means that they want to do things with their own abilities. It's normal for the great Tang Bank to reject their loan application. Let's see what other ideas they can come up with. If possible, I want to give them 3 million strings of coins. It's just a small amount of money. Look at Xiaobei and the others, they have to use their own things as collateral. Li Longji had a distressed expression. The words, 3 million strings of coins, came out of his mouth so casually. If it were 10 years ago, he definitely wouldn't have been so confident. Xiaobei and the others can't take our money. It's not easy for them to go out and be free. If they want to do something, let them try. At worst, they'll lose some money. For them, it's most important to gain something from this. As he spoke, Zhang Xiaobao had already put red charcoal on the grill. The rain outside was still drizzling, and the contrast between the two made it seem very comfortable under the umbrella. Li Longji smiled and shook his head. He used a bamboo stick to cut open the stomach of a fresh prawn, took out the innards, and put them on the grill. He then put the innards on the grill and said, "In recent years, I've lived a relatively happy life. In the past, I always had to scheme against the officials, and the palace wasn't stable either. There are also the neighboring countries and the foreign tribes in northern Hebei province. The only thing that can be said to be better is the national treasury, which appears to be abundant. If I didn't know about the lives of the common people and the future situation you and Cuckoo described to me, I would have thought that the common people of the great Tang were already doing very well. It's all thanks to you and Cuckoo. With your influence, I don't have to worry about my subjects harboring ill intentions. I doubt they'll be able to overturn the heavens. That's why life is about enjoyment, not worry. From the commoners to me, the emperor, who doesn't have some worries. Thinking about it all day long, I don't want to live anymore." Zhang Xiaobao held a brush in his hand and brushed the salt water on the prawns. This was how fresh prawns should be eaten. If it wasn't for Li Longji's heavy appetite, he wouldn't even have to brush the salt water on the prawns. Hearing Li Longji sigh, his hands didn't stop moving as he continued, "There's no one in power who can solve all the problems of the people under their rule, but at the very least, they have to make sure that the people don't have to worry about their survival. If they can do that, they can be considered to have succeeded. Anyway, it's very difficult." "Yes, it's difficult. No matter how difficult it is, it has to be done." "Xiaobao, where was I just now?" Li Longji lightly nodded as he flipped the bamboo stick in his hand. "You said that you're living a good life. That's not it. It's in front. Give Xiaobei money. Even further. Let me eat. Even further. Give Xiaobei and the others money. Eat the prawns. We've personally roasted them for you. When you eat them, you should show some appreciation, right?" "Yes, thank you, Your Majesty. This subject is eternally grateful." "Show your loyalty." This subject's loyalty to the great Tang can be seen by the sun and the moon. I'm even more willing to protect Your Majesty's stability. Next time, when you put me in front of you, can't you say something like, "I won't hesitate to go through water and tread on fire"? If I said that, I would have to build a house for someone else. Alright, let's drink. Truly, outside the umbrella, the rain gurgles, the prawns on the grill, the wine in the cup drains. Bridges, carriages, and the affairs of the world, the people's hearts are like a furnace. Li Longji raised his cup. Cheers. Zhang Xiaobao raised his head and downed the wine. He grabbed the bottle and poured another cup for Li Longji and himself. He raised his cup again. Cheers. The wild geese flew to the south and returned. Let's drink another cup. The common people have their own way of doing things. A leader should do what a leader should do. Who should repair bridges and mend roads? Ha! You're still preaching to us? You're a leader, and you're not willing to do small things. Then who should you tell us to lean on? Tell us, who should you tell us to do it? Li Longji looked at Zhang Xiaobao and took the prawn that Zhang Xiaobao passed to him. He took a bite and nodded, indicating that it tasted good. He drank another cup of wine and said, "Let's change to yellow wine. I see that you and Cuckoo don't drink wine one cup at a time. Right now, it's awkward to keep drinking." Zhang Xiaobao turned to the inner courtyard a dozen steps away and shouted, "Boil the wine." He then picked up a prawn and took a small bite. He slowly chewed it and said to Li Longji, "Earlier, we discussed this matter. We wanted to give the local wealthy families and gentry the opportunity to participate in the local administration. After that, we'll select them through layers of selections. In the end, we'll send them to the capital. Why don't we let them do it?" "Right, we almost forgot. Once we're done eating, we'll immediately issue an edict. It's already difficult for your family's business to reach the county, so how can you pay attention to the matters of the villagers? Local matters should be handled by the local authorities. After that, we'll report it to the county yamen. Only then will your family be able to secretly verify it." Li Longji clapped his hands happily. He scooped up a live prawn and continued processing it. Zhang Xiaobao pursed his lips. He picked up the charcoal tongs and scraped the white ashes off the charcoal. He knew that if he didn't come up with a solution, Li Longji wouldn't stop harassing him. Was it easy to eat with an emperor who was always looking for trouble? "Xiaobao, tell me, do you think it's easy for me to have a meal with you? I'm risking catching a cold and working for you. I just want you to be happy so that you can accompany me. When we return, we'll take the land route. What do you think?" Before Zhang Xiaobao could complain, Li Longji had already started complaining. Zhang Xiaobao was so frightened by Li Longji's words that his hands froze. When he felt the warmth of the charcoal, he quickly withdrew his hands. After mulling over it for a while, he gritted his teeth and said, "Fine, if you dare to go, I'll go with you. We'll take the land route from Jiangnan to Luzhou. You'll know what's going on after that." "Let's give it a try," Li Longji said weakly. At this moment, the inner courtyard had brought out a red clay stove. There were also wine jars sealed with clay seals. Naturally, the wine in the jars was Shaoxing's yellow wine. It was not bought. It was given to them by the merchants who cooperated with Zhang Xiaobao and the Wang family. Zhang Xiaobao preferred wine more than yellow wine. He drank it occasionally, but most of the time, he used it to cook. He poured spoonful after spoonful into the pot. Wine was wine, pure wine. Even when it was boiled, nothing was added. It was like tea. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan were not used to drinking wine that had ginger, sugar, and salt added to it. Li Longji looked at Zhang Xiaobao as he fiddled with the small stove and wine. He suddenly said, "If I knew we were going to eat prawns, I would have asked you to make the drunk prawns. Now, it's too late." Zhang Xiaobao nodded. He boiled the wine and said, "Get someone to catch 2 fish. When the boats are ready in the afternoon, we'll set off quickly." In the cabin, Wang Wan accompanied Wu Huifei and Empress Wang to talk. Wu Huifei mostly asked Wang Wan where the family's business was, how they arranged the staff, and what had happened in the process of perfecting the system. She planned to develop in this direction. Empress Wang talked about the children. She asked where Xiaobei and the others had been recently and whether they had sent any news about their son and daughter. Wang Wan responded easily. She said that when she was doing business, she could bring up the children's matter. The 3 of them chatted happily. At the same time, Wang Wan also received news from her family that Xiaobei and the others had gone to get a loan and were rejected. The manager of the Great Tang Bank is too hateful. How can Xiaobei go back on his word? Let Xiaobao deal with them. Xiaobei and the others' things are worth 3 million strings of cash. Even if the price is 30 million, many people will rush to buy them. Empress Wang was not satisfied when she heard the news and complained about the injustice for Xiaobei and the others. Wu Huifei, however, agreed with the way the bank did things. She said, "Sister, don't blame the manager of the bank. Without rules, nothing can be accomplished. Today, we agreed to let Xiaobei and the others get a loan. Tomorrow, other children steal things from home and exchange them for money. Will we give them money? Xiaobei and the others are different from other children. Cuckoo, why do you think Xiaobei and the others want money? Empress Wang suddenly thought of this question. 3 million strings of cash was not a small amount. Wang shook her head. I don't know. Since the younger brother and sister don't want money from the family, they naturally have their own plans. Let them be. When the family trains the children, they should let go when it's time. If they do it right, the credit will go to the children. If they do it wrong, it will be the family's training fee. This is the difference between the children of aristocratic families and the children of ordinary families. The children of aristocratic families have enough resources for them to try. As long as they are not too stupid, they will often be far behind the children of ordinary families. Empress Wang and Wu Huifei nodded and immediately shook their heads at the same time. Wu Huifei said, that depends on who they are compared to. Compared to you and Xiao Bao, the children of aristocratic families will be overshadowed. You have learned too much. This is the power of education. The purpose is to let a small number of children of ordinary families close the gap between them and the children of aristocratic families through hard work. Since they don't have enough resources to gain experience through practical actions like the children of aristocratic families, they can learn indirectly from books. Wang mentioned the importance of education. Isn't that so? We should educate the children well. The children of the Tang Empire are better than the children of other places. With a few more children like Xiaobei and the others, who will dare to disobey us in the future? Empress Wang's words were still so aggressive. Young lady. The maid opened the cabin door a little from the outside, poked her head out and whispered. What's wrong? Wang asked. There's news from Xiaobei and the others. They didn't get the loan, so they immediately contacted the people of the branches of the other big trading companies in Shuzhou. Up to now, the intelligence shows that they have reached an agreement with 3 big trading companies. For the time being, the 3 big trading companies have agreed to provide 5 million strings of cash. The other 4 branches of the other trading companies are asking for instructions by telegram. The maid answered. Wang was stunned. After a few breaths, she laughed again. 5 million strings of cash. Or temporarily. You are indeed the younger brother and sister of Xiao Bao and I. It seems that you have done a lot of preparations. You have the demeanor of Xiao Bao and have not lost your reputation. Chapter 1038. Wu Huifei was also stunned. She had just heard that Xiaobei and the others had failed to apply for a loan. How did the loss of 3 million strings of cash turn into 5 million strings of cash? Was it so easy to get money? Damn the manager of the bank. Look at what he has done to Xiaobei and the others. 3 million strings of cash is too much for Xiaobei and the others. I'll talk to His Majesty later. Empress Wang was not happy. She felt sad when she thought of Xiaobei and the others struggling for money. Other people's children were so old that they would hug their relatives and act like a spoiled child, but Xiaobei and the others had to work hard by themselves. The more Empress Wang thought about it, the sadder she felt. She said angrily, Xiaobei and the others are too much. They insist on raising money by themselves. I'll remember it and ask someone to ask. See which company or group refuses to help them. They made Xiaobei feel bad for a while, but I'll make them feel bad for a lifetime. Wang smiled. Mother, you don't have to do this. Who made Xiaobei feel bad? They will do it themselves. I guess you'll see them when we reach Hangzhou. Xiaobei's revenge is Xiaobei's business. I'm just thinking about it. You and Xiao Bao can't disappoint your younger siblings. And His Majesty, if he doesn't help this time, what will he do when Xiaobei sees him? Cuckoo, why do you think Xiaobei and the others need money? Empress Wang was still unwilling to let it go. In her opinion, it was a sin for anyone to not smile when they saw Xiaobei. People who didn't love cute children were not good people. Wang Wan shook her head. If they don't say, Xiao Bao and I won't ask. We don't want to dispel their enthusiasm. Children are often more persistent than adults. What if they lose money? Wu Huifei asked. That depends on what Xiaobei and the others plan to do. If they still insist, they will take the initiative to negotiate with me and Xiao Bao. Xiao Bao and I will transfer the debt to them. They won't dare to ask for it. If they don't accept it, it will affect their cash flow. If they don't insist, they will remain silent, which means that they don't care about the loss. This is the right of children. Xiao Bao and I will help them pay off the debt. Xiao Bao is in trouble. He has to guide his younger siblings to pick themselves up and continue to do business. He wants them to get up where they fell. Wang Wan said with a smile. This consort finally understands why Xiaobei and the others are so smart. It's because they have the best older brother and sister in the world, Cuckoo. Let's talk about military matters. Empress Wang pulled Wang Wan and began to talk about the knowledge of war. Zhang Xiaobao also received the news. Li Longji, who was holding a bowl of wine, spat it all over the grill. It's fine, it's fine. I don't think it's dirty at all. Xiao Bao, do you think I'm dirty? Li Longji coughed a few times and said embarrassedly. Zhang Xiaobao picked up the vinegar beside him and sprayed it on the prawns. I don't mind, Your Majesty. You don't know that under normal circumstances, when you eat seafood, you have to dip it in vinegar, especially prawns and crabs. They are very refreshing. There are also some that are dipped in ginger foam. You can try some later. Okay, I'll take it that you don't mind. Alright, I've already sprayed it, so why are you still spraying it? Since you asked, I'll let you eat all of it, Li Longji said gloomily. Zhang Xiaobao put down the vinegar and looked at the prawns on the grill. The fish is almost ready. I'll grill it for you later. Come, Your Majesty, let me toast you. Li Longji drank the remaining wine in the bowl, smacked his lips, and said, 3 million strings of cash is gone, but before I could ask them to support them, they actually immediately got 5 million strings of cash. They're clearly showing off to the great Tang Bank. This is just like your family's style. You get stronger when you meet the strong. Of course. I'm Zhang Xiaobao's younger brother and sister, and I'm like a kite. The more difficult the situation, the more I'll be able to soar into the sky. Cuckoos and my mission is to do well on that string. Zhang Xiaobao said with a smile. Then he asked the inner courtyard who came to deliver the news, who has made a deal now. In response to your question, there's the Li family's Thunderbolt Logistics, the Yang family's Dongting Aquatic Products, the Gu family's Splendid Sundry Goods, and the other 4 are reporting to the owner of the main store. The strength of the first 3 is about the same, so it won't take too long to come to a conclusion. The inner courtyard answered with a proud look on his face. Hey! They're all big guys, and they're specifically looking for the top 100 companies of the Great Tang. Li Longji knew who they were as soon as he heard the names. Thank you for your praise, Your Majesty. The young master and the young lady are not ordinary businessmen. The inner courtyard was as happy as if others had praised him. Write down the details of their negotiation and show them to us. I don't know how they negotiated, but I think they shouldn't use their identities. Although their identities also play a big role, it's only a guarantee, not an oppressive one. Zhang Xiaobao wanted to get detailed information immediately and see how his younger brother and sister did it. Yes, remember it well, and find out the purpose of their money. Li Longji also said. He picked up a shrimp and ate it. It was so sour that he frowned. Shuzhou, in front of the branch of the Tang Marine Products Group. This is a joint store opened by 22 businessmen of the Jiangnan East Road. The flagship store is in Hangzhou, and the manager of the branch in Shuzhou is surnamed Sunday. Among the 22 businessmen, the biggest shareholder is the owner of a large fleet, also surnamed Sunday. The inner courtyard flipped through the information and introduced the 11 people to Beibei. Beibei nodded and waved her small hand. Let's go inside and talk. I don't believe that without Butcher Zhang, I have to eat hairy pigs. I'm scared if they don't give me a loan. After that, Beibei led the way in, followed by the other 10 people. As soon as they entered the door, they smelled a fishy smell. The store was not small. There were 4 rows of containers for customers to see, with 10 containers in each row, for a total of 40 containers. The containers were filled with dried shrimps, squid, dried kelp, clams, fish fillets, shrimps, and other seafood. They were divided into different sizes and varieties. There were 4 salespeople standing behind each row of containers. When they saw a group of children suddenly enter, their eyes lit up. They secretly thought that a big deal was coming. Just by looking at the clothes of this group of children, they knew that they were from rich families. The aura they exuded also proved this point. Then, they were shocked. Although they were dressed well, the cute golden embroidery pattern on their chests was too scary. The little ancestors of the Zhang family and Wang family were here. When the salesperson guarding the door saw the pattern, he turned around, stepped forward, and ran upstairs. He shouted as he ran, "Manager son, they're here. Not good, they're here. Quick, come down, manager son." Beibei and the others were very natural. It seemed that they were used to it. Beibei strolled to a container filled with fish fillets and stood on tiptoe to take a look. The 4 salespeople in the row quickly came over and stood respectfully. "Can I taste it?" Beibei pointed at the fish fillets and asked. "Can I taste it?" Beibei saw that the 4 of them did not speak, so he asked again. Taste? Okay, let's taste it." Wait a moment, you eat this." One of the salespeople reacted and nervously finished the sentence. He suddenly turned around and took out a delicate wooden box from a small cabinet behind him. He opened it and took out a piece of fish fillet and presented it to Beibei. The fish fillet was wide at the top and narrow at the bottom. The entire fish fillet was light yellow in color. The edges were not scattered, and there were no thorns in the center. It was thin and tough. When Weiwei moved, the entire fish fillet gently trembled. Beibei took the fish fillet and placed it on top of the other fish fillets in the container. He first smelled it, then pinched one side of the fish fillet with his hand and gently pulled. That small piece of fish fillet was pulled down along the grain. Beibei put it in his mouth and chewed. He nodded with satisfaction and shouted behind him, "It's time to eat the fish fillet. June, Pan, come quickly." The 10 children all came over and tore the fish into pieces. Delicious. Loose but not scattered, tough but not hard. Salty and sweet, fresh but not fishy. It's just like what we eat at home. Qiantang seafood. It lives up to its reputation. I'll buy it. How much is it? Little Yuan commented as he ate and asked the seller how much it was sold. It's worth a lot to be praised by Little Yuan and Little Young Master. Take out all the high-quality fish fillets in the shop. We'll let the Little Young Master and the ladies give us some face and take it away. Following the voice, 3 people came down quickly from upstairs. One of them was the receptionist who had just shouted and ran up the stairs, followed by 2 others. One of them was so tall that it shocked Beibei and the other children. He was short, dark, and had an asymmetrical figure. When he looked at people, there was always a trace of fierceness in his eyes. The one who spoke was another person wearing a long robe. He was around 50 years old and had a third of the hair on his temples and head. He was full of smiles. He cupped his hands and bowed to Bebe and the others. Bebe returned the greeting and said, "We're not here to ask for anything. We'll eat this fish fillet. You can keep the rest and continue to sell. We're not officials today, and we're not representing the Zhang family and Wang family. We're just here to discuss business with you." Well said, well said. Hurry, honored guests, please come upstairs. You still have to bring the fish fillets. Do us the honor. The person still had a warm smile on his face. He didn't care what Bebe said about representing or not representing anyone, because he knew that if he didn't receive them well, not only would Bebe's brother and sister not agree, but even his own boss wouldn't accept it. Bebe smiled embarrassedly. "You're making it seem like we're here to rob you." "Hee, shopkeeper's son, please." The group of people went upstairs. The people below quickly took out the high-quality fish fillets. The seller didn't feel bad at all. It was a great honor to accept gifts. Upstairs, shopkeeper Sun Yang arranged for Bebe and the others to sit down and asked, "What do you want to drink? Hot milk or fruit juice?" Drink plain water." Bebe didn't like the fruit juice and milk quality, so he didn't want to drink it. Sun Yang also understood and nodded. Someone brought plain water and a fruit platter made of dried fruits and seasonal fruits was placed on the small table. The fruits in the fruit platter were all cut open without any carvings. They were scattered on the side, and there were bamboo skewers for the fruits. There was a saying here. If you gave someone unpeeled and carved fruits, it wouldn't be convenient for them to eat them, so they wouldn't eat them. Instead, they would scatter them, making it seem casual. Only then would they be able to eat them. It was the same for dried fruits. If you didn't prepare something to specifically put the shell and core, then it would be no different from pouring tea until it was about to overflow. Bebe had Xiao Yuan and the others look after Pan, and the younger ones. He took out a piece of paper from his bag and said to Sun Yang, "Shopkeeper's son, we've come to disturb you this time because we want to sign a cooperation agreement with your bank. We'll provide the proposal, and you'll be responsible for the investment. Take a look at the content first." After saying that, Bebe asked someone to pass a piece of paper over. Sun Yang took it, but didn't open it. Instead, he asked, "Boss Zhang. Shopkeeper Zhang, how much do you want us to pay?" "At least 1 million strings of cash. Don't consider my family and our official position. This is business. Please." Bebe stretched out a finger and made a drawing gesture, then let Sun Yang continue to read the content. Sun Yang still didn't look and stretched out 3 fingers. 3 million strings of cash. My Qiantang Ocean Products Group agrees. When will the money be used? My company will transfer it over at any time. 3 million strings of cash. Can your shopkeeper make the decision? I'm not doubting you, but the amount is too big. Bebe was surprised. The strange-looking person beside Sun Yang spoke, "Sun Yang, you can only transfer 50,000 strings of cash. I'm here to patrol and have to watch over Brother Sunday. I don't agree. What do you do?" Bebe was unhappy. This person was randomly interrupting. "I'm a good brother of the company's largest shareholder, the owner of the independent trading fleet. I help him patrol Tang. I've seen your emperor before," this person said arrogantly. "You patrol Tang? How come I don't know?" "Shopkeeper's son." Bebe was angry. Where did this inspector come from? When Sun Yang saw Bebe's dark expression, he hastily said, "Oh, my little ancestor, he's not patrolling Tang. He's the branch of Qiantang Ocean Products in Tang. His name is Shan Tusher. Our boss brought him back from the new island. Don't misunderstand." After speaking to Bebe, Sun Yang said to the person called Shan Tusher, "You're tired of living. Don't get me in trouble. This is the little ancestor of the Zhang family and the Wang family. Let me put it this way. Lu Zhou's business association belongs to them. You know the Hurricane Battalion, right? It belongs to them. Shan Tusher's eyes widened. His mouth was wide open, and his body began to tremble. After a while, he shook his head with all his might. With a thud, he knelt in front of Bebe. As he kowtowed, he said, "Thank you, thank you, thank you. I won't fight back or move when you hit me." Shopkeeper's son, is he crazy? Bebe was confused. Shan Tusher, get up. He's annoying. Get up and talk properly. Sun Yang pulled Shan Tusher up. Shan Tusher was still looking at Xiao Bei and the others. He said, "You saved my life." The Hurricane Battalion called for artillery support and fired into the forest from the sea. We called for air support. A group of people flew over and killed all the people who chased after me and Brother Sunday. Good job. Good job, Great Tang. Now I am also a member of the Great Tang. The Great Tang also protected me, just like how it protected Brother Sunday. But we have a promise. Oh. So you're someone who was saved by the Hurricane Battalion. Bebe knew what was going on. He waved his hand casually and said, "Don't worry. You don't have to kowtow to thank me. I don't think they saved you. They saved the people of Tang. Anyone born in Tang is a citizen of Tang from the moment of birth. Tang has to protect them because they will have to do things for Tang in the future and pay taxes. My brother and sister said that the people of Tang worked hard for the stability, prosperity, and strength of Tang. How can Tang leave the people alone without help and without care for their lives? No matter where Tang's military power can reach, even if it's a dog, it can't be beaten by anyone. If you kill one of my people, I'll slaughter your village. The world is so big, it's hard to find a place where you can't hide. I won't rest until I'm dead. Yes, yes, yes. On the new island, the 3 tribes around my tribe attacked me. Those who didn't surrender and work for me were all killed. I also saw you, it's our emperor. You kowtowed many times, and the emperor rewarded me with many things. But I forgot to praise your Hurricane Battalion. Next time, if there's a chance, I'll take you to see the emperor. The emperor is very easy to talk to. You're so good-looking, interesting. The emperor will like you. Shan Tusher nodded repeatedly and made a promise. Sun Yang covered his face with his hands and didn't dare to look at Bebe and the others. Bebe sighed and said, "Okay, there will be a chance in the future." The emperor is my father. Pan, who was eating the pear slices that Xiao Yuan fed her, pointed at herself and said when she heard others mention the emperor. Yes, he's our good Pan-er's father. Bebe followed Pan-er's words and said. When Pan happily continued to eat the pear, he said to Sun Yang, "Shopkeeper's son, you should look at the content of the cooperation. We don't want money, we want you to invest." I can't explain it clearly. Isn't this still asking for money? Look. Sun Yang immediately picked up the paper and flipped through it as fast as he could. He nodded, "I've read it. Very good, we agree to cooperate. 3 million strings of cash." When Bebe saw Sun Yang's action, he was so angry that he took 2 deep breaths. He pouted and said, "Let's go, we'll change to another company. We won't cooperate with Qiantang Sea products anymore. We don't want anything." Xiao Yuan and the others stood up at the same time and planned to leave. Sun Yang was shocked. He rushed over and opened his arms. Don't go, I'll read it seriously. If the conditions are not good enough, we won't invest a single copper coin. How about it? Shan Tusher also stretched out his arms to stop them. He wanted to wait until the matter was over and then treat them to a meal to thank them properly. Xiao Yuan, who acted as a mediator, advised Beibei, "Why don't we wait? We are businessmen, we don't care about money, right?" Only then did Beibei sit back down. He calmed down and said to Sun Yang, "Please." Sun Yang solemnly picked up the paper and slowly flipped it open. He wanted to take a good look. He did not dare to let Beibei and the others leave because of his negligence. Otherwise, even if others were angry, his own boss would not let him off. After the boss came back, he kept telling others about what happened at the new island overseas. He was also the most proactive when it came to paying taxes. He said that every copper coin he paid was not only for the Tang Empire, but also for himself. At the same time, he also set a rule. No matter who cooperated with an independent trading fleet, they had to take the initiative to pay taxes. They also had to promise that the people they cooperated with had branches all over the country. If the Zhang family and the Wang family needed, any branch manager had the right to directly transfer 3 million strings of cash without asking for anything in return. If the two families needed more money, the branch manager had to send a message back to the headquarters as soon as possible. From this, it could be seen how dangerous the situation was when the boss was rescued. While thinking about this, Sun Yang's gaze fell on the paper. After flipping the cover, it was the first page. On it was written, "Baby Candy House Cooperation." Sun Yang nodded slightly. He knew that Baby Candy House was opened by Beibei and the others, and they had branches in several big places in the Tang Empire. Sun Yang flipped the page and continued reading. His eyes lit up. Then, he stopped thinking about other things and flipped through page by page. The more he read, the more surprised and excited he became. When he was halfway through, he stopped and asked, "Young Master Xiao Bao has such means?" Chapter 1039. Xiao Bei and the others were a bit nervous when Sun Yang looked at them. This was a plan that they had come up with themselves. Whether or not they could gain the other party's approval was very important to them. Even the two younger children, Pan, felt this atmosphere. They stopped eating fruits and pulled Xiao Yuan's arms, one on the left and one on the right, and looked at Sun Yang together. However, when Sun Yang said this, Xiao Bei and the others sighed helplessly. Pan also sighed heavily, sigh. The inner court beside them quickly said to Sun Yang, "This has nothing to do with our young master Xiao Bao. Young master Xiao Bao still doesn't know about this. He probably only knows that the great Tang Bank rejected Xiao Bei and the others. Our young master and his wives wanted to use their precious candy house and other toys and accessories to take a loan of 3 million strings of coins, but the great Tang Bank rejected them with the excuse of being too old." Sun Yang was stunned when he heard the inner court's words. Then, he stood up in shock and asked, "Really? Of course. How could young Master Xiao Bao's plan be so simple?" The inner court said confidently. "Simple? I don't see how it's simple. This is clearly a chain of plans. The great Tang Bank is too unreasonable. Our young master and his wives used things to take a loan of 3 million strings of coins, and they didn't even give it to them. If it was me, just based on our young master and his wives' reputation in the great Tang, they're worth at least 30 million strings of coins. Sun Yang began to take Xiao Bei and the others seriously. In the past, it was because of their status. Now, he was treating them as equal business rivals and business partners, all for this cooperation plan. Xiao Bei was a bit embarrassed by the praise. He hesitated a bit and asked softly, "Then, do you agree to the 3 million strings of coins? You can state your conditions. If we think it's acceptable, we'll give in on the profit sharing and other details." Xiao Yuan also said, "Yes, take a good look. Don't patronize us because of our status. If we want money, we can just ask for it directly. We want to cooperate with others based on our own abilities. If it's really possible, we'll sign and go to the next one. Add on, Pan also looked at Sun Yang and said. Only then did Sun Yang realize that he had only read half of it and the plan had already come to an end. There was still half of it left. He hurriedly said, "Let me see what's written at the back." As he spoke, Sun Yang continued to flip through the pages. He saw that the second set of proposals was written on the paper. This time, he realized that the second set of proposals was not like the first set, where the first set of proposals was included. Instead, it was separated from the key points, and the first part of the proposal did not change much. After he finished reading the second proposal, he flipped to the bottom and saw that it was Proposal 3. Again, he removed the duplicates and started from the point of disagreement. When he finished reading the third set, there were 2 more pieces of paper at the end. At the beginning, it was written "Donation and support to the children of the Great Tang and the Imperial Court." After reading this, Sun Yang remained silent for a long time. He stood there, breathing heavily. Xiao Bei grew impatient and asked, "Shopkeeper Sun, is this okay?" Sun Yang suddenly came to his senses and solemnly put the cooperation plan on the small table. He picked up the cup of water from the small table and held it in his hand. He bowed deeply to Xiao Bei and the others and said, "With water instead of wine, I propose a toast to the inspector of the Tang Empire. Heaven and earth, the protection of longevity. Cheers." What toast? Is this okay? Say something. If you agree, we'll sign the contract. Business is business. If you don't pay up after signing the contract, I'll sue you. We still have to go to the next house. We have to take a look at the manager of the Great Tang Bank. Without him, we'll be able to raise more money. Xiao Bei was still thinking about the Great Tang Bank's rejection of the application. Xiao Yuan understood what was going on and returned the toast with a cup of water. He said, "The great sound does not seek the sound, but it contains the sound of the tide. Great love is like the shape of water, and the heart shines in a mirror. Besides, we won't lose money. On the contrary, we'll make a lot of money." Yes, I'm thinking too much. There's no need to be too emotional about what you've done. It shows that I haven't done it yet. Once I've done it, it'll be natural. Sun Yang nodded deeply. After thinking about it, he said to Xiao Bei and the others, "Young ladies and young masters, let's not go to the next house. It's too tiring for you to run back and forth by yourselves. I'll help you contact the managers of the other big companies and branches in the area and find them. Let's have a meal at the Blue Sea Silver Sand restaurant here. You'll pay for the reception and decorations. We'll hold an impromptu business meeting to raise money. I believe that after they've read your proposal, they'll definitely agree to cooperate. Otherwise, if any one of them doesn't agree, no matter how big their business is, they'll be attacked by the other merchants." Sun Yang suggested. He was very sure that the merchants who had read the proposal, even if they didn't dare to make the decision themselves, would definitely pass it back to the headquarters. After the people at the headquarters knew about it, they would definitely support it. One reason was that according to the proposal, there would indeed be money to be made. Since there was money to be made, why not cooperate? Another reason was that the things included in the proposal were not as simple as making money. It would also stimulate the local economy and people's livelihood in the places where there were shops in the future. Another reason was that it also included help for the children of the Great Tang Empire. Other than using it on other children, their own children would also benefit from it. Therefore, those who didn't agree after reading the proposal were likely to deliberately go against Xiao Bei and the others. In that case, the people who cooperated with them would band together. There was no need to use the world's righteousness, and there was no need to stand on high moral grounds to criticize others. It was enough for them to bear with it if they didn't play in this circle in the future. Sun Yang thought that his suggestion was very good, but he didn't expect Xiao Bei to shake his head. Manager Sun, this won't do. This will seem disrespectful. It's better to show sincerity by personally visiting, don't you think so? Yes, no, there's no need. Xiao Bei, let me tell you, there's no need to do this. Even if you don't do this, no one will dare to not cooperate with you. Sun Yang immediately understood what Xiao Bei meant. They wanted to personally visit with sincerity. However, this sincerity wasn't something that everyone could accept. Xiao Bei and the others went with sincerity. If anyone didn't agree, when their elder siblings found out, they would definitely remember which Chamber of Commerce had received the sincerity of their younger siblings but was unable to help them even if they wanted to. Let's make a trip. Manager Sun, you have to talk to your boss. What if his considerations are different from ours? Xiao Bei insisted. Same. The great Tang Empire is of the same origin, and we are of the same origin. I will immediately send a report. Not only will our Qiantang Ocean products pay the money, but I will also inform the other business groups that are cooperating with us but don't have a branch here to sign. I will sign it. As Sun Yang spoke, he waved his hand and someone brought over a pen and stamp. He wrote his name on the contract and stamped it. This was only the first step. Next, it had to be notarized. There were 4 copies, one for each side, one for the notarized place, and the other one for the government. Xiao Bei put away the contract, smiled sweetly, and said, then we'll leave now. We won't go back to the ship today. In the evening, we will welcome Sun Dongjia and the Mountain Earth Inspector at the Blue Sea Silver Sand. Sure. Sun Yang sent Xiao Bei and the others all the way out, but he didn't forget to give them fish slices, although they didn't lack fish slices. Let's go back. I was really shocked today. Xiao Bei and the others, a group of children, it's really not easy. It's no wonder that all the Tangs like them. Not to mention that they didn't do anything wrong, even if they did, they have to pretend that they didn't see it. Sun Yang watched as Xiao Bei and the others entered the Shuzhou branch of Colorful Cloud Apparel 300 meters away. Only then did he turn around and say something, as if to himself, but also as if to Shan Tusher. They are very good. Their hurricane camp is very powerful. Unfortunately, I was too scared to mention it when I saw the Emperor last time. When there is a chance, I will bring something from my place to present to the Emperor. Then I will find a way to take this group of children and let them meet the Emperor. Hearing Sun Yang's words, Mountain Earth Stone echoed. Sun Yang patted his forehead hard and dragged Mountain Earth Stone into the store, for fear that others would hear and see them. When they came upstairs, Sun Yang let out a long breath and turned to Mountain Earth Stone and said, in the future, when you have time, you should listen to the affairs of the Tang Empire. Don't always take the opportunity of inspection to look at other people's goods and compare them with the things in your tribe, okay? Okay. I am the Tang Empire's inspector. I will be responsible for inspection. I don't think about how much the things in the tribe are worth, nor which ones are easy to buy and transport back to the tribe. Mountain Earth Stone nodded honestly. Brother Tusher, you're my big brother, my blood brother. Listen to your little brother. We can't keep mentioning the name of the great Tang patrol envoy. You must remember, don't mention anything about the patrol envoy, or else you'll be drowned in spit, and the hurricane camp won't be able to save you. Sun Yang felt that it was a big mistake to let Mountain Earth Stone see Xiao Bei and others today. After a pause, he said to Mountain Earth Stone, when we are having dinner tonight, don't mention the matter of taking Xiao Bei and others to meet the Emperor. Don't mention it. If you mention it, you will be laughed at. I can't afford to lose face. We are going to have dinner, not to make others happy. Do you understand? Mountain Earth Stone felt the helplessness and suppressed anger in Sun Yang's words. He blinked his eyes in fear and asked in a low voice, why? You explain it to him. Sun Yang waved to the greeter standing next to him. When Mountain Earth Stone looked over, the greeter also said helplessly, because he is the Tang Empire's inspector. You are a fake. If he is willing, he can be with the emperor every day. The youngest girl is the Tang Empire's youngest princess, but she is the princess royal with the highest status. Do you understand? Mountain Earth Stone lowered his head deeply. He raised his hands and imitated Sun Yang at the beginning, covering his face. Just as others were feeling embarrassed, he suddenly raised his head and said, I regret that I didn't know in advance. Otherwise, I could have asked them to take me to see the emperor. Ah, there is still a chance tonight. That's great. When the lanterns were lit, it was still raining in the area from Hunan till Luoyang. The rain didn't let up. Zhang Xiaobao and the others had already met up with the fleet in Luoyang and other ports. Without stopping, they chased after them in the direction of Shuzhou. Li Longji pulled Zhang Xiaobao and ran to the platform above the ship. They also opened a large umbrella and fixed it firmly. There was a hot pot on the table below. Zhang Xiaobao made the Sichuan hot pot. It was spicy and warm. The dishes were placed on the plate, but no one touched their chopsticks. How is it? Are you anxious now? The rain is still falling. If it doesn't stop tomorrow morning, it will probably cause a disaster. Li Longji held a small wine cup. Inside was steeped ginseng wine. He took a small sip from time to time, but he wasn't in the mood to eat. He said to Zhang Xiaobao. Zhang Xiaobao drank the wine in the cup in one gulp. I'm not afraid of a disaster. We can't let the entire Yellow River area be flooded. It's just a small area. At most, it will be washed away. I'll get people out and have them redesign the houses and build new ones. It's just money. I'm afraid of delaying the construction of the railway. Money is easy to earn, but time can't be bought. If the ground is flooded, how are we going to fix the roadbed? The road here is very important. Let's eat. We'll talk about it later. Let's eat. It's really cold after the rain and the wind. Li Longji picked up a piece of meat and rinsed it in the pot. He dipped it in some seasoning and stuffed it into his mouth. It's spicy. You put too much chili. You put it. I said a handful is enough, but you grabbed another handful. Someone changed the pot. Zhang Xiaobao knew that it was spicy without tasting it. Someone immediately went to get the pot and mixed it with the soup. This way, it wouldn't be so spicy. Not long after, the pot was sent over. There was still a milky white soup inside. Zhang Xiaobao didn't have the time to make it into a clear soup. At the same time, a piece of information was sent over. Little Master, there's news from Xiaobei and the rest. Please take a look. The person handed the information over. I'll take a look first. Li Longji snatched it over and looked at it. Suddenly, he leaned back. That's impossible. Zhang Xiaobao patted his chest and looked at Li Longji gloomily. Li Longji's reaction was too infuriating. You snatched it over and looked at it, and then you're startled. It's obvious that you're trying to arouse the curiosity of others. Xiaobao, guess what's going on? Li Longji's eyes were still staring at the news, but he asked Zhang Xiaobao. I guess that Xiaobei and the rest have raised more money. The amount is a little too big. Zhang Xiaobao replied casually. It's not just a little too big. They've already raised 32 million strings of cash. Have the merchants of Great Tang gone crazy? What do Xiaobei and the rest need so much money for? Li Longji shook the paper in his hand and said with widened eyes. How would I know? I reckon that more detailed information will be sent over later. The telegram isn't fast, and there's a lot of words. We'll have to wait for a while. Your Majesty, eat first. Zhang Xiaobao was also curious. He wasn't curious about what his younger siblings wanted to do with the money, but how they managed to get others to fork out the money. Zhang Xiaobao was certain that his younger siblings didn't use the power of their family, or rather, they didn't take the initiative to use it. Instead, they relied on their own methods to get other merchants to cooperate with them. At this thought, Zhang Xiaobao smiled proudly. The smarter his younger siblings were, the greater the scale of the matter. This meant that he had taught them well. Li Longji was still looking at the piece of paper over and over again. The paper wasn't big, and there weren't many words on it, but he liked to look at it. It was only when Zhang Xiaobao started to cook the meat and stirred the red oil in the pot that a spicy smell came out that he put down the report and said to Zhang Xiaobao, 32 million strings of cash. That's enough to start a rebellion. It's enough to recruit warriors, stockpile provisions, and forge weapons. It's all enough. In the past, the Great Tang's annual income was only slightly more than that. Don't you think so? Yes, they should be rebelling. Aren't you going to help them? They keep calling you Uncle Emperor. It's time for them to use your majesty. Zhang Xiaobao poured himself a cup of wine and drank it all down as he spoke to Li Longji. Li Longji also drank the wine in his cup and pushed the empty cup in front of Zhang Xiaobao, asking him to pour wine for him. He said, "Help, you must help. Tell the person who received the message to hurry up. I want to know how they did it. I'm sure that they definitely didn't use the power of their family, although the merchants who are cooperating with them have to consider this issue first." Zhang Xiaobao poured wine for Li Longji. There's no use in rushing them. They sent the message slowly, so there's probably a lot of content. Your Majesty, try this tofu skin. It has a unique texture when eaten, and it tastes pretty good. I won't eat it first. No matter how good your cooking is, it won't taste good in my mouth. Wait a moment. Li Longji put down his chopsticks and continued to sip his wine. He was clearly very anxious. He would only reveal his emotions when he was with Zhang Xiaobao. They waited for half an hour. Li Longji didn't eat, and Zhang Xiaobao didn't want to eat by himself. The charcoal wasn't put out, and the soup was continuously added. Zhang Xiaobao could only eat some cucumber and other cold dishes to go with the wine. Just as Zhang Xiaobao finished half a plate of cucumber shreds, the telegram was finally sent over. Li Longji snatched it over again. This time, it was a daluo. It was similar to what Xiaobei and the others had shown Sun Yang. The only difference was that there were 2 more pages describing the situation there. Li Longji's expression kept changing as he looked at it. Sometimes, it was surprise, sometimes it was contemplation, sometimes it was doubt, and sometimes it was sighing. He had a variety of expressions. Zhang Xiaobao only had one expression, which was helplessness. He stopped eating and drinking. He placed his arms on the table and supported his chin. He stared at Li Longji without blinking. He was probably trying to read the content of the telegram from Li Longji's face. After flipping a few more pages, Li Longji's expression became serious. He started to drink and finished a cup in 3 sips. Then, he pushed the cup in front of Zhang Xiaobao. His eyes never left the paper. Zhang Xiaobao read the content of the telegram. Li Longji wanted to drink, so he filled the cup. Then, he watched Li Longji drink and continued to fill the cup. By the time Li Longji finished his 6th cup, Zhang Xiaobao finally decided not to fill it up. Although the cups were small, only 2 taels of wine each, in addition to the previous cups, it was enough for 10 cups, which was 2 taels of wine. He couldn't let Li Longji get drunk. He still had to drink with him later. If he didn't drink 1 caddy of wine, it wouldn't be enough for the 2 of them. At this time, Li Longji just happened to flip to the last page. When he reached for the cup, he didn't realize that the cup was empty. He made a drinking gesture and licked the cup with his tongue. When he put down the cup, his eyes reddened. "Your Majesty, are you done reading? Can this subject take a look as well?" Zhang Xiaobao resisted the urge to snatch the telegram and asked. "What are you making so much noise for? Do you think it's easy for Xiaobei and the others? Why is it so difficult to get a loan? Immediately implement the matter we discussed and cooperate with Xiaobei and the others." Li Longji put down the telegram in dissatisfaction and said to Zhang Xiaobao. "What matter?" Zhang Xiaobao stretched out his hand to take the telegram. "It's that plan to encourage people to have children. Xiaobei picked up a child without ears and wants to get money. Then, she wants to raise the children that other people don't want. Then she's waiting for us to subsidize her? If you don't implement the matter, how are you going to subsidize her?" Li Longji explained the matter to Zhang Xiaobao. "If we don't subsidize her, won't they have enough money? Will they be able to pay for it?" Zhang Xiaobao didn't look at the contents and directly asked. "That's not the case. How can Xiaobei and the others be simple? We watched her grow up, but we can't always bully her, right?" Li Longji said loudly. "Who bullied her?" Zhang Xiaobao's voice grew even louder. Chapter 1040. Zhang Xiaobao felt that Li Longji was very shameless. He ignored Li Longji and lowered his head to read the cooperation plan. The one in his hand was for Dongting Aquatic Products. Just like the information said that each company would provide 3 different plans, this agreement also had 3 plans. First, it proposed a general principle that would not change under any circumstances, even in times of war. That was to open 4,000 baby candy houses within a month in the Tang Empire. And the shares would not be transferred, nor would new shares be issued, which meant that the 9 people of Xiaobei owned all the shares. Do you feel that it's overbearing to let others pay for it while Baby Candy House doesn't pay anything? Li Longji held chopsticks and dipped something in the pot, but his eyes didn't look at the pot. He estimated the time and felt that Zhang Xiaobao had finished reading this, so he said to Zhang Xiaobao. "It's okay." Zhang Xiaobao replied casually and continued to read. The following was that Dongting Aquatic Products needed to invest 500,000 strings of coins to obtain the right to display the auxiliary sales counters of the 4,000 Baby Candy House. Baby Candy House would be exempted from the cost of advertising for 1 year and would make banner advertisements for 4 seasons free of charge. The quality of goods produced by Dongting Aquatic Products must meet the food standards of Baby Candy House for children. The logistics cost would be shared by Baby Candy House according to the distance, 20% to 50%. Dongting Aquatic Products didn't need to continue to pay extra. It's fair, right? But the logistics cost of Baby Candy House for 500,000 strings of coins is too high. It doesn't seem to be cost-effective, right? Li Longji paused and said. "Yes." Zhang Xiaobao replied this time and continued reading. This was the second plan. The first one remained unchanged, but the second one was proposed. Dongting Aquatic Products would invest 1 million strings of coins, and Baby Candy House would only bear 10% of the freight regardless of the distance. A children's play center would be built next to Baby Candy House. There were 4,000 of them in the Tang Empire. They would be built in the same proportion as Baby Candy House. The play center would be a duty-free zone. Dongting Aquatic Products would not charge any fee for selling goods in it. However, 20% of the profit would be donated to the Tang Empire Children's Happiness Fund. Now you know why Xiaobei wants a duty-free policy in Hong Nong's amusement park, right? The 4,000 amusement centers were all branches of Hong Nong. The headquarters was in charge of finance and taxation. It reminded me of when you and Cuckoo were young. That was how you schemed against me. Just like what you said in the story you told Xiaobei and the others, it's a diversion, playing hard to get, secretly crossing the Qinsang, deceiving everyone, and swapping a pillar for a pillar. No matter how smart we are, we can't trick them. Li Longji's timing was very accurate. He spoke just as Zhang Xiaobao was looking at this place. He. Zhang Xiaobao couldn't help but laugh. He felt that Li Longji was too cute. He wanted to learn from what he and Cuckoo had told their younger siblings. Then he continued to read. This time, it was the third plan. The first part of the study was unchanged, but the latter part required Dongting Fishery to invest 1.5 million strings of cash. Darling's Candy House would not bear any logistics costs, but they could find a logistics company for Dongting Fishery with a discount of 60% to 20%. If the actual cost was more than 20%, the money would be paid by Darling's Candy House. Besides, they could also give Dongting Fishery half of the shares and shares of the Haha Mirror Garden. The Haha Mirror Garden would be composed of mirrors. There would be different mirrors in it and a mirror maze. It would be open to all children for free. An adult who accompanied the child would get a 30% discount, 2 people would get a 50% discount, and the rest would be paid in full. Plus the money from selling souvenirs, Dongting Fishery could get 5% of the net profit, which was 5%. After making a profit in the Haha Mirror Garden, the dividends would be paid according to different situations and proportions, such as changing the mirrors, paving the lawn, and indoor decoration. Finally, there was an appendix of free donation support and imperial subsidies for the children of Tang Empire. Free donation. In addition to the 20% profit mentioned above, all businessmen would voluntarily donate to build local children's homes to accept abandoned children. If the imperial court's maternity and child support subsidies were implemented in the future, cooperating businessmen were not allowed to ask for money for any reason. All the money would be at the disposal of Darling's Candy House, but the accounts could be audited. Have you found out? Bebe and the others know what we are discussing. They even calculated this part of the money. They are right. When we implement the matter, we will give them the money when there are children in the children's home. Of course, I know that if we give them the money, they will not spend it as profit. But after all, I am involved in it. Go on to the next one, the agreement with Thunder Logistics Group. Yu and Cuckoo told them the story of the Haha Mirror Garden. As a result, they made a Haha Mirror Garden. It is the mirror that is not so flat, right? Li Longji said to Zhang Xiaobao again. Zhang Xiaobao didn't say anything this time. He continued to look at the next agreement with Thunder Logistics. This one required less money. The first one was to pay 300,000 strings of cash to advertise. Then, Thunder Logistics would get at least 30% of the relevant material transportation share of 4,000 Darling's Candy House. However, when the number of goods exceeded a benchmark number, Thunder Logistics would have to return 20% of the excess profits to Darling's Candy House to fund the children's fund. The second one was to invest 600,000 strings of cash. Apart from the advertising, the distribution share would be increased by 20%, reaching 50%. At the same time, according to the first plan, after exceeding the benchmark number, in addition to the 20% funding fund, they would have to give another 30% of the excess profits to settle the shipping costs. The third one was to invest 1 million strings of cash. Darling's Candy House would give up all of the goods transportation share, but for the excess, they would have to pay another 20% to the fund and pay another 50% to provide a discount for the goods transportation. The maximum amount would be 40% of the total value of all goods. At the same time, they would get 5% of the shares of the Haha Mirror Garden. The rest was the same. At this point, Zhang Xiaobao didn't continue reading. He already understood what was going on. His younger siblings were using the 4,000 Darling's Candy House and their supporting facilities as a platform to optimize and integrate the resources of all industries. At the same time, they were achieving their own series of goals. Putting down a piece of paper, Zhang Xiaobao leaned back and smiled as he gently clapped his hands, again and again. Li Longji also clapped as he said, "Don't you feel proud? Your younger siblings are actually able to make such a big move. They're not inferior to you and Cuckoo back then, and they're even better. Come, let's drink. You flatter me, your Majesty's praise is wrong. They're just a bunch of insensible brats who only know how to mess around. They should listen to your Majesty's teachings more." Zhang Xiaobao raised his cup and clinked it with Li Longji's before downing it in one gulp. Li Longji poured Zhang Xiaobao a cup of wine and said, "Don't be modest with me. A big move is a big move." How did the 9 children figure it out? First, they were able to earn money themselves, and they were even able to arrange for their informants to enter Darling's candy house to supplement your family's intelligence. Second, they were able to help the children of Great Tang. They were really able to do what they said they would do. Taking out profits for the children to use would also make the children's parents feel more at ease. Third, they were able to find a place that was exempt from tax. Naturally, they were able to find the local people who were unable to work and had too little income to solve some of the problems of the imperial court. Fourth, I can also help your family sell mirrors. There will be a market for your family's defective mirrors. Mirrors, how good are they? Big and small pieces will do, and all kinds of shapes will be fine too. Even bumpy ones will be even better. Fifth, with so many large business groups following Darling's candy house, you can analyze the general situation of the various materials from the speed of their supply and the time of their delivery. When combined with your family's current trading system, the data would be even more perfect. Not only would it be more convenient for your family to obtain useful information from your business and earn more money, it would also allow you and Cuckoo to have more power to analyze and coordinate materials when disasters occur. Oh, right, the amusement park's equipment is produced by the Ministry of Works, and your father is in charge of it. Naturally, the construction work would be done by him. No one else knows how to do it. Today, I've learned something new. I estimate that Xiaobei and the others will be able to obtain more than 40 million strings of cash, and that's still an understatement. 10,000 strings of cash to build a place. What a good plan to gain something without risking anything. This is a plan within a plan, a chain of plans. Xiaobao, if others were to do this, would you approve? Others? Who else would be able to do this? Zhang Xiaobao's heart was filled with joy. Perhaps his younger brothers and sisters didn't even think of so many benefits. They just wanted to get money and solve the problem of child relief. In addition, they also wanted to help the emperor with the help of a local tax exemption. But no matter what, the resources were integrated. Moreover, just as Li Longji had analyzed, many things were involved. Just now, there were already several aspects. As they gradually improved, they would discover even more benefits. If others were to do this, I wouldn't care. This is a normal occurrence, but I will pay close attention. If they want to do something that will have a negative impact on the Great Tang, and if the economic interference takes too long to be effective, I will even directly use administrative means. As for Xiaobei and the others, what do I have to worry about? Their goal is very clear, and they aren't thinking about how much money they can earn in the future. They haven't learned that ability yet. The operation of capital is very simple, just like Xiaobei and the others. They are confused, but it's also very difficult. Cuckoo and I haven't taught them. Zhang Xiaobao said to Li Longji that he was biased. As long as his family was fine, others would definitely pay attention to it. However, Li Longji felt that Zhang Xiaobao was right and agreed with him. A gratified smile appeared on his face as he said, I know that Xiaobei and the others want to solve the problem of the children, and at the same time, help their uncle the emperor share some of the pressure. Everything revolves around these 2 points. Then, they need money, so they made a few preparations. But the bank didn't give them a loan, so they used this method. When they were building a canal to let the ducks grow healthily, they inadvertently watered the spring on both sides of the river. In Wang Wan's cabin, Empress Wang and Wu Huifei were also reading the report that was written at the same time. Empress Wang's eyes were filled with confusion. She didn't understand the purpose of the series of events described in the report. Wu Huifei, on the other hand, was deeply immersed in the report, and her expression was similar to Li Longji's. Wang Wan was reading a portion of the report in one hand, while her other hand was in charge of roasting meat for Empress Wang and Wu Huifei. Outside, Zhang Xiaobao and Li Longji were eating hot pot. Inside, Wang Wan and the others were eating roasted people. The lamb and veal had been treated with supplementary ingredients, so they tasted pretty good. At noon, Zhang Xiaobao had helped them prepare it. When Wang Wan received the second agreement, the corners of her mouth couldn't help but curl up into a smile. Her hand that was roasting the meat became lighter and lighter. Then, like Zhang Xiaobao, she put down the document and stopped looking at it. This was because she understood the intentions of her younger siblings. Younger sister, tell big sister. Big sister feels like Xiaobei and the others have been taking a step back instead of taking advantage of others. Think about it, Xiaobei and the others' baby candy house is very famous. Other people are spending tens of millions of strings of coins to advertise for a long time. This is too unfair to Xiaobei and the others. When I think about how Xiaobei and the others are being bullied for money, I feel very uncomfortable. Why did the great Tang Bank set such a rule? Call Xiaobao over later. I have to talk to him. Empress Wang saw this in the report and wanted to seek an alliance, so she spoke to Wu Huifei in the form of asking for advice. Wu Huifei glanced at Empress Wang in surprise. For a moment, she didn't understand what she meant. After pondering for a moment, she understood. She then smiled helplessly at Empress Wang and said, "Big sister, how are Xiaobei and the others being bullied? They are carrying out a commercial attack. The method they are using is alliance and borrowing other people's strength. It's no different from fighting a war." Fighting a war? Oh, you're talking about a commercial war. Then who is Xiaobei's opponent? Empress Wang didn't understand, but she didn't doubt Wu Huifei's words. This was because at this time, there was no direct conflict of interest between the two of them. For the time being, they don't have an opponent. But I reckon that with Xiaobei's personality, she won't easily give up, Wu Huifei said with certainty. Who won't give up? Empress Wang continued to ask. The great Tang Bank. Wang Wan followed up and put the roasted meat on the two's plates. Then she said, Xiaobei and the others can't pretend that nothing happened. No matter what, they have to get back their face. Yes, their face, huh? Wang Wan's words were very relaxed. It was as if the great Tang Bank and Xiaobei had nothing to do with her. Empress Wang was one of those who sided with her relatives. She agreed and said, yes, they should fight back. They can't always be bullied. Wu Huifei thought differently. She asked Wang Wan, the rules were set by Xiaobao. The manager of the great Tang Bank didn't do anything wrong. You're going to ignore that manager in order to protect your younger brother and sister? What do you mean he didn't do anything wrong? The rules are dead, but people are alive. If it wasn't Xiaobei and the others who applied for a mortgage loan, no one else would be allowed to get a loan? Wang Wan asked. I think so. I haven't seen anyone who dares to challenge the great Tang Bank, Wu Huifei said. Wang Wan poured fruit wine for the two. When she reached for the meat with her chopsticks, she said, in fact, Xiao Bao is very dissatisfied. The great Tang Bank, as a business center, should be more flexible. Xiaobei and the others couldn't get a loan because they were too young. Then why didn't the local manager send someone to find Xiao Bao and me to discuss it? Or perhaps find my father and Xiao Bao's father to discuss it. Business is not something that can be obtained by stubbornly guarding, but by taking the initiative. The great Tang Bank is not a high and mighty existence, although its current position is not low. However, Xiao Bao and I want the great Tang Bank to become a pure business. It is an existence that can withstand any impact and competition in the same industry. Otherwise, it will decline one day. I don't need to ask Xiao Bao to know that if Xiao Bei and the others make a move against the great Tang Bank, Xiao Bao will definitely not interfere. Moreover, he will pass on this idea to Xiao Bei and the others. At this time, Empress Wang finally understood the seriousness of the matter and was shocked. She picked up a piece of meat that Wang Wan had roasted, but when she ate it, she found that she could not find the taste that she imagined. She helplessly put down her chopsticks and said to Wang Wan, "Cuckoo, you're saying that you and Xiao Bao support Xiao Bei and the others to attack the great Tang Bank? But what about the weapons? If the great Tang Bank wins, what will happen to Xiao Bei and the others? If Xiao Bei wins, what will happen to the great Tang Bank?" Wang Wan poured herself a cup of wine and drank it in one gulp. She exhaled and lightly sighed, "Ai. It seems that the managers of the various banks need to be retrained. This is an opportunity to let them know that their relationship with their customers is not one of hostility, but one of unity. I support it, and I believe that Xiao Bao will also support it. As for the weapons, if Xiao Bei and the others are smart enough, they should have already thought of a way. If they use the plan of taking drastic measures and driving the tiger to devour the wolf within half a month, Xiao Bao and I will adjust the teaching arrangements. This means that Xiao Bei and the others can grasp more knowledge. Foster mother, you asked me who I should help, so it is natural. Xiao Bao and I will definitely help our younger brother and sister. If Xiao Bei and the others fail, we will bear the loss for them. If they succeed, we will cheer for them. Empress Wang and Wu Huifei did not expect Wang Wan to give such an answer, especially Empress Wang, who asked in disbelief, "Cuckoo, you mean that you will connive and protect Xiao Bei and the others? What will the world think of you?" Of course the world will think that we are doing the right thing. If a person can't even protect his younger brother and sister, how can he protect the entire Great Tang? Wang Wan replied. Empress Wang's eyes lit up, and she nodded fiercely, "Cuckoo, I like this about you and Xiao Bao. Isn't that right, sister?" When Wu Huifei heard that Empress Wang finally asked her, she reluctantly said, "Sister is right. No one is allowed to touch the people they protect, not even His Majesty." Chapter 1041. While Xiao Bei's group was setting sail once more, the 4,000 candy houses in the Great Tang were also beginning to move. Xiao Bei and the others had nothing else to do for the time being. They felt that they had done a very great thing, but they didn't know that their actions had made their brothers and sisters busy as well. Zhang Xiaobao sat at the bow of the ship. The wind blew in his face, bringing with it a slight chill. He flipped through a thick book in his hand, which recorded the planting of this year's grain and cash crops in various places. Wang Wan sketched out the distribution of soil on the sheltered table next to her. In some places, it was sugar cane, sweet, honey, and wheat. Li Longji sat not far from Zhang Xiaobao and Li Xiu, drinking soup. Yesterday, he finally drank too much and fell asleep. This morning, his head was still faintly aching. When the others were eating breakfast, he went to take a bath. After the others finished eating, he asked Zhang Xiaobao to make a bowl of soup for him. As he sipped, he felt the warmth flowing into his stomach and felt much better. Okay, it's almost done. Xiao Bei and the others have completed the preliminary rationing plan for their candy house. In the short term, the workshops and shops related to sugar will be affected a little. The cost of production will increase by about 10% and will naturally fall within a month. Zhang Xiaobao closed the book and said with a smile. Wang Wan was still sketching there. I still have to be busy. The planting of sugar cane, sugar beets, barley, and corn needs to be arranged according to the different climate and soil of each place. The income of the people who raise bees and flowers will increase. It's also thanks to our support behind the scenes. Otherwise, the raw material cost of Xiaobei's candy house would increase by several times, or the sugar-related industries in Tang would be affected. 4,000 candy houses to open at the same time. How daring! This time, our family's glass industry will benefit. I'm just afraid that we don't have enough manpower and can't handle it. Zhang Xiaobao also agreed. I'm afraid that we won't be able to handle it. Our glass is still handmade. When we need thick glass, we can only cut and grind it. The thin glass can be blown out, so a lot of waste glass is produced. Haojing, how did Xiaobei and the others come up with this idea? Large pieces of glass can be directly made into mirrors, and small pieces can be pieced together to make the effect of a kaleidoscope. Bits and pieces of glass can be used for inlay and handicrafts processing, and can also be sold for a lot of money. That's why I'm going to increase the tax on the glass industry. Your family will reap all the benefits, Li Longji said. Zhang Xiaobao glanced at Li Longji's bowl of soup and said with concern, Your Majesty, the soup won't taste good if it gets cold. Xiaobei and the others are in charge of this matter. When you see them, you can personally tell them that the sales tax of my family's glass have already reached 50%. That's right. Many of them are given to the Ministry of Works for free. Where is the money to be earned? Wang Wan chimed in. Li Longji snorted and gulped down a few mouthfuls of wine. He let out a long sigh and said, Don't you know how much the cost of your glass is? If you sell a single piece of glass, it's enough to pay 100 workers in your factory for a month. Otherwise, if you give your glass to the Ministry of Works and the military for free, it won't be as simple as a 50% tax. Seeing that your family's trash glass can also make money, if we don't collect your tax, what will the imperial court eat? You even said that you want to increase the tax on those with high incomes. That's good. I'll start with your family and increase the tax to 60%. As for who instigated this, I don't care. Since you mentioned Xiaobei and the others, I just wanted to tell you something. Since Xiaobei and the others are so capable, Jun, and Pan, can't be lacking in the future. I don't care what method you come up with. When Jun, and Pan, are as old as Xiaobei and the others, they also need to come up with a business plan. They don't need me to give them a single copper coin. They need to raise at least 500, no, 3 million strings of cash and open a chain store to make money. The more Li Longji spoke, the more he felt that what he said made sense. He shook his head happily and looked at Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan, waiting for them to give him a definite answer. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan turned their heads woodenly and looked at each other. They then turned their heads back to look at Li Longji. Li Longji smiled proudly, Do you realize that I am very wise? Yes, Your Majesty is truly wise. Zhang Xiaobao responded, then said, Okay, I agree. It's simple. Isn't it just 3 million strings of cash? From now on, I won't teach them anything else. I'll only teach them how to do business. 6 years later, I'll have them use their own methods to raise 6 million strings of cash. Yes, if they can't raise the money, Xiaobao and I will make up for the shortfall, Wang Wan agreed. Make up for the shortfall? I lack money. They have to rely on their own abilities to get 3 million strings of cash. Also, just knowing how to do business isn't enough. Arithmetic, calligraphy, painting, poetry, musical instruments, and excellent swimming skills are all required. You can't favor one and discriminate against the other. Li Longji added to his request. Your Majesty, do you want to learn military command? Do you want to learn how to cook? Do you want to learn how to govern? Zhang Xiaobao helped Li Longji supplement. Li Longji didn't immediately speak this time. He continued to drink the soup that was almost cold. From time to time, he would stop and unconsciously stare at a certain spot. After a while, when Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan were already arranging the planting of sugar raw materials, Li Longji drank the last mouthful of soup and said to the two of them, June has to learn politics, national policy, and military command. As for Pan she can learn more about other aspects, but you also have to teach politics. She doesn't have to learn it too well. How about this? If they learn more, we don't require them to reach a certain level in a few years. We will be satisfied if they can have half of your ability at their prime. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan were speechless once more. Little Yuan, why do you think they're willing to give us so much money and cooperate with us to do business, but not willing to work with us on this major matter? Do you know, the Great Tang Bank is the wealthiest place in our Great Tang? If we can make them suffer, even if it's just a little bit, we'll become famous. That would be something that everyone yearns for. Xiao Bei stayed in the cabin. He opened half the window and let the moist wind from the river blow in. He said to little Yuan, who crossed his arms to show that he was cold. Hearing Xiao Bei's words, little Yuan was very vexed. Because this was not the first time Xiao Bei had brought it up. Since last night, when she clinked glasses with others, Xiao Bei kept talking about working together to deal with the Great Tang Bank. As a result, the merchants who had clinked glasses with Xiao Bei only took a small sip of wine. When they heard what Xiao Bei brought up, they all drank 3 or 5 cups in a row. Xiao Bei didn't finish her cup of fruit juice. All the people that she found to work together to teach the Great Tang Bank a lesson all drank too much. No one was lucky enough to escape, and they all drank voluntarily. Xiao Bei wasn't stupid. She immediately saw that these people would rather get themselves drunk than offend the Great Tang Bank, so she was very angry. Little Yuan was also angry, but she understood that behind the Great Tang Bank was her brother. Which merchant dared to provoke him? If the person who had rejected their loan application was not a manager of the Great Tang Bank, but the owner of some pawnshop or private bank, then everything would be easy to deal with. She believed that the merchants would take the initiative to help her take revenge. Last night, Xiao Yuan heard Xiao Bei mention the matter of revenge in his sleep. He felt helpless and angry at that manager. Hearing Xiao Bei mention it again, Xiao Yuan could only comfort him. Actually, they're afraid of our brother, not the person in charge. If it really doesn't work out, we can send a report to our brother and ask him to fire the person in charge. That won't do. If we fire the manager, wouldn't we be bullying others? I want that manager to suffer a big loss. That way, others will feel that it's normal to fire him. Xiao Bei shook her head and directly rejected little Yuan's suggestion. What's the difference? In any case, the manager is following the normal process and didn't break any rules. Do we have to make things difficult for him just because he offended us? Perhaps that manager is already on tenterhooks. Little Yuan began to sympathize with the manager of this branch of the Great Tang Bank. Xiao Bei didn't say anything and continued to stand by the window. Her face was red from the wind, but she had no intention of leaving. After about 15 minutes, Xiao Bei softly sighed, rubbed her face with her hands, and left the window. She found a corner and dragged a stool over. Sitting there, she rested her arms on her legs and rested her chin on her hands. Little Yuan also dragged a stool over and sat down next to Xiao Bei. Together, they fell silent. Little Yuan, tell me, is it good or bad that the Great Tang Bank is so powerful? If a bank similar to the Great Tang Bank appears in the future, won't the Great Tang Bank be threatened? After a while, Xiao Bei nudged little Yuan and asked. Little Yuan thought for a while and then replied, there definitely will be. Didn't Big Brother and Big Sister say many times that no matter what industry it is, other than the military industry, there shouldn't be a monopoly? Xiao Bei recalled that when she was with her big brother and big sister, she could always hear all kinds of things. Nodding, she said, yes, I also know. Big brother and big sister mean that if one family monopolizes an industry, it won't be good for the people's livelihood. Just like the pricing power that our family had in the beginning, when I heard the servants at home talk about it, I didn't understand why at that time. Now, I finally understand. Whoever has the power to set the price can decide the unrealistic price of a certain or several goods. This is not simple. Just like the cooperation model we use now, we rely on the power of our family to make those merchants willing to cooperate with us. But if we can decide the price of all commodities in the Great Tang from the start, then as long as we show the slightest intention of needing money, countless merchants will come to us. Little Yuan nodded and followed Xiao Bei's words. So, in the future, many banks will appear in the Great Tang. But I know that no matter how many banks appear, Big Brother and Big Sister will control them very well. They won't allow any bank to use methods that violate the rules or take advantage of loopholes to harm the people of the Great Tang. At this point, Little Yuan was stunned for a moment and then whispered to Xiao Bei, "Actually, our big brother Xiao Hai mentioned something to me yesterday." What did he mention? Xiao Bei's curiosity was aroused. Big brother Xiao Hai said that as long as we calculate the proportion of collateral that the Great Tang Bank gives out and how much of the Great Tang Bank's money hasn't been used, we can make the Great Tang Bank suffer a small loss. Little Yuan's voice became even softer. Xiao Bei also appeared to be nervous. He looked at the door and then looked at the two servant girls and the manservant who were ready to serve the two of them at any time. His entire person became vigilant. In fact, the three people in the room had already noticed that the young master and young lady's reactions were different, but they still pretended that nothing had happened. They were very dutiful, even though they had already noticed that Xiao Bei's wife, Little Yuan, and young master were thinking about how to deal with young master Xiao Bao's Great Tang Bank. Really? Seeing that the three people in the inner courtyard did not respond, Xiao Bei covered his mouth with his hand and asked Little Yuan, just like the person who contacted him underground. Little Yuan hid behind him. "Don't act like you can't see him. I'm whispering because I'm afraid that you will suddenly become too excited after hearing it. How about I have someone call Big Brother Xiao Hai over?" Only then did Xiao Bei realize that the people in the room were from the inner courtyard, so there was nothing to hide. Thus, he nodded and said to a servant girl, "Little Tang, go call Big Brother Xiao Hai over." Little Tang nodded and ran out as fast as he could. Xiao Bei turned his head to the remaining two people and said, "In a moment, when we discuss matters, you two can also participate. However, no matter what you hear, you absolutely cannot tell anyone else. Do you understand?" The two people repeatedly nodded. The man said, "Young lady, you can rest assured. From now on, no matter what you say, I will forget after hearing it. I absolutely won't remember it. What I mean is that even my big brother and big sister must not tell anyone. Can you do that?" Xiao Bei asked. Yes, very yes. As long as what you say does not harm the family, we will not tell anyone else, especially after you specifically mention it. If you mention it, we will also tell young Master Xiao Bao that the first people he will deal with will be us." The manservant continued to promise. The servant girl next to him also had an expression that said she would not say anything even if she was beaten to death. She was very clear that her male colleague was completely correct. If Xiao Bei and the others specifically said that what they discussed was not allowed to be told to anyone else, and that the matter would not cause any great harm to the family, then they definitely could not tell anyone else. Otherwise, young Master Xiao Bao would at least kick them out of the Zhang family and Wang family at the very least. If it was serious, it would be easy to erase them. That's good. In a moment, you two also need to participate. When the time comes, we will be like grasshoppers tied to the same rope. No one can even think of escaping, okay? Xiao Bei was very happy. What else could the two people say? They could only continue to nod. Not long after, Xiao Hai and the others came over. Pan and her sister were also there. The two little ones were now like tails, always following behind their 9 big brothers and sisters. They didn't know what the adults were thinking, especially Li Jun. How could she know how much pressure she put on others when she played with big sister Xiao Bei, and how much of a sense of crisis it created? None of the princes, including the current crown prince, were not worried at all. Back then, when Li Sun was with Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan, they were already nervous, and that was just a person who didn't have the identity of a prince. The current Li Jun was the true eldest son of the first wife, born from the empress. If that was all, it wouldn't be a big deal, because he was too young. When their imperial father abdicated, Li Jun probably wouldn't have grown up yet. Of course, this was because they didn't know how old their father, Li Longji, would be. However, what they knew was that if Li Jun was with Xiao Bei and the others, what was the difference between being with Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan? If there really was a difference, it would be that Li Jun had been cultivating relationships with everyone in the Zhang family and Wang family since she was young. This invisible pressure made the princes want to find a chance to get rid of Li Jun, but they also knew that they didn't have the ability to do so. So, the only thing left was to silently pray in their hearts. They hoped that Li Jun and Pan would either get a serious illness or encounter some kind of danger. However, this was only a thought. They also understood that if they were with the Zhang family and Wang family, they would get an incurable illness, and their lives would be in danger. In that case, Tang wouldn't be able to find a safer place. How could Li Jun and Pan know about these things? They just liked to play with their brothers and sisters. They could eat good food, play games with others, and listen to interesting stories. Right now, Pan was wondering if there would be a story to listen to with everyone gathered together. She opened her eyes wide and looked at Xiao Bei. When Xiao Bei looked over, she gave him her sweetest smile and said, "Story, tell me a story." Okay, stories. Be good, Pan, Big sister will tell Pan, a story in a while. Xiao Bei coaxed Pan, but his eyes turned to his brother, Xiao Hai. Xiao Hai was relatively quiet and didn't like to talk all the time. Other than when he was reading essays, he was also with his brothers and sisters. Otherwise, even when he was with his mother, he didn't talk much. He probably felt that instead of wasting so much time talking, it was better to learn arithmetic. Seeing his sister look over, Xiao Hai nodded and said, "Through the information at home, I found out that the money in our great Tang private bank is actually not much. All the money added together is about 400 million string of coins, but the private bank only has a fifth of it left. The rest of the money was either invested by the private bank or loaned out. That is to say, the private bank has 80 million strings of coins, and we have 40 million strings of coins to do business. If we are determined to do something, we can at least make the great Tang private bank suffer a loss." Xiao Hai's words were very certain, and the other children also nodded. This was something that they had discussed together. Like Xiao Bei, they had been holding back their anger. Therefore, they unleashed all of their abilities. While Xiao Bei and Xiao Yuan were hiding here and feeling uncomfortable, they came up with this result. When the 3 people from the inner court heard Xiao Hai's words, they couldn't help but shiver. They didn't know what to feel in their hearts. This group of little brats, they were actually planning to attack the great Tang private bank. Xiao Bei heard it clearly, but he didn't understand how the 40 million strings of coins they had raised had anything to do with how much money the great Tang private bank had. Xiao Bei doubtfully looked over and said, "Big brother, then what should we do?" At this time, the cabin door was closed. The people outside weren't allowed to come in, and the people inside weren't allowed to go out. Everyone's eyes were on Xiao Hai. Xiao Hai was still as calm as ever. This was the habit of someone who worked in mathematics. Seeing that everyone was looking over, Xiao Hai found a chair and sat down. He said to Xiao Bei, "We discussed it, and the final decision is that if you and Xiao Yuan agree, then we will teach the great Tang private bank a lesson. Otherwise, they will really think that we are so easy to bully. In the future, anyone will dare to bully us in the name of fairness. Big Brother hasn't said anything yet, so I guess Big Brother and Big Sister are waiting to see what we will do. I agree. Xiao Bei was the first to express his position. I agree with her. Xiao Yuan said. Good, then I will now analyze the relationship between the 80 million strings of coins and our 40 million strings of coins. Xiao Hai looked at the others and saw that no one objected. Even Li Jun and Pan nodded. Xiao Bei pulled Pan over and held her in his arms. He looked at his big brother. The three people from the inner court took a deep breath at the same time, then closed their eyes and made a decision. They were going to go all out and do whatever they wanted. It was too late to back out now. Not to mention, even if they wanted to back out just now, they still couldn't. The cabin suddenly quieted down. Xiao Hai copied the adults and lightly coughed. He then said, the Great Tang Private Bank's operation model is actually very simple. One is to lend money, and the other is to attract deposits. The interest of the loans is higher than the interest of the deposits given to others. The other is to invest. In terms of the Great Tang Private Bank's own investments, Big Brother is very strict. One is to not invest in the most basic industries, and the other is to not invest in businesses that are too risky. Thus, the result is that the money invested cannot be recovered in a short period of time. This is because it is not a speculation, but an investment. There is a long-term return of capital. Thus, the Great Tang Private Bank's current reserves are only 80 million strings of coins. When Little Hai said this, he paused and looked at Little Bei. This time, Little Bei understood a little and said, yes, it's only 80 million strings of cash. However, 80 million strings of cash is very little. It's based on the total amount of 400 million strings of cash. It's a fifth, which is 20%. But in reality, 80 million strings of coins is not a small amount. How can we make their 80 million strings of coins smaller? Is this what you mean? Make it smaller? Then let the Great Tang Private Bank go bankrupt. Xiao Hai nodded. It is not a simple matter of making it smaller. We want to make them panic. As for going bankrupt, that is impossible. Do you think Big Brother and Big Sister don't have the means to deal with us? They do. If Big Brother and Big Sister directly find us, then we will be honest. Xiao Bei said. What do you mean by directly find us? Big Brother and Big Sister definitely won't do such a thing. Whatever methods we use to attack, they will use the same methods to counterattack. Yes, counterattack, not just defense. Xiao Hai said to Xiao Bei. Oh, then can we beat Big Brother and Big Sister? Xiao Bei lost his confidence. There is no need to beat Big Brother and Big Sister. As long as we cause trouble for the Great Tang Private Bank, Big Brother and Big Sister will probably be very happy to see that the Great Tang Private Bank is not really stable. It is because of Big Brother's existence that others do not dare to make a move. If we make a move, we can give the Great Tang Private Bank a warning. What is that saying again? Xiao Yuan. As Xiao Hai spoke, he could not recall it. In the story, one is born in sorrow and dies in peace and happiness. This was Xiao Yuan's strong suit, so he spoke without hesitation. Yes, that's it. Instead of waiting for others to make a move, why don't we make a move first? We can have a battle of offense and defense with Big Brother and Big Sister. We can learn a lot and see how Big Brother and Big Sister handle it. Xiao Hai became spirited and spoke more. He even increased the movement of his hands as he constantly gestured. Alright, what do we do first? Xiao Bei asked. A loan, a mortgage loan, but it can't be in our name. We are too small. They won't give us a loan. Let the businessmen who work with us do the loan. Our 40 million string investment isn't all at once. There's a process in between, and it's divided into batches. But the merchants we're working with have already prepared the cash and put it in the Great Tang Bank. That is to say, the Great Tang Bank doesn't really have 80 million strings of cash, but 40 million strings of cash. We can first get the merchants to take out the loan, and when the Great Tang Bank has less money, we can take out the money at once. That way, the Great Tang Bank will have no reserves. What do you say? Little Hai continued to speak. All the children felt their eyes become brighter and brighter. So it was actually this easy to break into a bank? That's great. Just as they were rejoicing, the man from the inner courtyard raised his hand and spoke, "Young master, young ladies, may I interrupt?" "Go ahead." Xiao Bei was excited, so he didn't stop others from interrupting. "Well, it's like this. Since the Great Tang Bank's 80 million strings of cash is called a reserve, it naturally can't continue to lend. Therefore, if we ask the merchants to apply for a large loan, they won't be able to get it. If others apply for a small loan, they will have to see how much interest the bank can get back. Only when the loan exceeds 80 million strings of cash can the Great Tang Bank continue to lend. They are afraid that someone will take away the money like we did and then be unable to pay, so this idea won't work." The man from the inner courtyard explained the situation to Xiao Bei and the others. Little Hai slapped his forehead and didn't say anything else. He realized that the idea he came up with in a hurry wouldn't work. How could he have forgotten this matter? Xiao Bei also frowned and said, "It's fine. This method won't work. Let's think about it again." "I know. Our goal is very simple. It's to make the bank run out of money, right? Then let's convert 40 million strings of cash. The merchants we're working with can't only have this much money, right? They must still have money in the bank. We'll take out the cash and give it to them so that they can continue to take the money out. This way, the bank will be finished. Then, we'll spread the news that the Great Tang Bank is out of money. This will make the people who deposit money in the bank anxious and go to the bank to take out the money." What do you think the Great Tang Bank will do?" After Xiao Bei finished speaking, he felt that his idea was very useful. He waited for the others to praise and agree. The others thought about it and didn't find anything wrong with it. Thus, they split up and sent telegrams to their business partners to discuss this matter. They also began to arrange for people to spread the news that the Great Tang Bank was empty and couldn't take out any more money. In the end, when everyone gathered together again at noon, their expressions had turned ugly. They are too poor. They still have the face to say that their capital can be ranked in the top 100 of the Great Tang. They are all people on the top list of billionaires, but none of them can take out any cash. Xiao Bei said gloomily. Xiao Yuan also imitated Lord He, took a deep breath, and then let out a long sigh. I also contacted them here. They said that the Great Tang Bank doesn't have all the money they gave us for the cooperation. Brother Xiao Hai, how much is it? Much less. According to my calculations, the people we're working with have only transferred 16 million strings of cash directly from the bank. The rest of the money is also borrowed from others. This time, they can't rely on their own cash to support the cooperation, but through financing means. They don't have much cash and most of it is on goods. This is the normal business model. If they can really take out so much cash, they can't be ranked in the top 100. Xiao Hai explained. In other words, the other party used quasi-cash flow. The reason why it wasn't pure cash flow was because they didn't have much debt. It was just that they were not comfortable with negative capital operations. So it's like this. Then why does my family always have a lot of money? Uncle Emperor also has the same. Right, where did my family's money go? The great Tang bank's reserve of 80 million strings of cash can't all be my family's money, right? There's also Uncle Emperor's money. Uncle Emperor has 100 million strings of cash. As Xiao Bei spoke, he finally realized the problem. If all the money in the great Tang bank was added together, it would only amount to 400 million. Excluding his family and Uncle Emperor's money, there was practically nothing left. Then the current reserve of 80 million strings of coins was simply not right. The other 8 children were the same. They were all confused. How did he get the money? After going around and around, a part of the money evaporated? Even the 2 younger children, Pan, felt the distress of their brothers and sisters. Pan waved her small hands and said, "Money, money." At this time, the man in the inner courtyard also didn't know, because he didn't study this in the inner courtyard. It was even more impossible for him to know how his family's money was used. Go, find the relevant people in my group. I'll ask them. Xiao Bei decided to figure this matter out. There were all kinds of people in the group. Soon, 2 people in charge of capital operations came. One was surnamed Zhang, and the other was surnamed Wang. They were called Zhang Ben and Wang Fei. When the 2 entered the cabin, they also felt the difference in the atmosphere, but they didn't know what had happened. They looked at each other, and Zhang Ben asked, "Young master, young lady, why did you ask us to come here?" "I want to ask something. Where did our family's money go?" "And Uncle Emperor's?" Xiao Bei asked. The 2 understood. Wang Fei thought for a moment and said, replying to young lady, "In truth, our family's money and His Majesty's money are also in the bank. However, this money is not directly calculated by the bank system. Instead, it goes through a different system." Another system? Xiao Bei had never heard of this before. Why? Because the young master said that he didn't have much energy to waste on the bank. He still had many things to do. If they went through the same system, the approximate amount of money in the bank would be easily leaked. This is because the bank also has to pay taxes to the court. If we can't fake the accounts, then the Ministry of Revenue in the court would very likely leak the secret. In that case, others would estimate the amount of money in the bank and use the method of running on the bank to deal with the bank. The bank would be greatly affected. The purpose of our family's money and His Majesty's money going through the other system is to hide behind the scenes. The Emperor's money doesn't need to be taxed. Our family's money is paid a fixed tax and turnover tax, so it has already been paid. This way, we also don't need to tell others how much money we have in the bank. Thus, when Wang Fei explained to this point, Zhang Ben continued, "Thus, these 2 very large amounts of money are hidden behind the scenes. The purpose is to wait for others to use various methods to run on the great Tang bank. Then, we can take measures against them. Of course, our family's money and His Majesty's money are also used as capital. During this process, our family doesn't need to pay taxes. This is because most of the time, our family's money is used for disaster relief. This includes His Majesty's money. Normally, the money our family earns and the money we give out for free form a balance." Xiao Bei and the others now understood. Because they understood, they all became disheartened. Xiao Bei rubbed his face and looked at the others. He said, "Our plan has failed. How much money our family has, and how much money Uncle Emperor has, we all have a rough idea, although we don't know the specifics. The Great Tang Bank indeed only has 20% of its reserves. If many people work together, it will be very easy to attack the bank. However, as long as elder brother doesn't do anything, everything will be fine. If he does, whoever attacks will be unlucky. Failure. Could it be that the bank doesn't have a loophole?" Pan also nodded, bad luck, failure, It's bad luck. No, say it like this. Xiao Bei didn't forget to teach Pan No, Pan followed up with another sentence, making the atmosphere a little more relaxed. Xiao Bei and the group of children continued to squat in the corner and draw circles, trying to think of a solution. However, the rumors had already spread. The speed at which the rumors spread was very fast. They all used telegrams. In the afternoon, Zhang Xiaobao received news of the rumors. Li Longji hurriedly came over and said to Zhang Xiaobao, who was sunbathing with Wang Wan, "Look at what your younger brother and sister have done. They've made everyone anxious. What if they run on us? If they run on us, then so be it. A bank that hasn't experienced the risk of a run on us isn't a good bank. Only soldiers who have walked the line between life and death can fight a tough battle. From the moment the bank appeared until now, it hasn't been attacked at all. That won't do." Zhang Xiaobao appeared to be very calm, as if he wasn't worried at all. As soon as Li Longji saw Zhang Xiaobao's expression, he felt angry and said, "Why haven't you done anything big? When you kicked the other partners out, you didn't hold back. Then, you kicked yourself out as well. If you didn't go out and control the bank with me, how would others dare to run on us? How would they play tricks?" "Oh, right, they played tricks. It was Xiao Bei and the others who did it. Tell me, why are your younger brother and sister, a group of little brats, so vengeful? Isn't it good to have a vengeful heart? Let others know that if you want to provoke them, you have to bear their retaliation. If you don't have the means to kill them in one blow, then it's best not to try. It's just like our Tang Empire. If other countries don't have the means to destroy Tang Empire in one blow, then they shouldn't lightly provoke us. Otherwise, they will have to bear the consequences that they can't bear." As Zhang Xiaobao spoke, he even put on a reasonable appearance. He didn't blame his younger siblings at all. Wang Wan didn't say anything as she basked in the sun. She knew what Zhang Xiaobao was thinking. He wanted to see who would make use of this opportunity to add fuel to the fire. At that time, he would deal with them. Naturally, he also had his own selfish motives. The ones who started the propaganda war were Xiao Bei and the others, so he wouldn't pursue this matter. If it was anyone else, he would deal with them together. After all, Xiao Bei and the others were still young. If he really wanted to pursue this matter, he would have to look at the two of them first. He clearly knew that his younger siblings weren't stable, so he didn't inform them beforehand. How could Li Longji know what Zhang Xiaobao was thinking? Right now, he was worried that everyone in Tang Empire would withdraw their money. If that happened, the bank wouldn't be able to afford it. What would the result be? Thus, he asked, "Then, what do we do now? Are we just going to let others take the money away?" "That's right. That's how it will be for the time being. I've already left 20% of the reserve for the Great Tang Bank. This is the time to test them. I'll see what the managers of the various places do and how the chief manager arranges things. If there isn't a bank run, I'll even help behind the scenes. Only then can we nurture people. Your money will go through another system, so there's no need to worry that the bank won't be able to support it. If there's really no other way, we can just take out your money and my family's money. No matter what, we should have at least 50% of the reserve." When Zhang Xiaobao finally revealed what was going on with the money, Li Longji felt even more depressed. "Xiaobao, why didn't you tell us earlier? My money isn't in the bank? Then what am I worried about? I'm hungry. I want to eat steamed buns, big meat steamed buns, the kind with soup." Li Longji started thinking of other ways to get his money back. "It seems like we're thinking of the same thing. I also want to eat soup dumplings. The noodles have already been served. I'll steam them in a moment," Zhang Xiaobao said with a smile. "But us wants to eat dumplings again." Li Longji changed his mind. "This. Your Majesty, you're making things difficult for me. You can't do this. A monarch doesn't take his words lightly. Zhang Xiaobao frowned and complained. Li Longji seemed very satisfied. I'm not making things difficult for you. I've decided to eat dumplings. I want 1 pot of steamed dumplings and 1 pot of boiled dumplings. Just when Li Longji thought that Zhang Xiaobao would beg for mercy, a member of the inner court ran over from behind. Before he even got close, he said, "Young master, the matter of making dumplings has already been arranged. There are 3 kinds of fillings. Do you want to go and mix the ingredients?" "Right away." Zhang Xiaobao turned around and ran towards the ship's kitchen. He didn't forget to turn around and shout at Li Longji, "Your Majesty, this subject accepts the decree. Dumplings, steamed and boiled." Li Longji looked at Zhang Xiaobao's departing figure, then at Wang Wan, who had also stood up and was about to leave. He said, "You're with such a shrewd person every day. Aren't you worried? Guess what us heard a few days ago?" "Aya, Your Majesty, you've heard as well. There's indeed such a matter. I have to find Xiaobao and have a good talk with him. How could he do such a thing?" Wang Wan left behind these words and also left. Li Longji was stunned. After a while, he muttered, "I don't even know what I heard. Xiaobao, look at Cuckoo. She's so shrewd. Aren't you worried?" Chapter 1042. After Wu Huifei finished speaking, she looked at everyone's faces. Empress Wang was at a loss. She didn't know what was going on. Gao Lisher was helpless. Li Longji and Wei Wei opened their mouths. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan were calm. Because they knew that someone would think of this problem. The 5-baht note was created for this reason, as well as the law roll and the Zimbabwe money of nearly 100 years ago. This time, they didn't answer. Li Longji shook his head and said, "My dear concubine, it won't work. If we really issue money, it will be like killing the chicken to get the eggs. The more money we issue, the more expensive the goods will be. Unless when we issue money, the great Tang doesn't have the imperial court to buy things. Instead, the money will be directly sent to every Tang person according to a certain proportion. And even if that's the case, the amount of money involved in the contracts signed by some people in the past will also be unbalanced. Think of another way. Don't mention this in the future." Wu Huifei didn't say anything. She lowered her head and continued to think. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan continued eating their own dumplings. Gao Lisher, on the other hand, ate 2 dumplings. He wanted to figure out what other tricks Zhang Xiaobao had up his sleeve. Seeing that Zhang Xiaobao was almost done eating and drinking soup, he asked, "Xiaobao, since we can't directly achieve our goal by issuing money, is there any other way to get through this crisis without using your family's and His Majesty's money?" "There are several methods. The first is that the bank borrows money from the underground bank. If it's discussed well, it can even borrow money at a very low interest rate. As long as you give the other party a promise, when the other party needs money, the Great Tang Bank will also provide the money at a very low interest rate. However, I don't agree with this method. Now that I'm in charge, the Great Tang Bank won't have a big problem for the time being. If one day I'm not in charge, it's very likely that the Great Tang Bank won't lend the money even though it clearly has the money to lend. They would lend the money to the underground banks at a much higher interest rate, and then the underground banks would take the money and lend it to others at several times the interest rate of the Great Tang Bank. Next year, the capital will be allowed to exist, but it will absolutely not be allowed to exist in such an unbridled manner. Thus, if the Great Tang Bank borrows money from the underground bank and the interest is not good, I will not care, but I will not allow the manager of the Great Tang Bank to make any promises." Zhang Xiaobao suggested a solution. Wang Wan nodded. She knew that this was a common phenomenon. No matter which system it was, it was impossible to eliminate private capital, because the emergence of the banking industry was caused by the demand of private capital. It was not an independent industry in the first place. If it was truly independent, there would be no need for it to exist, and it would lose the soil for survival. Moreover, in some countries with certain systems, the country sometimes had to directly borrow money from the private capital. Even in their own country, there were also national debts. Li Longji and the others listened, and Wei Wei nodded. Wu Huifei's eyes lit up even more, and she asked, Xiao Bao, according to what you said, if the private underground banks unite, they can directly attack the Great Tang Bank, right? They can first deposit their money in the Great Tang Bank, and then wait for the Great Tang Bank to lend them money, and then they can just run on it? Yes, in theory, this is the case. Such a situation can also occur, and it can even cause a country to go bankrupt. However, that is under the condition that other foreign capital enters, and it is because the country's own productivity cannot keep up. If a country does not seek fundamental development, but uses extreme financial means to obtain more foreign currency support, and wants to borrow the chicken to lay eggs, then the result will be that the chicken is gone, the eggs are gone, and even the nest will be torn down. After dealing with the matter in Jiangzhou, Cuckoo and I will go to the place where the Turks were originally located. I will use money to open the way and go to other countries to stir up trouble. First, I will give them some benefits, and when the time comes, I will withdraw the money that I invested. When the time comes, it will be much easier to fight them. Zhang Xiaobao followed this topic and explained in detail what he had said to Li Longji, so that people could understand the matter more clearly. Wang Wan also said, let alone a small country, even a country larger than the Great Tang can also fall into an unimaginable crisis if we use good methods. To deal with a small country, we only need to use economic sanctions. The prerequisite is that before the economic sanctions start, we have to let the other party form a close relationship with our economy. Moreover, we have to use necessary methods to impact the other party's economic system and make it unbalanced. Targeting agricultural products is the most effective method. For example, in the current Silla, Xiao Bao still hasn't used the final step of sanctions. This is to further wear down the unity of the people. Otherwise, the other party will easily start a war. Even if they clearly know that they can't win, they will still fight. But once they lose the hearts of the people, will they still need to use force? They grow a lot of cotton, and cotton can't be eaten. Stop the supply of food and support a few factions within their ranks. Let them play around. Wu Huifei had understood this matter, so she agreed. It should be about half a year. At that time, the summer grain will be harvested. This consort is looking forward to Cuckoo. Do you have any other methods to make the Great Tang Bank suffer an attack? Yes, the Great Tang Bank directly borrows money from the imperial court. The imperial court has the money, or the bank itself issues bonds. If the two are not enough, then take out the gold and silver and directly exchange it for the currently popular paper money. This is also the reason why Xiao Bao obtained so much gold and silver and didn't circulate it. Xiao Bao is afraid that when he is busy, someone will do bad things behind his back and he won't be able to control it. Wang Wan mentioned two more methods. These were all commonly used methods. Let alone the bank, even the country had used them before. Of course, she also knew that all methods were ultimately superficial. The most important thing was whether the country used the power of politics. The currency issued by the country didn't match the actual resources and exceeded a certain ratio. Okay, consort Hui, eat first. There are many ways. Just like marching to war, we have to change our tactics and not stick to formality. We also want to see how big of a wave this run on the banks will cause, and if the Great Tang's economic system is as sturdy as imagined. Seeing that Wu Huifei still wanted to ask more, Li Longji spoke out to dissuade her. Only then did Wu Huifei realize that she had only eaten 2 dumplings and was still hungry. Unfortunately, Xiao Bao had specially prepared the stuffing, so she lowered her head and ate. While the cabin was calm and tranquil, the great Tang outside was in the midst of a storm. Because the telegram had only reached the county level and not the village level, when the rumor appeared, it hadn't spread to the villages yet. Only in the prefectures and counties could they hear the news that the great Tang Bank had run out of money. This caused an uproar, and everyone had different reactions. The people who were most worried were those who had some assets in the bank and waited for interest. When they heard that the great Tang Bank had run out of money, the first thing they thought of was to take their deposit certificates and try withdrawing the money. There was also a group of people who wanted to see the world in chaos. Not only did they withdraw the money themselves, they even told others that the great Tang Bank only had this little bit of money, and if they took too long to withdraw it, it would be gone. The people who were the most calm were the businessmen. When they heard the rumor, they sneered. Those who had never played the game of Monopoly would never know the power of those who could enter the top 100. If they didn't know the power of those people, they wouldn't be able to imagine the power of Zhang Xiaobao, who was above them. The businessmen were very sure that Zhang Xiaobao was an invincible existence. How could he let the great Tang Bank have any problems? Therefore, most of the businessmen didn't care about the nagging of their wives. If they were annoyed, they would directly use the family law. How could they not control them? Since the merchants did not move, the impact on the banks was much smaller. The managers of the banks in various places kept sending telegrams and specifically went to find the local merchants to discuss matters. They suggested that if they really could not come up with cash to pay, they could borrow a portion of the money from the other party to deal with the emergency. In addition to these two groups of people, there was another group of people who were rich. They didn't have much money at home, but they weren't poor to the extent that they couldn't eat. They had some savings in the bank. This group of people belonged to the lowest class of people. They lived frugally and saved the money they had left in the bank. This gave them confidence, and at least they didn't have to worry about their lives. When many of them heard that the great Tang Bank had a problem because of a temporary loan, and what they were most afraid of was that everyone would withdraw money only to find that the money they had lent would not be returned, those in charge of the family all sighed and then took out their deposit certificates, looked at them, and put them away in a different place. Husband, the great Tang Bank has no money. Right now, there are people lining up at the great Tang Bank on the other side of the road to withdraw money. Where's our family's passbook? In a craftsman's house, a man was working on a piece of wood furniture. The rough shape was already done. Now, he was using a carving knife to carve patterns on the furniture. A woman came in and shouted. The man's hands didn't stop moving and he softly replied, "Got it. Where's our family's passbook? Quickly take it out. I'll go get it too. If I don't go now, it will be too late." When the woman saw the man's expression, she was very angry and urged him. "I'm not taking it out." The man replied with 2 words. "If you don't take it out, it's gone." The woman had a look of disappointment on her face. The man's knife was still carving on the wood. It was a cloud. It had no fixed shape and its shape was casual, but it was like a gentle breeze. "I'll go get it myself." The woman angrily went into the house. After a while, she came out with an ugly expression and asked, "Where's the passbook?" "I put it away." There are still people who owe money to the great Tang Bank. They haven't returned it yet. When they return it, the bank will have money again. What's the hurry? The man said a few more words this time, but the carving knife didn't stop. "You prodigal man, return it back. What if it collapses early? All the hard-earned money will be gone. You tell me, where did you put it?" The woman's eyes widened. "If you don't return it back, you'll give it to the bank." "The money, I don't want it. When we bought this house, we borrowed money from the bank. Did the bank charge us interest? When they helped us, we were happy. Now that they are in trouble, you want me to hit them when they are down? If I were this kind of person, I would let down the great Tang bank today and do something bad to you tomorrow. The man finally stopped what he was doing and turned his head to the woman and shouted. The woman withered. Then you really don't want the money? If you can get it back, then get it back. If you can't get it back, then don't get it back. The children don't need money to go to school, and we don't need money to see the doctor. I can still feed you with these 2 hands. The man said slowly and firmly. Father, Mother, I'm back. Mother, guess what good thing I encountered today? What is it? While the husband and wife were talking, a little boy ran in with an even smaller little girl. As soon as they entered the courtyard, they shouted happily. What good thing? The family's money is almost gone. The woman complained in a low voice, but after being glared at by the man, she didn't dare to say more. It's Xiao Bei. Mother, you know Xiao Bei, right? She is the Tang Dynasty's patrol inspector. She got a lot of money and wants to build 4,000 places in our Tang Dynasty. In our county, there is a precious candy house. I went to ask, and the workers said that they want to build a fun place with a mirror. When it is built, my sister and I will go there to play. We don't need a single cent. Also, the little cripple grandson that the old cripple picked up can go there to get money. Every month, all the children who are not in good health can go there. Also, Mother, you don't have work to do, right? I heard that there is a place where you don't need to pay money or pay taxes. When the time comes, you can ask if people like you can join. The little boy said happily. The little girl wanted to interrupt but couldn't. She was so anxious that she jumped at the side and kept nodding. When the woman heard this, she was stunned. The man was also stunned. Father, the Tang Dynasty Bank is managed by Xiao Bao. Xiao Bei is Xiao Bao's sister, right? Do you think he took out all the money to do this? They should have done it bit by bit. Why do they need to make 4,000 at once? This. The woman also started to get anxious. If they make a few, will it be our county's turn? Go, take out my screen and sell it. Buy it at a cheaper price. Don't wait for it to be expensive. After you buy the money, take it to the bank and deposit it. The man said and turned back to continue carving. The woman stood there and twisted the hem of her clothes. She thought for a while and gritted her teeth. Child, come with Mother to get the screen. The Tang Dynasty Bank can't collapse, and neither can the Zhang family and Wang family. Ah! Let's go. The little boy agreed and ran to the warehouse with his mother. This family was not the only one who had made a choice. Many commoners were also doing what they felt they should do. Therefore, at the entrance of various places in the Tang Dynasty Bank, there were different scenes. Some people were lining up to withdraw money, while others were lining up to deposit money. Chapter 1043. After replenishing their supplies, the fleet continued down the river without stopping at all. As noon passed, Xiao Bei and the others who had been wanting to teach the great Tang Bank a lesson hurriedly ate something in low spirits. After that, they could no longer eat. When the ship stopped to make one last short stop, they changed into even thinner clothes. They were now in the Chuzhou area, where the canal met the Huai River. People came and went at the dock like shuttles. Small boats moved back and forth on the river like fish jumping through the water. Let's think about it again. Let's start from their business contracts and see if we can find any loopholes. Xiao Bei said to his brothers and sisters beside him as he watched the boats come and go on the river dejectedly. Let's talk about it later. Let's learn from them. Brother said that there is no complete system in this world. We can find loopholes in everything. Xiao Yuan had been busy for almost the whole morning, but he still couldn't think of a good way to take revenge. He was very helpless. Xiao Bei, let Grandpa fish with you, okay? Old Man Wang saw that the little guys were listless and felt uncomfortable in his heart. He wanted to find something fun to cheer them up. Looking down, he saw more than a dozen small boats not far from each other on the river. There were boys on the boats, pulling nets between the two boats. There were also boys swimming in the water, hitting the water to drive away the fish. The girls were singing crisply, the boys were playing flutes. Their voices pierced the clouds, bright but not sharp. Seeing this scene, Old Man Wang nudged Xiao Bei and said, "Xiao Bei, Grandpa Fish will take you to play with the children, okay? Look, they're playing so well. Compete with them and see who's better at watching the water and catching fish." Xiao Bei looked in the direction Old Man Wang pointed and found that it was indeed so. His eyes lit up. He was about to turn back to the cabin and change into a diving suit when he suddenly felt that something was wrong. They came to catch fish to play. Don't they have lessons in the afternoon? Are they worthy of the money from the local merchants? Wait, Xiao Yuan, come down with me. Hurry up and change. Xiao Bei was thinking about this problem. He called Xiao Yuan and ran into the cabin first. By the time Xiao Yuan had also changed into a wetsuit, Xiao Bei had already been standing on the observation deck in front of the ship and waiting for a while. Jump. After saying the word jump to Xiao Yuan, Xiao Bei took the lead and jumped down. Can't we go down? Sooner or later, I'll be tormented to death by you. Xiao Yuan gritted his teeth and jumped down as well. With a splash, Xiao Yuan created a huge splash. After popping her head out, she complained to Xiao Bei beside her, "My hand is red from slapping. We're on a 4-story ship." "I know. It's not the 6th floor. It's only a dozen or so meters high. Follow me." Xiao Bei waved his hands and moved his 4 limbs at the same time. He quickly swam towards the group of children. Xiao Yuan could only do his best to chase after them. He wanted to continue complaining, but he couldn't find the words to say. As soon as the two entered the water, the situation on the surface of the water immediately changed. Many people who were fishing and transporting goods suddenly realized that the people on the boats beside them were unfamiliar faces. There were also many people swimming and playing in the river. They're so free. Instead of looking for work, they're swimming. How can they expect to live a good life? A person who was rowing an oar looked at the 3 people who swam past the boat and shook his head with a sigh. "She's good at swimming. Our family's child can't be compared to ordinary people." Old Man Wang stood at the bow of the boat and watched as Xiao Bei quickly approached the dozen or so boats like a fish. He stroked the beard under his chin and praised her. The others were silent. They were already used to it. This old man praised Xiao Bei almost every day. Even if Xiao Bei found a stone to smash the glass, he would also praise her for her strength. The children were strong and strong. Our family's child can't be compared to ordinary people. He's also sensible. Our family has a lot of glass. Xiao Bei didn't know that someone was praising her. She swam to the dozen or so boats and saw 2 children vigorously slapping the water with their hands to drive the fish towards the net. After a while, she disappeared without a trace. The 2 children thought that something had happened and wanted to go down to look for her. Only then did Xiao Bei pop up with her hands firmly grasping a fish. That's amazing. Catching fish with bare hands. I don't know how to do that. A boy looked at the fish in Xiao Bei's hands with admiration in his eyes. The other asked, "How did you catch it?" "The fish swim very fast. I can't catch up." "Take it." Xiao Bei passed the fish to Xiao Yuan who had just caught up. She lowered her head and her body sank again. Xiao Yuan pressed the still swaying fish against his chest with one arm, freed up his other hand, and punched the fish's head twice. He then used his fingers to poke into the fish's eyes. Finally, the fish's struggling gradually became smaller. After a short while, Xiao Bei popped its head out again. This time, it was holding an even bigger one. It was 2 feet long, and its eyes had long been pierced through. However, it was not completely dead yet. Its body twisted, and its tail slapped the surface of the water. "Can you teach us?" The boy who spoke first came closer and looked at the fish enviously. He begged Xiao Bei. "Okay, it's very simple. There needs to be a knack for catching fish. You can't catch just any fish." Xiao Bei nodded and threw the fish to another child. The boy listened very seriously. When Xiao Bei finished speaking, he asked, "What kind of fish do you want to catch?" "Pick the stupid fish to catch." Fish also need to learn skills. Those who don't learn or can't learn will naturally be caught by others. So you have to observe and see which fish don't usually go to class and play around with others. Once you find them, you'll be able to catch one. Xiao Bei pointed at the fish in Xiao Yuan's hands, indicating that it did not attend classes. Fish also attend classes? The boy's IQ was obviously lower and he asked in puzzlement. Xiao Bei nodded solemnly. Of course. If people attend classes, why don't fish attend classes? If fish skip classes, they will be caught in the future. If people skip classes, they can forget about having a future. Humph. Who are you calling a future? The boy's IQ rose sharply and he shouted loudly. Whoever skips classes is a future. Xiao Bei's voice was also not soft. Do you know why we skip classes? The boy was very angry. Why should I care? I only know that you should be sitting in class now. Xiao Bei was even angrier. What right do you have to care about us? The boy looked at Xiao Bei with disgust. Stop arguing, stop arguing. Quick, come with me and send this fish to the restaurant. It's a big sea bass. If you cut it, it can be sold for at least 400 copper coins. When we deposit it in the Great Tang Bank, we can let the bank bear an additional 400 copper coins. When it dies, it won't be worth anything. The other child was trying hard to drag the fish and swim to the side of the boat. The child who was even more noisy than Xiao Bei suddenly reacted and turned to help. He did not forget to turn back and stick out his tongue at Xiao Bei. I'm not giving you the fish, Lululu. Xiao Bei did not make any movements until the 2 children brought the fish to the boat and let the boat bring them to shore. She just stood in the water. When the water reached her neck, it did not rise anymore. Hey, why are you in a daze? Swim up. Do you want to commit suicide? Xiao Yuan carried another fish and stepped over, shouting at Xiao Bei. Xiao Bei turned her head. Her body floated up and stopped at the exposed part of her chest. She asked Xiao Bei, "Did you hear what they said?" I heard them. They are thinking of ways to earn money and deposit it in the Great Tang Bank so that they can help others withdraw money. They are afraid that the Great Tang Bank will be forced to withdraw money. They don't know how strong the Great Tang Bank is. What do you want to say? Xiao Yuan touched Xiao Bei with the fish and said according to what the child shouted just now. Xiao Bei's mouth twitched. It's all my fault. If I didn't want to take revenge, they wouldn't have come out to fish. I even scolded them just now. Xiao Yuan scratched her head with one hand. When she saw the people from the protection team swimming over, she said to Xiao Bei, "Why didn't they take revenge? Brother and sister didn't scold us. How could they not know? I guess the people who save money are not only children, but also adults. If this didn't happen, how would we know that there are many people who care about us? We are working hard for the children of the Great Tang, and the children of the Great Tang are also working hard for us. Isn't that good?" Xiao Bei looked at Xiao Yuan and lowered his head to think. When the people from the protection team came to him, he said, "Let me think." As he spoke, Xiao Bei's hands and feet moved rhythmically, and his body sank straight down. Xiao Yuan shook his head at Weiwei, who was swimming over, and signaled her not to come over. He held the fish and waited. He didn't think that Xiao Bei would commit suicide. His brother and sister said that when you need to take responsibility, using death to escape was the most cowardly action. Sure enough, after about 2 minutes, Xiao Bei came up again with a fish in his hand. He said angrily, "I wanted to stay down for a while, but it dared to run away from me." "Okay. Okay, you are good. Let's go back." Xiao Yuan could also catch fish with his bare hands, but he definitely couldn't do it as easily as Xiao Bei. He was clearly the white stripe in the waves in his brother and sister's story. However, Xiao Bei shook his head. "No, they will take it as a day off. We will fish with them. When we catch fish, we will sell it for money and let them save it. This money is theirs. Then, catch fish. Time to catch fish." Xiao Yuan waved his hand, and the people from the protection team started to get busy. Once everyone joined in, the speed of catching fish increased significantly, especially Xiao Bei. He asked the people from the protection team for an iron skewer and dove into the water. He caught 1 fish in 1 go. The children who asked for leave to fish were happy. They were responsible for sending the fish to the shore, and the people on the shore would take care of them and transport them to the restaurant. The restaurants were also divided into different grades. Some restaurants took the opportunity to lower the price. After the children asked, they turned around and left. Some restaurant managers heard that the children were saving money to support the Great Tang Bank, so they offered a high price and told the children to be careful not to drown. They even asked the children to come over for dinner at night. The children didn't thank them. Not only did they not thank the restaurant managers, but they also didn't thank Xiao Bei and the others. Their thoughts were very simple. They felt that everyone was helping the Great Tang Bank, so it was natural for them to do so. Those who didn't help the Great Tang Bank and instead added insult to injury were the ones who were hateful. The number of onlookers on the shore gradually increased. Xiao Bei focused on catching the carp and perch. Every time Xiao Bei caught a fish and the children carried it to the shore, someone would immediately shout out a price to buy it. They would then find a restaurant to have it made into fish slices. The fresh and high-quality fish gave a different feeling when eating it. While Xiao Bei and Xiao Yuan were working hard to catch fish, Xiao Hai and the others also came down. Even the Li siblings came down to join in the fun. They also knew how to swim, but they weren't good swimmers. They had no problem swimming in the swimming pool, but at the intersection of the canal and the Huai River, people like them would drown. Therefore, the 2 of them were given life jackets and arranged for people to protect them. They were allowed to participate in various activities. Even if their intelligence couldn't keep up, they could at least leave some impression. Xiao Hai swam over and asked Xiao Bei, "How are you? Are you tired?" "No, I didn't use much strength. I just feel uncomfortable. If I didn't insist, they would still be sitting in the school." Xiao Bei complained to his brother. Xiao Hai gave a rare smile and said to his sister, "You've done a good job this time. Brother and sister just sent news that the Great Tang Bank will begin to take out a portion of our family's money at noon tomorrow. They will inform the depositors of the bank's strength. At the same time, it will end at noon tomorrow. Starting from this morning, those who deposit money at noon tomorrow will have their deposit interest increased by 400%. Those who don't withdraw money from the bank will have their deposit interest increased by 100%. Those who take a loan from the bank, deposit money, and withdraw money will be more stringent in the future. Starting from noon tomorrow, the Great Tang Bank's deposit interest will be reduced by 30%. Let me think. According to this, starting from this morning and ending at noon tomorrow, those who deposit money will have their deposit doubled in a little more than 3 years? The Great Tang Bank is so rich. Xiao Bei quickly calculated the general situation of the interest. 4 times the interest, in more than 3 years, 1 copper coin would become 2 copper coins, and 2 copper coins would become 4 copper coins. Then, he shouted happily, "That's great. Good people deserve good karma. Quick, quick, help me catch some fish. Sell it to the children who play truant. Sell it to them for more money. In 3 years, they will have more money to spend. Brother and sister are amazing." They immediately thought of a good idea. I was worried about how to repay others. Now I want to see if those people who withdraw money will still dare to take advantage of me in the future. Xiao Hai smiled again and said, "Brother and sister also want to tell you that the manager of the great Tang Bank in Shuzhou has been resigned. They want you to stop thinking about taking revenge on him." He took the initiative to admit his mistake and wrote a self-reflection. Xiao Bei was not happy at all when he heard this news. He lowered his head and said in a low voice, Actually, I don't want to do anything to him. I just feel that he doesn't value us. He clearly knows that we are going to take a loan and won't spend the money blindly. He must have thought of helping others, but he still insisted on that rule. I am very unhappy. Was it possible to get him back? A person who can be a manager of a place is not bad. We can't lose a talent because of us. At the same time that he resigned from the position of manager of the Shuzhou Bank, he also handed in a proposal. He said that there will be a reward system for children who do well in school. Moreover, the money that the children earn from catching toads, catching fish, digging up cicadas, and other work in their free time will be quickly spent by the children if they are not managed. He wants to set up a children's savings business. He wants to be in charge of this so that the children will know how to save and save for emergencies. Having a sum of money that the children can use freely is also a kind of happiness for the children. At the same time, he wants to encourage the children to study hard and accumulate more money through scholarships. Brother has already agreed. He will be transferred to the capital to be in charge of this business. Xiao Bei was no longer vexed. He happily dove into the water and caught another fish. He said, "See, I told you. A talent is a talent. Even if he's not in charge anymore, he can still think of better ideas. I have a good idea. Help me remember it and tell him later. It is that the child's passbook must be very beautiful. Moreover, every child who saves money must give a beautiful gift when they first save money, such as a bracelet, a hat, a belt, etc., so that people will know at a glance that he or she is saving money." Chapter 1044. During the bank run, Zhang Xiaobao didn't have to spend too much energy to calm his younger siblings down, but he also won the hearts of countless supporters. Xiao Bei and the others recovered very quickly. They helped others catch fish for an entire afternoon. The dozen or so children who had skipped class to catch fish had all deposited a large amount of money in the Great Tang Bank. Naturally, it was their parents who had helped them deposit the money. Their business had not started yet. It wasn't until the evening when Xiao Bei and the others left on the boat and continued to head south that the children knew the identity of Xiao Bei and the others. They all stood by the river and watched the boat disappear into the distance. They watched the sun slowly set in the west like an egg yolk and dyed the sky red. Their hearts were peaceful. Only when the person sent by the manager of the restaurant who had treated them to a meal called out to them did they reveal happy smiles. Forgetting their tiredness, they skipped towards the restaurant together. The children who caught fish were happy. Compared to being able to see Xiao Bei and the others, the amount of money in the bank was not so important. Many years later, they could proudly tell their descendants about what happened today. A portion of the crowd was also happy at noon the next day. The next day, just after noon, the branches of the Tang Bank all opened for business in the afternoon. At the same time, bundles of Tang banknotes were piled on the counter of the bank. The denominations ranged from 10 strings of coins to 500 strings of coins. The colors were colorful. When the people who wanted to withdraw money and deposit money saw it, they made a similar expression, which was shock. Then, annoyed voices and happy shouts echoed one after another in the bank. At this time, the bank also put up a public notice board. The blackboard was painted with ink and the white chalk words were very dazzling. Little brother-in-law of the Zhang family, you can read. Help me see what's written. My son has gone to school. Otherwise, I can drag him here to read. A woman who was depositing money didn't recognize the words on the blackboard. She asked the person next to her who was going to withdraw money. She didn't show any embarrassment on her face because she didn't know how to read. Instead, she emphasized that he was her son with a hint of pride. The brother-in-law of the Zhang family knew why she was like this. It was because her son had ranked first in the school for 3 consecutive quarters. The rewards he received were enough to feed 2 people in her family. In addition to the symbolic monetary rewards, there were also cloth, rice, meat, and vegetable oil. Before the new year, she even received 4 pieces of pork. With such children, every adult should be proud of them. The children were happy when they learned, the merchants were happy when they received rewards, and the adults were even happier when they ate what the children received. However, this brother-in-law was not happy. He had already withdrawn 4 strings of cash yesterday, but he could not find today's passbook. When he got up in the morning, he scolded his wife for a while, and then rummaged through the cupboard for the whole morning before he took out the passbook from the gap of the mattress. When the great Tang Bank opened for business in the afternoon, he rushed over. He never thought that the difference between reality and imagination was too great. That black and white announcement, as well as the colorful coins, made him want to find a hole to crawl into and return to the past. Brother-in-law of the Zhang family, what did you write? The woman continued to ask. She could see that there was something wrong with his expression, but she couldn't think of the specific reason. She could only guess that the words on the blackboard were not very good for people who wanted to withdraw money. The brother-in-law of the Zhang family tightly held the passbook in his hand. He saw that the passbook had changed shape, but he didn't know. He said to the woman blankly, I finally know the strength of the great Tang Bank. Zhang Xiaobao will always be Zhang Xiaobao. It's a pity that I don't have any medicine for regret. It's written on it, written. The woman was a little scared. These words were too scary. It seemed that he wanted to kill himself, so she didn't say anything. However, a woman next to her who was also depositing money pulled her aside and said, Sister, I'll tell you what it says. When my daughter comes home, she always wants to teach me how to read. It's good that I can recognize those words. Sister, you tell me. The woman was more envious of her literacy. When my child comes back today, I'll also ask him to teach me. Good, I know that your son studies well. Every time my daughter talks about him, she's always envious. Someday, I'll get my daughter to help out at your place. Look at her, isn't she cute? I think your son isn't bad. Oh, let's not talk about this first. It says that the Great Tang Bank announced today that all the banks have used the second-level currency reserves, a total of 100 million strings of coins. People who withdraw money don't have to rush and don't be crowded. If the 100 million strings of coins are withdrawn, there will be 200 million strings of coins released later. As long as you want to withdraw money, you don't have to worry about not being able to withdraw money. Moreover, the bank will operate until midnight. The people in the bank won't rest. Sister, look at that pile of money, there's still 500 strings of coins. Even if a merchant comes to withdraw money, there's still no need to worry. The literate woman first looked like she wanted to sell her daughter, and then she talked about the words on the blackboard. Hearing her words, the woman who asked the question revealed a smile. The Great Tang Bank seems to be really rich. My husband and I were worried that they wouldn't have enough money and would collapse in the end. Now, everything is fine. But why does the Zhang family's brother-in-law look unhappy? He can withdraw money now. Sister, that's because he saw another content. The great Tang bank said that they don't lack money, but in less than 2 days, they received something more precious than money. Thus, there was a reward activity. Starting from yesterday morning until noon today, which is when the bank closes in the morning, all the people who saved money during that time will have the interest calculated at 4 times the original amount. For those who didn't withdraw their money during that period of time, the interest will be doubled from the time they deposited the money. Yesterday, I deposited 45 strings of cash. In a little more than 3 years, it will become 90 strings of cash. The literate woman became excited as she spoke. She calculated the interest and came to a conclusion. Really? Yesterday, I also saved 32 strings of coins. Today, I just saved 3 strings of coins. It's a pity that I saved too late. If I had come in the morning, I would have saved a lot more. Sister, what if I saved now? When the woman heard that the interest was 4 times the original amount, she was afraid that it was a trap. She pinched her arm with all her strength until she felt the pain. Only then did she relax. She then asked, if I save now, won't it be 4 times the original amount? It's more than 4 times the original amount. The great Tang bank has adjusted the new interest rate. If I save now, I can only get 70% of the original amount. It's decreased by 30%. That means that the people who started to withdraw money yesterday will lose a lot. Sister, think about it. If they withdraw money, they won't spend it immediately. What's the use of keeping it? If they want to save it in the bank again, they will lose at least several times the original amount? It's not easy to calculate. In any case, it's more than 4 times the original amount. When the literate woman spoke, she looked at the younger brother-in-law of the Zhang family. There was a hint of schadenfreude in her words. The younger brother-in-law of the Zhang family turned green. He had calculated that the biggest loss from withdrawal was nearly 6 times the original amount of the depositor. If he wanted to double the amount now, it would take 20 years. What he wanted to do the most was to smash the great Tang bank. It was too much of a bully. Saving and withdrawing money was normal. Why should he give others benefits when he withdrew money but suffer a loss? What if he withdrew money because he was in a hurry? However, a thought was a thought. He didn't dare to smash the great Tang bank. He didn't even dare to say anything unpleasant to them. He was very clear about who was behind the great Tang bank. I'm a fool. The great Tang bank is managed by Zhang Xiaobao. How could he let people withdraw money from the bank? His family is so rich. I'm blinded by pork. As he thought about it, he squatted down in annoyance and pulled at his hair with all his strength. The people who also wanted to withdraw money and the people who were going through the procedures at the counter stopped when they heard this. Sir, your money is 71 strings of coins and 251 copper coins. Please count it and keep it well. A person who was handling the withdrawal business put a passbook and different amounts of money on the counter. There was also a copper coin inside and said to the stunned person. Withdraw it? I won't withdraw it. Why are you so fast? I won't withdraw it, okay? The person was even more stupid. The salesperson gently shook his head and gave the person an apologetic smile. He said, the procedures have been completed. If you don't need too much money for the time being, you can deposit it again. What about the interest? Is it doubled? The person stared and asked. Because the bank has readjusted the deposit interest rate, if you deposit it now, you can only deposit it at 70% of the original interest rate. I was wrong, I know I was wrong. I won't do it again. In the future, even if the Great Tang Bank says it's going bankrupt, I won't withdraw money. Give me a chance. I saved the money last January and have been saving it for more than a year. Double the interest is equivalent to 2.5 years of saving. Tell your manager that I won't withdraw it and will still calculate it at the original interest rate. Is that okay? Even if it's a little less, I won't use double, even if it's 50%. Young lady, please help me. Who doesn't have difficulties? Help me this time and I will definitely repay you. The person who was withdrawing money was crying. He leaned on the counter and begged the salesperson with a weak appearance. Before the salesperson could refuse again with a smile, a man next to him who wanted to deposit money and whose body was not greasy took over and shouted at the person who was leaning on the counter, refusing to leave. Hey, you fruit pancake seller, don't you have any shame? I know you. Last time, you wanted to get a good fruit pancake tool. I wanted to borrow money to buy a pig. We came here together. The bank checked our household registration and borrowed the money together. It's interest-free. What did you say at that time? You said that you will remember this kindness and will repay it in the future. Is this how you repay it? You still have the face to say, who doesn't have difficulties? When you have difficulties, others help you. When others have difficulties, you want to make things worse for them. There is no medicine for regret in this world. Now you know how powerful Zhang Xiaobao is. Why don't you know how to cross the bridge between the Zhang family and the Wang family? It's called one thought to heaven and one thought to hell. You walked the road yourself. Who do you blame? Take the money and get lost. If you dare to be noisy again, I will slap you. I was wrong. I really won't withdraw money in the future. I was wrong. The person continued to mutter as if he didn't hear it. The salesperson shook his head helplessly and looked at the guards next to him. Immediately, 2 guards came over and carried the person to the side to find a doctor. Next. The salesperson's voice was as pleasant as usual. The second person who wanted to withdraw money refused to move forward. He shook his head like a rattle drum. I'm not withdrawing money. I'm just looking. Yes, I went to the wrong place. What am I going to do today? There are so many things to do. Oh, I remember. I'm going to buy cloth. Yes, cloth. I won't delay your work. I'm leaving first. After he finished speaking, he turned and left. The third person didn't even say anything and followed him with his head down. In just a short time, the row of people who wanted to withdraw money disappeared. Fortunately, the door was wide enough. Otherwise, 2 people would have died. Bah! Serves them right. If it were up to me, I should have waited a little longer. I should have put out the notice tomorrow night and asked them to withdraw all the money. If they withdrew all the money, I could have saved an extra portion and added some interest. Great, now it's 70%. Come, I'll save what I have. 70% it is. If I keep it in my hands, I won't get any interest. A person standing at the deposit counter looked at the person who left, spat disdainfully and pushed the money back. Such scenes played out in different places. While countless people of the Great Tang felt the warmth and coldness of the world, they also had to ask themselves what they were thinking when they made their choice. Zhang Xiaobao didn't care about other people's thoughts at all. Anyway, he did what he should do, which was to repay injustice with justice and to repay kindness with kindness. I'm a saint now. That's what saints do. After this incident, let's see if anyone dares to hit me when I'm in trouble next time. Zhang Xiaobao held a glass of wine and said to Wang Wan. But from his words, it seemed like he was looking for an excuse for himself. Wang Wan was still doing her embroidery. Hearing this, she raised her head and said, "Many people will be sad. What if someone takes it too hard and commits suicide? Don't you feel responsible?" "What do you mean?" They shouldn't be sad, but I should be sad. I have a backup plan. What if I don't prepare? What will happen to the Tang Bank? Although it can't be closed down because of a bank run, it will make many people doubt it. The only way is to not handle the business of withdrawing money for others. Our reputation will plummet. What we lose is not only the reputation of the bank, but also the reputation of the court and our family. In the future, my words won't be as useful as they are now. Suicide? I don't believe that someone will commit suicide because of a lower interest. They don't lack capital. If someone really commits suicide because of a lower interest, then how many people do you think will die? I've heard of people committing suicide because they failed in stocks, futures, and gambling, but I've never heard of people committing suicide because of a lower interest. Besides, I don't care if someone commits suicide because of a lower interest. If the Tang Bank collapses and I commit suicide, how many people in the bank will pity me? Zhang Xiaobao looked like he was very angry. Wang Wan sighed and said nothing more. She also understood that Zhang Xiaobao was right. Many people who tried to run the bank, even if they really did cause the Tang Bank to collapse and then found out that Zhang Xiaobao had committed suicide, they wouldn't have much of a reaction. There were even some people who rejoiced in others' misfortune. Occasionally, in their free time, they would talk to others. There had once been a person who had stood on the altar and fallen like this. That person was an existence that reigned above the ranks of the wealthiest people. This was the disregard for life, the special excitement of someone who had fallen from a high position. Thinking of this, Wang Wan felt a little sad. She and Xiaobao had done many things for Great Tang, but in the end, when the Tang Bank was in danger, there were still many people who weren't willing to stand with them. Ignorance. No matter how much you educate them, those who should be ignorant will still be ignorant. They might have never thought about what would happen to Great Tang if the Tang Bank was gone and Zhang Xiaobao was finished. What would happen to Great Tang then? They might think that as long as they have money in their hands, they don't have to be afraid of anything. It seems that we have to teach them more about politics and economics in the future. Xiaobao, don't you think so? Wang Wan asked Zhang Xiaobao. Zhang Xiaobao nodded. Indeed. At the very least, we have to let them know that money isn't useful just because they have it in their hands. Let alone paper money, even if they have gold and silver at home, they won't have good days ahead of them if the political situation isn't stable. Right now, we've been controlling the salt tax with Li Longji, and it's very low. There hasn't been a situation where the commoners have to spend a lot of money to eat salt, and the annexation of land has also been stopped. Otherwise, even if they have 10,000 taels of gold at home, their fate is to be snatched away by others. Those fools, not only are they short-sighted, they even dare to question me. Do you think that kind of trick will work on me? Alright, I know you're capable. Go do your thing and don't disturb me, Wang Wan said to Zhang Xiaobao with a smile before lowering her head and continuing to embroider her flower. But she couldn't calm down. She had realized that it was only because of her and Xiaobao's strength that the Great Tang was able to operate normally. If the two of them were to suddenly withdraw from the situation, countless people would fight over their stalls. If that was the case, it would be better for her and Xiaobao to withdraw from the situation and allow everything to return to the path that the Great Tang should have taken. Even if there were problems, they would be able to persist for several decades. What the two of them needed to do now was to gradually perfect the system of the Great Tang so that the people would get used to living and doing things according to the system. At that time, even if the two of them were to withdraw from the situation, the Great Tang wouldn't fall into chaos. After all, the people would already have the habit of following the system. But this system was too difficult. It wasn't that the imperial power didn't want to change, but that it couldn't be changed immediately. That required the development of production technology and productivity to reach a certain level, as well as the knowledge and culture of the people to reach a level where they had no choice but to change. The process of turning imperial power into a democracy like that of the West was extremely long. To change it in just a few decades required an enormous investment of both internal and external energy. It was simply impossible at the moment. Let's wait. Let's wait for the next generation to do it. When the time comes, we'll see which system is good and use it. Or perhaps we'll come up with a new system. Under the framework of a constitutional monarchy, we'll preserve a portion of the sovereign's power and walk the line between democracy and non-democracy. Wang Wan said a few more words. Zhang Xiaobao put down his brush and helplessly said, "Just continue embroidering your flowers. What's the point of researching this? A system is only adaptability, not absoluteness. According to the needs of different social environments, different systems are correct. We can't put the system first. What needs to be put first is the needs of society. The system can be changed, but the goal of survival can't be changed. That is to live for a better life." "What do you mean by live or die? Tell us about it. We're very happy today. The situation of the various regions has been reported to us one after another. Let those disobedient commoners know that they have to work together to protect Great Tang. Yes, only then can they live properly." Right after Zhang Xiaobao said those words, Li Longji's voice sounded. At the same time, he appeared at the entrance of the cabin. Wang Wan continued to embroider with her head lowered while Zhang Xiaobao continued to write. The two of them acted as if they didn't see Li Longji's arrival. In truth, they had already heard Li Longji's footsteps, and Zhang Xiaobao had intentionally said those words for them to hear. Seeing that the two of them didn't respond, Li Longji didn't get angry. Instead, he continued, "Xiaobao, after the interest on deposits is adjusted, do you think that the interest on loans should be adjusted as well? Should it be adjusted back in the future? Why is it this kind of question again?" Zhang Xiaobao raised his head and sighed. "If we aren't concerned about this question, what should we be concerned about? Are you going to adjust it or not? Give me an answer." Li Longji glared at him. "Adjust it? Since the interest on deposits is lowered, the interest on loans should naturally be lowered as well. If we don't adjust it, wouldn't those who want loans run to the commoners to borrow money? This will cause an abnormal concentration of capital. In truth, I was originally thinking of lowering the interest rate, but I was waiting for a suitable opportunity. It just so happened that Xiaobei and the others were reporting to the manager of the bank, so I did it together. Otherwise, why didn't you start a propaganda war with others? Why didn't you stop Xiaobei and the others? This time, you've gained an advantage. You've won a portion of the people's hearts, warned a portion of the people, and strengthened the position of the Great Tang Bank in the hearts of the commoners. At the same time, you've also completed your plan to lower the interest rate. Say, what do you want us to say about you? You even want to make use of Xiaobei and the others. You're truly too unqualified as an elder brother." Li Longji first praised Zhang Xiaobao, and then he began to criticize him. Zhang Xiaobao didn't care. It was Xiaobei and the others who helped us. If not for this matter, I wouldn't have known the general situation of the people. It seems that we don't need to worry about the internal strife of the Great Tang when we launch an invasion in the future. By lowering the interest rate, we can accomplish two things. The first is to promote consumption. When the commoners realize that the interest rate is lower, they'll be willing to take out their money to buy things. However, we have to control the prices of goods properly. It's easy for the price of some goods to rise too much in a short period of time. The second goal is to have those who want to borrow more when the interest rate of the bank is lowered. Then, they can use the money to develop their own industries. Starting from a small scale, they can research production techniques and improve management, thus raising production efficiency and creating more material resources. But at the same time, they have to be controlled. They can't develop their industries by encroaching on other people's land, and they can't develop their industries by exploiting the natural resources of the Great Tang. The best result is for them to follow in the footsteps of the Great Tang army and plunder outside to produce locally before transporting back to our Great Tang for the commoners to use. Li Longji nodded and said, "Give it to a portion of the Great Tang commoners to use. We shouldn't care about those who run on the banks." Zhang Xiaobao was amused by Li Longji's words, and Wang Wan didn't dare to continue embroidering for fear of prickling her hands. After stopping, Wang Wan said to Li Longji, "Your Majesty, you're the emperor. You can't argue with the commoners. If the commoners aren't good, then it means that you haven't been fooled enough. You haven't educated the commoners well, so how can you push the blame onto the commoners?" That's right, that's right. The commoners are adorable. The appearance of the bank only means that we haven't done our job well. I believe that if we don't change the way we treat the commoners and work hard for them, there will come a day when the commoners of our Great Tang are faced with this matter once more. When someone withdrew money, it wasn't for the sake of running on the banks, but because they happened to be in need of money. When someone saved money, it wasn't to protect the Great Tang Bank, but because they felt that keeping the money in their hands would cause it to depreciate. Zhang Xiaobao echoed. So, it's our fault then? How long will it take for them to reach the level the two of you speak of? Li Longji faintly said. He felt extremely uncomfortable in his heart. He felt like he had been betrayed by many people, and it was an indescribable feeling. It won't take too long. There might be a run on the banks right now, but if someone says that they want the commoners of a certain area to rebel, there won't be any commoners who will follow them. As long as we maintain our governance, ensure the development of productivity, speed up the education of knowledge, and consolidate Great Tang's military and economic superiority, we'll be able to achieve our goal in 10 years at most. Of course, we can't expect to have every single commoner listen to us, but at that time, there will be very few who don't listen, and we can just deal with those who don't listen. Even if we can't do the favor, we still have the law and punishment. With both of these, society will be stable. Why isn't the data out yet? You're making me wait. As Zhang Xiaobao consoled Li Longji, he occasionally glanced at the door. What data are you waiting for? Li Longji also turned his head to look at the door and asked. The data of the bank. We can't let something like this happen for nothing. I have to see what's special about the situation. I'm coming. Zhang Xiaobao paused. As expected, 5 breaths later, someone from the inner court appeared at the door. He looked inside before walking in and saying to Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan, "Little young master, little miss, the data has just been compiled, and it's not too complete. There's still a portion that will have to be compiled at night. Please take a look. There's no need to rush. Tell me, what's the situation?" Zhang Xiaobao gestured for the person from the inner court to explain. Yes. After the Great Tang Bank ran on its banks, from yesterday morning to noon, various places paid out a total of 43.2 million strings of cash. At the same time, more than 36.1 million strings of cash were deposited, so there wasn't much of an impact. The expenditure of various places varies according to the degree of prosperity, which is basically consistent with the law. The only problem is the Jiangnan West Road. From yesterday morning to noon today, the entire Jiangnan West Road unconventionally paid out 7 million strings of cash, and there were people from other places transferring money to the bank there. They're probably trying to empty the Jiangnan West Road Bank of cash. Our bank system has just responded, urgently transferring cash from the nearby banks to the Jiangnan West Road Bank. The transportation team has already set off under layers of protection. The inner court explained. Chapter 1045. Idiot. Li Longji commented after Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan finished speaking. At the same time, he looked at Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan, hoping that they would agree with his judgment. Unexpectedly, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan frowned at the same time. They looked at each other and nodded at the same time. "It's interesting to deal with such an opponent," Zhang Xiaobao commented. Wang Wan also said, "What should we do to create a diversion?" "We'll beat them at their own game and lure the snake out of its hole," Zhang Xiaobao replied. "Could it be that someone is stupid?" Li Longji understood the meaning behind their words and asked with uncertainty. "If they're not stupid, maybe we can turn the act into reality. Investigate the owners of the transfer accounts and deposit accounts. Compile the information on the large deposit accounts in the past 6 months. Send the guards to the west of Jiangnan to enter a state of combat readiness. Increase the activity of the spy system. The Ministry of Works and the Agricultural Temple Research Institute will increase the defense forces and hold a recruitment competition in early summer. The time will be set to be half a month later. In addition, speed up the construction of the railway and recruit new medical students. The current students will immediately undergo the basic medical examination. Those who pass will be sent to the nearest place, and those who pass will be sent to the surrounding area in turn. We'll rotate layer by layer to increase the number of medical personnel in Tang as fast as possible." Zhang Xiaobao replied to Li Longji and issued a series of orders to the inner court. After that, he turned to look at Wang Wan. Wang Wan nodded lightly and then said, "Order, our troops stationed in Shanshan City in the east of Qinghai Lake will split up and go around Qinghai Lake. We'll move to the northwest at the same time. We'll practice to adapt to the environment and cooperate with guns and cannons along the way. Continue to increase the supply of meat and wheaten food in the name of rescuing the Tubo disaster. When we reach Pengzhou Pass, recruit the local people to secretly make military food. We'll conscript the surplus ships of the merchants in Jiannan province. Fill them with fodder and enter the Ruoshui River of Jinchuan. We'll go against the current north and stop at Mizang. Our Yellow River fleet will head west and gather at the Bailan tribe downstream of the source of the Yellow River. Don't travel empty-handed. Also, send some things to the tribes along the way. Choose what they don't produce locally. We don't need seafood. There's a saltwater lake there, so we can send tea leaves. Also, we can hire locals to go to Qinghai Lake to help make Huangyu products." The people in the inner courtyard took note of it seriously. When they turned and walked to the door of the cabin, Zhang Xiaobao added, "Tell Xiaobei and the others that they will only stay in Hangzhou for 2 days at most. No matter who they meet, as long as they are friendly with them, invite them to Jiangzhou. If they follow, bring them along. If they refuse, arrest them." "Yes." The inner yard disciple left. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan immediately lowered their heads and continued to write. After each finished writing a page, they didn't look at each other. They each called for their respective inner courtyards, solemnly handed the pages to each other, and waved their hands to let them leave. Li Longji listened and watched from the side. When Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan were done with their work, he looked at them with a puzzled expression. Finally, he couldn't help but ask, "What exactly do you two want to do?" "The Ministry of Works, the Agricultural Temple, the Medical College, the Army, and supplies. Do you want to act in advance?" Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan shook their heads and said at the same time, "Let's make the Tang Empire busy." "What's the benefit of being busy?" Li Longji asked again. "Cooperate with the other party," Wang Wan answered. "Find someone to play a game," Zhang Xiaobao answered. Li Longji was confused. He thought about it and asked, "Can you bring me along to play?" "Well. Okay. Every 2 days, send a group of people to the government offices in various places of the Tang Empire to patrol. Send 7 groups in a row. Then, order the local troops to strictly check the people entering and leaving. That's enough." Zhang Xiaobao pretended to be hesitant, but in the end, he nodded and agreed. What's the purpose of doing this? Li Longji admitted that he didn't understand. To play together. Zhang Xiaobao went back to the original topic. Okay, like a guessing game, or throwing a handkerchief behind me. Don't tell me that the two of you, as Li Longji spoke, he pointed at Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. Then, he got up and left to arrange things. Xiaobei and the others, who were getting closer and closer to Hangzhou, had been living a good life recently. They could listen to Grandpa Fish's stories and listen to the things that happened to Grandpa Fish when he was young. There were the roads he walked on, the rivers he crossed, the local customs, deceit, climbing mountains was like picking stars, and people's lives were like grass. They could also learn calligraphy and painting from the Jiang Wang clan. They could also learn how to play the zither and play chess. They could play the plucked strings and play the 3 plum blossoms. After they finished learning, the 9 of them would teach each other and make up stories for Pan, and her brother. The rest of the time, they would exercise and think about what was delicious. If they saw a place along the coast that was damaged, they would send a report to the nearest family business and ask them to pay for the repair. The local government would guide them and they would report back. Grandpa Fish, is the grassland really that dangerous? My family has a business on the grassland. I even flew back from the north. I didn't see any wolves, nor did I see any snakes that would kill people with a bite. At noon, Xiaobei and the others had just eaten. They walked back and forth on the deck of the ship, digesting the food while listening to Old Man Wang, who was also walking around, tell stories. When Old Man Wang talked about the grassland, Xiaobei couldn't connect the grassland he saw with what Grandpa Fish said. Xiaobei felt that Grandpa Fish should be talking about the stories and not the real things that happened to Grandpa Fish when he was young, so he looked up and asked. Old Man Wang held Xiaobei's hand. The wrinkles on his face were piled together, but there was a smile on his face. His other hand was holding Xiaoyuan. He really wanted to hold Xiaohai's hand. Xiaohai was Qiao-er's biological son, but he knew he couldn't do that. He could imagine that if he held Xiaobei's hand with one hand and Xiaohai's hand with the other, the two children would give up at the same time and stay far away from him, thinking that there was a difference between them. Yes, Xiaobei and Xiaohai would definitely think that way. They were much smarter than other children. Hearing Xiaobei's question, Old Man Wang continued to smile and said to Xiaobei, when you left, you were in a large group. The wolves had already run away when they saw you. The snakes were also killed by people who were familiar with the grassland and became your food. We didn't have the same treatment as you back then. In a caravan, the big ones had a few hundred people, and the small ones only had a dozen or so people. They wore thick clothes, regardless of whether it was winter or summer. What they were most afraid of was encountering a pack of more than 30 wolves. When a caravan of more than a dozen people saw a big pack of wolves, they would first guard their horses, light a fire, and take out their weapons to be on guard at all times. It was better during the day, but at night, it was very likely that the caravan would not see the sun tomorrow. It was difficult to find traces of people who died on the grassland. When the wind blew and the grass grew, the grassland was still grassland, but there was no sign of people. I only encountered it once. That time. As Old Man Wang told the story, or rather, the things that he had experienced, a look of reminiscence appeared in his eyes. Xiaobei and the others listened attentively, interrupting from time to ask a question. From the looks of it, the waves are the most powerful on the grassland. Xiaobei concluded after listening to the story of the grassland. Xiao Yuan pursed her lips and said, on the grasslands, humans are the most powerful. Didn't Big Brother and Big Sister say that there will be a day when humans will regret killing too many animals? It's not that they regret not having enough to eat or wear comfortable clothes because they don't have enough of those animals. It's that when an animal is gone, the children in the future will never see it again. Perhaps it's nothing to some people, but many years later, will people still guess the animals of today like digging up the stones called dinosaurs? Okay, I admit that you're right. For the sake of younger children, we shouldn't kill all the animals. We should catch and raise them, just like the zoo in the capital. In fact, I really want to bring all the animals from everywhere to the capital. That way, it will be very lively. Xiao Bei looked at Pan Er and the other two and finally stopped arguing with Xiao Yuan. His eyes looked at the clouds floating in the sky as he slowly spoke, his eyes filled with yearning. Old man Wang felt that his thinking could not keep up with the children. When he heard what Xiao Bei and Xiao Yuan said, he asked puzzledly, the animals of a place naturally have the habits of a place. If you bring them to the capital, will they still be able to live? Grandpa, you haven't been to the zoo in the capital? Oh, that's right. When we go back, we'll take you with us and let you see what the zoo in the capital is like. We can enter all the places. As long as Uncle Emperor can enter, no one will dare to stop us. The things that have just arrived are usually not allowed to be seen by others, even if they spend more money. Before we came out, my elder brother and elder sister had people get a big white bear from a very cold place. Swimming is very fun. I've seen it before. I don't think I can gain any advantage from swimming with it. It's so big, and its swimming speed is so fast. Don't you think it's amazing? In order to keep them alive, we put ice on the places where they live. It's easy to do in the winter, but when it's summer, who knows how much ice money we have to spend every day. Also, they eat fish. Other than them, there are also small bears from very hot places. Then, we have to heat them up and specially get them food. Otherwise, they won't eat. They're even more picky than me. Let me tell you, The more Bei talked, the happier he became. He let go of old man Wang's hand and kept gesturing. Pan could occasionally understand a sentence or two, so she was busy learning from Bei. Old man Wang had indeed not seen it with his own eyes. In fact, if he went to the capital, he could also see new animals that ordinary people could not see. However, he had not been to the capital in the past 1 or 2 years. He was busy elsewhere. During the new year, he came back to the house in Hangzhou with his master. First, there were many merchants in Hangzhou, and they could eat the food they got from overseas at any time. Second, Hangzhou was far from the capital. His master always had things in his heart that he couldn't let go. Sometimes, he didn't dare to face them. Although he still had an official position in another department, he didn't like to go there personally to do things, so he left them to the people in the departments. Old man Wang had also heard about the animals in the zoo from others. At that time, he already had a very good impression of them. Today, when he heard Bei talk about them, he realized that those who saw the animals did not describe them very well. They missed a lot of things. For example, the habits of the animals, and how they looked when they ate, etc. Bei, why are you different from what others said? Old man Wang asked curiously. Different? No, that's what my brother and sister told us. They also divided the animals into different families. Some animals look different from the outside, but my brother and sister put them in the same category. Grandpa fishing, it won't take long for my brother and sister to arrive in Hangzhou. You'll know when you see them. They're so awesome. No matter what kind of things people catch from where, they can directly tell the general living habits of those things. For example, they sent a kind of small bear from the very south. Like what I just told you, my brother and sister call them koalas. They say that this kind of animal is the most fun to play with. If they don't have enough food and temperature, they can train them and other people can hold them. If there are 10 of them, and 9 of them are held by people, but one of them is not, that koala will be very sad. Don't you think it's like a human? Bei made a gesture of holding a big cloth doll as he spoke to old man Wang. Pan rushed over and opened her arms to let Bei hold her. When Bei was done, she would find someone else to hold her. Such an action made Old Man Wang chuckle. While he was laughing, suddenly, a shout came from the observation deck. Someone fell into the water. Where? Binoculars. When Bebe heard that someone had fallen into the water, he quickly asked the people next to him for binoculars. The thing he didn't want to see the most was someone drowning because he was good at swimming. He took the binoculars and looked at the river. Bebe showed a puzzled expression. He pulled Xiao Yuan and held the binoculars in front of him and asked, "Xiao Yuan, have you seen a drowning person like this before?" Xiao Yuan looked and was also very puzzled. He shook his head and said, "No, that person's rise and fall is too regular. Could it be that he is practicing drowning? I haven't practiced it before, but I heard from my brother and sister that in the future, when the medical conditions are improved, there will be a special navy. It is the Navy's drowning training program. Learning how to drown under what conditions. That way, the survival rate after being saved will be much higher than the people who are not familiar with it. But I am afraid when I think about it. I don't have the courage to take the initiative to drown." Bebe pulled the binoculars back to her eyes and nodded. She said, "Yes, this person is too interesting. Look at the shape of his mouth when he is shouting. It's clearly the word help, but why does his hand move downwards when he is shouting for help? After shouting, he immediately pushes up. It's tiring to shout for help at the same time. When we have time, let's try going into the water and see how long we can last. This is physical work. He has a good physique." When Old Man Wang heard the people on the observation deck shout that someone had fallen into the water, he became nervous. After interacting with Xiao Bei and the others for a long time, he realized that he had already reached a level where he could ignore life, but Xiao Bei and the others had changed his mind. Especially when Xiao Bei saved the earless child. That kind of serious respect and protection of life made her feel deeply moved. Therefore, when he heard that someone had fallen into the water, he wondered if Bebe was going to jump in to save him again. In the end, he saw Bebe and Xiao Yuan's indifferent attitude. After listening to their conversation, he finally understood what they meant. Hence, he took a pair of binoculars and looked over. After watching for more than 10 seconds, Old Man Wang had to admit that Bebe and Xiao Yuan's observation was very detailed. That person was really like what the two children said. His ups and downs were too regular. Furthermore, when he was shouting for help, his mouth was wide open. After such a long time, he still did not sink. Hence, he asked Bebe and Xiao Yuan, "What do you think he is doing? Is there a need to ask? Waiting for me to save him? Do you think I'm stupid? I'm good at swimming, but what if he has a water-splitting thorn? It will be very dangerous if I get too close to him. Let's stop the boat and see how long he can shout for." Bebe was very smart at this moment and said disdainfully. Xiao Yuan also said, "Why don't we get someone to throw a few stones over? Whoever is stronger can try and see if they can hit the target. It's fine if they're not accurate. Find a few more people and throw it a few more times. It's bound to hit him. When he's really drowning, we'll get someone to save him." Xiao Hai, who had been silent all this time, said at this time, "Send someone to save him. See what he says when he comes back. We will wait on the boat and be careful. Let the people who are going to save him search him while they are saving him." "Oh, that's fine too. He can't have appeared on our way by accident. Didn't brother and sister already send us a message? They said that if we meet people who are deliberately trying to get close to us, we should think of a way to bring them along to Jiang district. I thought that people would only appear after we arrived in Hangzhou, but I didn't expect to meet them now. Brother and sister are so awesome. How did they know that someone would appear? This is so fun." Bebe was not angry. Instead, she seemed very excited. The person below was still trying to drown. At this time, someone on the boat began to lower the boat and then paddled it closer to the person. He did not jump into the water directly like before to save the person. Who knew if that person was preparing in the water with the idea of killing one person to break even and killing two to make a profit? Geezer Wang's eyes never moved away from the person who had fallen into the water. He wanted to see if he knew this person. If he knew him, it meant that the person had come for him or something related to his family. If he did not know him, it was not easy to guess. He hoped that the person had come for him. Otherwise, on the way to Hangzhou, there would be many dangerous things that targeted Beibei and the other children. Just like that, Old Man Wang watched as the two rescue boats rowed to the man's side. He watched the man's actions. Beibei and the others were also watching. When they saw that the person was pulled to the boat weakly and immediately kowtowed, Beibei shook her head again and said, "It's too fake. If he is really drowning, he shouldn't be kowtowing now. He should be vomiting or coughing hard. His eyes should be red, and his nose should also be flowing out." Xiao Yuan laughed and said, "In a while, we will pretend that he is drowning. Let's see what he wants to do." While the two of them were talking, the person had been helped up. He looked at the sky as if he had just survived a disaster. This appearance gained the approval of Beibei and the others. After a while, the two boats carrying the person were pulled up to the deck of the big boat. The person was also helped up to the top by others. When he saw Beibei, the person did something that made Beibei and the others puzzled. He actually raised his head and laughed. It was impossible to tell that he was drowning. You're tuning in to the Xiaofan's Wuxia Tales YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.